Mesopotamia, a term first introduced by ancient Greek historians, literally means the land between the rivers, referring to the area lying between the Euphrates and the Tigris. This region, shaped like a triangle, covers most of modern Iraq and parts of Syria, Turkey, and Iran. The Euphrates, stretching about 2,780 kilometers, and the Tigris, around 1,950 kilometers long, both have their sources in Armenia. In antiquity, they flowed separately, but today they meet at Kurna, forming the Shatt al-Arab, which eventually empties into the Persian Gulf. In the northern regions, their courses have remained stable, but in the south, the rivers come close together, creating a vast alluvial plain. Here, they meander, form tributaries, and often overflow, producing swamps and lakes. Remarkably, the ancient inhabitants were able to manage these waterways, and the main channels of the Euphrates have followed the same route for nearly 3 millennia. Yet many ruined cities in southern Mesopotamia bear witness to times when the rivers shifted or flooded. The Tigris, in its southern stretches, likely followed the course of what is now known as the Shatt el-Garaf. The people who lived there did not have a single name for their land. They simply spoke of it as the land, or used specific names for its parts: Sumer, Akkad, Assyria, and Babylonia. Geographically, Babylonia referred to the southern section, from Baghdad down to the Persian Gulf. Historically, the name Babylonia reflects the unification during the 2nd millennium BCE of Akkad in the north and Sumer in the south. Further north, around the Tigris Valley near modern Mosul, lay Assyria, whose territory rose and fell dramatically, sometimes stretching from Egypt to Iran, and at other times shrinking to an area no larger than a small modern state. The landscapes of Mesopotamia varied widely, from deserts and steppes to marshes and foothills, though all shared a common trait: scant summer rainfall. The climate, relatively unchanged for thousands of years, shaped the vegetation and lifestyle. The desert zones had hot, dry summers and mild winters but were barren. The foothills offered a slightly more favorable climate, supporting oak, pine, terebinth, grasses, wheat, and barley. The steppes were grasslands with little tree cover, marked by mild winters and very hot summers. In central and southern Iraq, temperatures could climb to 120 degrees Fahrenheit in summer, with rainfall rarely exceeding 10 inches. The earliest settlers of this land were not the Sumerians. Linguistic studies reveal that older languages influenced Sumerian, leaving traces in vocabulary, grammar, and place names. Even the names of the 2 great rivers and several of the earliest cities are not of Sumerian origin. These early communities are often called Proto-Euphratians or Ubaidians, named after Tel al-Ubaid, where their remains were first discovered. The Ubaidians founded farming villages and towns, developed advanced crafts, and left behind tools such as hoes, knives, sickles, bricks, spindle whorls, and painted pottery. They also built temples that grew in size and complexity over time. From them, the Sumerians inherited words for everyday professions such as farmer, fisherman, carpenter, and potter. Early Mesopotamian life was marked by a wide range of skills and professions. Among these were metal workers, leather workers, masons, weavers, basket makers, merchants, and priests. Even some basic terms for tools and agricultural practices, such as plow, furrow, palm, and date, were not originally Sumerian, showing how much knowledge came from earlier inhabitants. After the Ubaidians, another group known as the Subarians arrived, likely from the north. Their language has not survived, but traces remain in place, names and scattered vocabulary. Over time, Subarian itself became synonymous with the word slave. The Sumerians entered Mesopotamia around 3100 BCE. Whether they were native to the region or migrants remains uncertain, though their own tradition claimed they came from the south, probably across the Persian Gulf, and first settled near its shores. They eventually overcame the Sumerians and absorbed what remained of Ubaidian culture. With their rise, agricultural communities were transformed into the first great urban centers of human history. The earliest kings of Mesopotamia bore Sumerian names, underscoring their influence. The Sumerian language was unique. It was agglutinative, meaning words were built from a core syllable or root and expanded with chains of prefixes and suffixes, each carrying specific grammatical meaning. It stands apart from every other known language, with no relatives, ancient or modern. Remarkably, the Sumerians managed to impose their language across the land, a feat rarely seen in history. Only Aramaic and Arabic, centuries later, achieved similar dominance. They also created writing, developed terms for law and education, and built the foundations of recorded history. Not long after, Semitic peoples from the west began to settle in Mesopotamia. By about 2900 BC, Akkadian-speaking groups were present, and their influence appeared in early Sumerian texts. By 2350 BC, they established political control with their capital at Akkad, though its precise location remains unknown. Akkadian, a Semitic language, was structured around three-letter roots and used prefixes and suffixes for grammar. The Akkadians adopted cuneiform writing from the Sumerians, blending their traditions into a shared culture. For centuries, Sumerian remained in use, but gradually Akkadian replaced it and became the common language of the wider Near East during the second millennium BC. Akkadian itself survived well into the first millennium BC, splitting into two main dialects, Babylonian in the south and Assyrian in the north. Eventually, Aramaic displaced Akkadian as the spoken language. Mesopotamians also made clear distinctions among their neighbors. They referred to the western Semites who had not assimilated as Amorites, with their land called Amuru. At first, Amorites entered Mesopotamia as laborers and soldiers during the third millennium, but by the early second millennium they had risen to power, taking leading roles in politics and the military. Their language, Amorite, belonged to the West Semitic branch, though it was eventually overshadowed by Akkadian. Most of what survives of it comes from personal names. To the Mesopotamians, the world was mapped according to peoples and directions. The north was Subar, the south Sumer, the west Amuru, and the east Elam, with Babylon placed firmly at the center. Before 9000 BC, no permanent villages existed anywhere in the world. People lived in small, mobile groups and were mostly seen while hunting, fishing, or gathering wild plants and fruits. They did not yet form settled communities tied to one place. Early humans experimented with very simple forms of cultivation by sparing young animals or fish and by protecting certain useful plants. Over time, the wild forms of legumes, fruits, and nuts gradually grew larger and more suited to human use. Their tools were mostly made of stone, which is why this long era is known as the Stone Age. The Paleolithic, or Old Stone Age, lasted from around 700,000 to 9,000 BC and saw the basic development of stone tools. The world's first permanent settlements appeared in the Near East during the Neolithic, or New Stone Age, around 9000 BC, later spreading as far as China by about 4000 BC. This period marked the beginning of farming and animal domestication. Archaeological evidence shows that people practiced a mixed economy combining hunting, herding goats and sheep, fishing, and cultivating wheat and barley. Neolithic villages could cover up to 10 hectares and house populations of 1,000 or more. Trade developed, and society grew more complex. Archaeologists often name early cultures after the places where their remains are first identified. In northern Mesopotamia, 3 important cultures of about 6,000 to 4,000 BC are known as Hassuna, Samarra, and Halaf. Hassuna villages show signs of agriculture and cloth production, while finds of obsidian and semi-precious stones prove long-distance trade. Stamp seals suggest the idea of private property. Samarra sites are recognized for their finely fired and painted pottery, and for buildings supported by external buttresses. The Halaf culture produced unusual beehive-shaped houses built on stone bases, a style unique to this region. At Arpachié, dated to the Halaf period, archaeologists uncovered cobbled streets and a pottery workshop, clear evidence of specialized crafts. In Hassuna communities, houses often clustered around courtyards, sometimes for families involved in preparing animal hides. Detached houses of varying sizes appeared in Samarra and Halaf, possibly reflecting social rank or occupation. Some large structures likely served religious purposes. The Halaf period also introduced the tournet, a slowly turning platform for pottery, which was later developed into the true potter's wheel during the Ubaid period. This innovation transformed pottery, craft specialization, and productivity. The Ubaid people, regarded as the earliest identifiable ethnic group in Mesopotamia, established small farming villages in the south that grew into towns and cities. Sites such as Eridu, Ur, and Uruk reached impressive sizes, with Uruk expanding to about 75 hectares. In this era, the north and south of Mesopotamia followed different cultural paths, represented by Tepe Gawra in the north and Uruk in the south. At Tepe Gawra, an elaborate temple complex was built with 3 shrines close together, reflecting worship of multiple deities. Uruk, known as Erech in the Bible and Warka today, rose on the banks of the Euphrates in southern Mesopotamia. By the late 4th millennium BC, it had grown into a true city of around 10,000 people. Monumental buildings from the early Uruk period show the presence of a powerful ruling class with the ability to command organized labor. At first, most settlements were concentrated in northern Babylonia, but later the south became more dominant. Dense populations and high agricultural yields led to the emergence of a complex Babylonian society. The era of early Mesopotamian civilization, roughly 3,200 to 2,700 BC, is divided into the late Uruk, Jemdet Nasr, and early dynastic Thaphoid periods, each marked by changes in architecture, pottery, seals, and the appearance of writing. In the north, the late Uruk culture developed into what archaeologists call the Ninevite Five culture. These sites lacked true urban features, but during the Jemdet Nasr period, the northern part of Sumer was also settled. The Proto-Literate period saw the invention of writing on clay tablets, mainly for record-keeping. This innovation marked the transition from prehistory to history in Western Asia. The earliest tablets were written in Sumerian, showing that the Sumerians were already present by this time. By the 3rd millennium BC, their language was dominant in southern Mesopotamia, and they became recognized as the Sumerian people. Temples played a central role in early Mesopotamian life. They managed land, employed workers and craftsmen, controlled long-distance trade, and held political authority over the surrounding region. At the same time, bronze tools and weapons began to appear widely, leading scholars to divide human history into the Stone, Bronze, and Iron Ages. Each Mesopotamian city was built around irrigated land, separated by stretches of desert and marsh, and gradually these centers developed into independent city-states. People identified strongly with their cities, which acted as both political and religious hubs. In the 3rd millennium BC, power alternated between decentralized city-states and centralized monarchies. Archaeological evidence provides a broad outline of this early dynastic period, though linking it to precise historical events is difficult. The Sumerian king list, compiled in the early 2nd millennium BC, records rulers, dynasties, and reign lengths, ending with the kings of Ur's 3rd dynasty and their successors at Isin. This list, although not entirely accurate, formed the framework for later traditions. It reflects the belief that kingship was a divine institution meant for human society. Eridu, one of the earliest cities, was inhabited continuously into Sumerian times and considered the oldest Sumerian center. The king list often treated overlapping dynasties as successive, but in reality, no king ruled beyond his own city until the Akkadians established their empire. In the Sumerian king list, the phrase "before the flood" referred to the distant proto-historic age, while "after the flood" marked the beginning of recorded history. The antediluvian section of the list is often connected with the early dynastic Fornern period, for which no other sources survive. According to the text, when the flood had passed and kingship once again descended from the heavens, the city of Kush became the first seat of royal power. In time, the title passed to Uruk. Several rulers named in the list, such as Enmerkar, Lugalbanda, Dumuzi, Gilgamesh, and Etana, are also familiar from Sumerian and Akkadian legends. The following dynasty was at Ur, led by King Mesanapada, whose father Mes-Kalamdug, ruler of Kish, is known from inscriptions found in the royal cemetery of Ur. Early dynastic Sumer was not a unified kingdom, but a loose network of small city-states. Their relationships shifted constantly. Sometimes one acted as overlord, sometimes they stood as equals, and frequently they fought one another. No single city served as a permanent center. Even Nippur, revered as the spiritual heart of Sumer and Akkad, did not wield political control. Each city-state included the urban core and its surrounding farmland, functioning as an independent political unit under its own ruler. In total, Sumer and Akkad each had roughly a dozen such city-states spread along the Tigris and Euphrates. Surviving inscriptions record frequent wars between them, while the massive defensive walls built around cities reveal the importance of military strength. The king list itself was selective. Important rulers of cities such as Lagash are absent. Even Mesalim, a king of Kish around 2550 BC, does not appear despite his role in mediating a border dispute between Umma and Lagash. His decision favored Lagash, but the land later passed into Umma's hands until Eannatum of Lagash reconquered it around 2450 BC. Eannatum imposed a new treaty and even created a strip of unused land along the border to prevent future conflict. His power extended further. He defeated Elam, captured southern Sumerian cities, and claimed the lofty title King of Kesh, signaling authority over all of Sumer. He boasted of victories over Umma, Uruk, Ur, Akshak, Mari, Susa, Elam, and distant regions in the Zagros and northern Mesopotamia. Despite this, Umma often remained the stronger rival. A later ruler of Umma, Entemena, concluded a peace pact with Lagash that effectively created a broader unity among Sumerian cities. Lagash eventually fell into decline, its rulers short-lived, until Uru-Inimgina came to power. Remembered not for war, but for his reforms, he introduced measures aimed at fairness and social justice. His reign, however, ended in disaster when Lugalzagesi of Umma launched a devastating campaign, burning temples and reducing Lagash to ruins. Lugalzagesi claimed to unify Sumer and control trade from the Mediterranean to the Persian Gulf. His success was short-lived, as he was soon defeated by Sargon of Akkad, a Semitic ruler who founded the first Mesopotamian empire. Semitic-speaking peoples had already been present in Mesopotamia since about 2900 BC, settling in cities such as Kish and gradually adopting Sumerian urban traditions. Known as Amorites in later sources, some of them eventually rose to kingship. Out of this environment emerged Sargon the Great, once a cupbearer to the king of Kish. When Lugalzagesi seized power in Uruk, Sargon struck back, surprising him and tearing down the city walls. From there, Sargon marched south to the Persian Gulf and then turned west and north, conquering Mari, Yarmuti, and Ebla, pushing as far as the Amanus and Taurus mountains and eastward into Elam. His policy was to destroy city walls to prevent rebellion while leaving cooperative rulers in office, or replacing them with loyal administrators if necessary. By this method, he dismantled the old city-state order and built a centralized state. He stationed garrisons to secure the empire and established Akkad as his splendid new capital, whose exact site remains unknown. Sargon was succeeded by his son, Rimish, who faced widespread revolts. His campaigns, involving massive armies, were brutally effective, with inscriptions recording tens of thousands killed or captured. After Rimish, his brother Manishtushu took power, continuing expansion until he too was assassinated. His son, Naram-Sin, achieved even greater renown. He adopted the title King of the Four Quarters and was even worshipped as a god, a rare honor for a living ruler. But the Akkadian Empire eventually collapsed. From the eastern mountains came the Gutians, described as wild and destructive. Their invasion coincided with famine and hardship. Later tradition, preserved in the poem The Curse of Agade, blamed the downfall on Naram-Sin's desecration of Enlil's holy sanctuary in Nippur. The poem describes desolation, fields barren of grain, rivers empty of fish, gardens producing no honey or wine. Inflation and hunger followed, and the once great city of Akkad was left cursed and abandoned, its roads overgrown, its waterways bitter, and its dwellings forsaken. The ancient curse was said to come true swiftly, not in 5 days, not in 10. And kingship slipped away from Akkad, leaving the once great city in ruins. Naram-Sin's son, Sharkali-Shari, tried to undo some of the damage his father had caused, but the empire was already collapsing. What remained of his authority barely extended beyond the city of Akkad itself. Later tradition even remembered his reign as a time of chaos. Who was king? Who was not king? Sargon's empire had lasted just over a century, but it could not endure. Waves of invaders from the Zagros Mountains disrupted trade, destroyed irrigation networks, and weakened the fragile political structure. The empire's fall reflected its own instability as much as external pressure. For a time, the Gutians, mountain tribes described as harsh and barbaric, dominated southern Mesopotamia. Like many conquerors, they eventually adopted local traditions and honored the gods of the cities they ruled. Still, their presence left Sumer politically fragmented and economically drained. Some rulers, however, managed to stand out during this turbulent era. Gudea of Lagash was remembered for his devotion to temple construction, his long inscriptions, and his wide-ranging trade connections. In the early 21st century BC, Utu-Hegel of Uruk rose to power. Claiming divine support from Enlil himself, he drove out the Gutians and restored a measure of order to Sumer. His reign, however, lasted only a decade before his throne was seized by Ur-Nammu, who established the third dynasty of Ur, often called Ur III. Ur-Nammu proved to be both a skilled general and a gifted administrator. He created one of the first law codes known to history and organized a centralized state in which governors managed the provinces under royal authority. He also encouraged long-distance trade, improving the highways and setting up controls for ships traveling to Magan. Ur-Nammu died in battle against the Gutians, an unusual fate for a Sumerian king, and hymns describe his solemn burial and journey to the underworld. His son Shulgi expanded the empire and reorganized the state. He placed military officials in charge of distant provinces and sought to strengthen defenses against threats from the west by building a long protective wall, later remembered as the Wall of the Land. His motivations were not purely defensive. He also aimed to secure trade routes, leading to valuable resources such as lapis lazuli and tin. Shulgi was followed by his sons Amarsin and Shusin, both of whom were deified upon taking the throne. Shusin faced the first major raids of Amorite tribes from the western deserts and responded by strengthening fortifications. Yet Mesopotamian texts painted the Amorites in conflicting ways. Some records show them assimilating into society, while literary works mocked them as uncivilized nomads, unfamiliar with agriculture or urban life. The last king of Ur III, Ibi-Sin, inherited mounting problems. Amorites pressed from the west, and Elamites attacked from the east. Eventually, famine weakened Ur so severely that defenders opened the city gates, allowing the Elamites to massacre the inhabitants and plunder the temples. The tragedy was remembered in the lamentation over the destruction of Ur, which described streets piled with corpses and fields filled with the dead instead of dancers and feasts. The third dynasty of Ur had lasted barely a century, and with its fall, Mesopotamia fragmented once again into independent city-states. Around 2017 BC, Ishbi-Ira established a new dynasty at Isin, which lasted for more than 200 years. The latest version of the Sumerian king list was compiled under his rule, claiming that kingship had passed from Ur to Isin. Later, Lipit-Ishtar, the fourth king of Isin, issued a law code that influenced the later, more famous code of Hammurabi. At the same time, a rival power rose at Larsa under Gungunum, who seized the old capital Ur and founded the first Amorite dynasty in the south. Over time, Amorite leaders established control over Babylonia, with new centers of power at Larsa, Eshnunna, and Babylon itself. The old Sumerian cities, such as Kish, Ur, and Uruk, lost their prestige, and the Sumerian language disappeared from daily life, replaced by Akkadian. The struggle for dominance between Amorite dynasties produced centuries of warfare, but also laid the foundations for new powers. Rim-Sin of Larsa captured Ur and defeated rival coalitions. In the north, an exceptional ruler emerged in Babylon, Hammurabi. With him, the era of Babylonia as a unified kingdom began, a Semitic state built upon the foundations laid by the Sumerians. Meanwhile, in northern Mesopotamia, Assyria was beginning to take shape. The city-state of Ashur controlled its immediate territory, but its real strength came from trade colonies established across Anatolia. Thousands of texts from Cappadocia describe how Assyrian merchants brought textiles and tin along caravan routes to the city of Kanesh, a major commercial hub. These networks marked the beginning of Assyria's long role as a trading and military power in the region. In the later 19th century BC, Old Assyrian trade between Kanesh and Ashur broke down, most likely because of struggles between rising Hittite groups and the native Hattic rulers. By around 1740 BC, the Hittites had established their own royal line, and within another century, the Old Hittite kingdom replaced earlier Anatolian powers. Khatushili, who named his new capital Katusha, and his adopted son Murshili, launched campaigns against the major cities of the region until they opened the road to Babylon. The dynasty of Hammurabi fell, and the Near East entered a century-long dark age. Assyrian tradition records that Shamshi-Adad built his authority by capturing Ekalatum and Ashur after the ruler of Eshnunna died. To strengthen his position, he traced his ancestry back to the old founder Puzur-Assur I. Shamshi-Adad placed his elder son Ishme-Dagan at Ekalatum and his younger, less capable son Yasmak-Adad at Mari, while making Shubat-Enlil his capital. This allowed him to oversee the Kabur Valley and his son's territories, creating a powerful Assyrian state between the Tigris and Euphrates. His death, however, shattered this unity. Ishme-Dagan held on to Assyria itself, but lost control of the upper Euphrates, and Elamite forces seized Shubat-Enlil. At Mari, Yasmak-Adad was overthrown by Zimri-Lim, the son of a former king. Zimri-Lim corresponded regularly with Hammurabi, and the two exchanged ambassadors, gifts, and pledges of friendship. By this time, 3 Amorite states dominated Babylonia: Eshnunna, Larsa, and Babylon. Smaller kingdoms survived only by shifting alliances with these larger powers. Hammurabi, 6th king of his line, came to the throne when Babylon was still a minor state. Through diplomacy and military campaigns, he turned Babylon into the leading power of Mesopotamia. Though Hammurabi himself was not deified, his reign left a deep legacy, and Babylon remained the recognized seat of kingship for centuries, even surviving as a religious center into the 1st century. His successor, Samsu-Iluna, struggled to keep control. Revolts broke out, and within a decade, much of the south slipped away. The Sealand dynasty, founded by Iliman, rose in the marshes of the south and even gained recognition in later king lists. The 17th and 16th centuries were marked by upheaval. Non-Semitic groups such as the Hurrians, Hittites, and Kassites pressed into Mesopotamia. In 1595 BC, the Hittites sacked Babylon. Soon after, the Kassites regained control of the region, driving out the Sealand rulers and uniting Babylonia once again. Their dynasty lasted more than 4 centuries, longer than any other. Though their origins remain unclear, the Kassites first appeared as agricultural laborers before rising to kingship. Agum II, one of their earliest rulers, restored the statues of the god Marduk and his consort to Babylon after their captivity in Hittite, lands around 1570 BC. This act gave the Kassite kings religious legitimacy and the right to take the hand of Marduk. They adopted Babylonian customs, language, and religion, ensuring stability and continuity. Meanwhile, the Hurrians were rising in the north. By the 15th and 14th centuries BC, the kingdom of Mitanni stretched from the Mediterranean to Assyria. Their capital, Washukani, remains undiscovered, but their cultural influence was immense, shaping Hittite religion and passing Mesopotamian traditions westward into Israel, Phoenicia, and even indirectly to Greece. Their gods were worshipped widely, and they played a major role in regional diplomacy. Evidence from the Amarna letters of the 14th century BC reveals close ties between Kassite Babylonia and Egypt, including royal marriages and exchanges of gifts. But tensions also grew, with Babylonian rulers complaining of poor treatment of their envoys. At the same time, Assyria began its rise as an independent kingdom. Assur-uballit broke free from Mitanni's dominance and declared himself king of the land of Assyria, establishing dynastic succession from father to son. Under him, Assyria gained recognition as an equal to other great powers, while relations with Kassite Babylonia remained mostly stable. In 1287 BC, Egyptian forces under Rameses clashed with the Hittites at the famous Battle of Kadesh. Egyptian records claimed victory, but Hittite accounts suggest otherwise. The result was a historic treaty of peace and alliance, sealed by a marriage between Rameses and a Hittite princess, with a copy of the silver treaty tablet preserved at Katusha. Babylonia's fortunes declined until Tukulti-Ninurta I of Assyria marched south and captured Babylon in 1235 BC. The reasons for his campaign are uncertain, but his success marked the beginning of Assyria's dominance. He expanded his campaigns east, north, and west, boasting of capturing nearly 30,000 Hittites and adopting grand titles such as King of Sumer and Akkad, and King of the Upper and Lower Seas at home. He built lavish projects in Ashur and even founded a new capital across the Tigris, Tukulti-Ninurta. Yet this grandeur provoked resentment. In the end, rebellion led by his own son turned against him. He was imprisoned in his palace and killed, bringing his ambitious reign to a violent close. References to Tukulti-Ninurta I echo, albeit distorted, in both biblical and Greek traditions. Genesis preserves a memory of a mighty hunter-conqueror under the name Nimrod, while Greek tales speak of King Ninos, his great city, and the fiery end of a figure later called Sardanapalus, all dim reflections of Assyrian royal lore. Historians often label the following centuries a dark age because firm records thin out for both Babylonia and Assyria. King lists offer only sketchy guidance, explanations for the upheavals around the 12th century BCE once leaned on earthquakes, drought, or climate shifts, but the change from bronze to iron also hinged on human agency, warfare, migration, and collapsing trade networks. As late Bronze Age powers, each led by different peoples, jockeyed for dominance, fresh groups appeared on the scene. After the fall of Troy and the collapse of Mycenaean centers, displaced populations fanned out along Mediterranean coasts. The Hittite kingdom, Ugarit, and many Levantine cities fell in the turmoil. In this vacuum, Elam surged. Shutruk-Nahunte campaigned deep into Mesopotamia, taking hundreds of towns and heavy tribute. His successor Kutir-Nahunte struck Babylonia, ended the Kassite line, and hauled off the statues of Marduk from Babylon and Inanna from Uruk, acts remembered with fury by later Babylonians. After the Kassites, Babylon drifted through long stretches of political fragility until Assyria's ascendancy in the 9th century BC. In Syria and northern Mesopotamia, new Neo-Hittite states and Aramaean groups struggled for control. In Babylonia, successive dynasties managed the Aramaean influx with mixed success. Assyria alone rode out the Bronze Age collapse as a major power. Tiglath-Pileser pushed Assyrian frontiers farther than ever, even reaching Lebanon. Native Babylonian rule revived as the second dynasty of Isin. Its most prominent king, Nebuchadnezzar, marched across the searing steppe to Susa, sacked the city, and brought Marduk's statue home. While he fought Elam, Tiglath-Pileser I raided northern Babylonia. Palaces burned at Dur-Kurigalzu, Sippar, Opis, and Babylon. Soon, famine ravaged Babylonia. A king disappeared, says an Assyrian chronicle, and both Babylonia and Assyria slid into decline. Aramaeans founded small kingdoms from the Levant to Babylonia, and their alphabetic Semitic tongue, Aramaic, eventually eclipsed Akkadian and endured until the Arab conquests. As centuries turned, the Assyrian drive toward centralized rule reached its peak. Their own annals trumpet victories and gloss defeats, but other sources, biblical and Babylonian, fill in the gaps. In the 11th and 10th centuries BC, Assyria largely stayed within its old heartland. By the 9th century, stability returned, and westward expansion resumed in earnest. Adad-nirari II fought 6 annual campaigns to break Aramaean resistance, subdued Babylonia, and secured the Kabur. His son, Tukulti-Ninurta II, consolidated those gains, extracting tribute from Aramaean towns along the Tigris, Euphrates, and Kabur. Under Asurnasirpal II and his grandson Shalmaneser III, expansion accelerated. Assyrian records count nearly 200,000 deportees between 881 and 815 BC, most of them Aramaeans, a policy that repopulated frontier regions and undercut rebellion. Asurnasirpal II reached the Mediterranean and took tribute from Tyre, then turned north and east into Anatolia and Iran, and south toward Babylonia. Annual campaigning became routine. Cities either paid or faced siege. Needing a northern power center, Asurnasirpal II built a grand new capital at Nimrud, complete with canals, palaces, drainage, and orchards stocked with trees imported from his campaigns, and he settled captives there to work the land. Shalmaneser III pursued a broad strategic design that provoked counter-alliances in the west. At Karkar on the Orontes, he claimed a crushing victory over a Syrian coalition led by Damascus, but repeated campaigns in 849, 848, 845, and 841 BC show the resistance was stiff before the West finally yielded. In time, Assyria absorbed the kingdom of Israel. On one monument, King Jehu is shown bowing to the Assyrian sovereign. The old king's later years saw revolts and civil strife, ending only with his death. Shamshi-Adad V crushed the rebellions with Babylonian help. His queen, Samuramat, remembered by Greek writers as Semiramis, later ruled as regent for their young son Adad-nirari III, exercising genuine authority and sponsoring large building works in Babylon and beyond. Over the next 6 decades, royal power waxed and waned as provincial governors amassed influence. A palace coup in 746 BC cleared the way for Tiglath-Pileser III, the Pulu of the architect of the Neo-Assyrian Empire's resurgence. He rebuilt Assyrian supremacy through relentless campaigning and sweeping reforms. In Babylonia, he broke Aramaean power, installed a eunuch governor to curb noble lineages, and adopted the ancient title King of Sumer and Akkad, while allowing Nabonassar to remain on Babylon's throne as a client. Assyria's chief rival was Urartu, competing for the Syrian corridors that supplied timber, metals, and horses. In 743 BC, Tiglath-Pileser III besieged Arpad, held by Urartian forces, paid Urartian spies for intelligence, and after a protracted siege took the city, imposed tribute, and added 29 towns to Assyrian rule. As elsewhere, he resettled conquered districts with deportees from other lands, binding the empire together through calculated population transfers. From this point, the sources thin out. The Hebrew account notes that an Assyrian king, remembered as Pul, entered the land of Israel and received a vast silver payment from King Menachem to secure his throne, after which the Assyrian withdrew. Under Tiglath-Pileser III, Assyria tightened control along the Levantine coast, placed Israel's coastline under imperial rule, and blocked Lebanese timber shipments to Egypt. Egyptian attempts to forge an anti-Assyrian front in Israel and southern Syria faltered. Biblical narratives remember the piecemeal conquest and annexation of Israel under 3 successive Assyrian rulers, each advance hard-won and repeatedly contested. In Babylonia, Tiglath-Pileser faced the Chaldean chiefs. Around 734 BC, Mukin-Zeri seized Babylon. Assyrian forces, welcomed by many Babylonians, fought for 3 years to recover the south. Mukin-Zeri fled to his marshland stronghold. Assyrian troops ravaged his territories and those of allied tribes. At last, Tiglath-Pileser accepted the Babylonian crown, something no Assyrian king had done in over 4 centuries, formalizing a dual monarchy that his successors would often maintain. At Tiglath-Pileser's death, Assyria stretched from the Persian Gulf to Egypt's frontier and north through Syria into Cilicia and Anatolia. Assyrian-Babylonian relations over the next century were a volatile mix of cultural pride in Babylon and military dominance from Nineveh. Tiglath-Pileser III and his son Shalmaneser V embody this dual identity in both Mesopotamian and classical sources. After Shalmaneser V, Sargon I took the Assyrian throne. He and his successors, Sennacherib, Esarhaddon, and Ashurbanipal, the Sargonids, systematically subdued Western Asia, Syria, Phoenicia, Israel, Urartu, and Babylonia. Sargon came in amid revolt at Ashur that spread empire-wide. Early in his reign, Marduk-apla-iddina II allied with Elam and took the Babylonian throne. Assyrian field reports speak constantly of clashes with Urartu and its espionage. Sargon led a hazardous campaign into Urartian highlands, broke their coalition, and claimed the Urartian king Rusa died in despair or by suicide. With Urartu neutralized, Sargon moved against Babylonia, cutting the river link between Marduk-apla-iddina and Elam, won recognition from northern Babylonian cities, took Babylon's crown, and deported over 100,000 Aramaeans and Chaldeans. Marduk-apla-iddina retreated to the marshes, bought time with tribute, and kept his tribal base. New threats arrived from the north. The Cimmerians pressed into Anatolia. Sargon fought them while Phrygia's king Midas maneuvered between Assyria and Urartu. Border rulers, wedged between great powers, submitted and paid homage. In 705 BC, Sargon was killed in battle, and his body was not recovered, an ominous sign for Assyrian ideology. Sennacherib distanced himself from his father's fate by erasing Sargon's name from some records and shifting the capital to ancient Nineveh, which he transformed into Assyria's grandest city. Babylonia remained the central problem. Though ritually made king of Babylon, Sennacherib preferred a local puppet. Marduk-apla-iddina returned, prompting Sennacherib to storm south, overrun Cutha, and enter Babylon, boasting of seizing scores of fortified towns and hundreds of smaller settlements. He also confronted rebellions in the west, where Egyptian backing encouraged coastal coalitions and Judah. After campaigns against the coast and Egypt's auxiliaries, he besieged Jerusalem. King Hezekiah paid heavy tribute, the city survived, and Assyria withdrew to address the worsening Babylonian front. In 691 BC, Elamite and Chaldean forces massed on the Tigris north of Babylon. Sennacherib fought a brutal battle, claimed success, but withdrew. By 690 to 689 BC, Elam's king was incapacitated. Without Elamite support, Babylon starved under siege and fell. Its ruler was executed, and Sennacherib exacted payment in silver. Biblical tradition records Sennacherib's death in 681 BC at the hands of two sons. Esarhaddon secured the succession by force and reversed policy toward Babylonia, rebuilding the city and temples, restoring deportees to their lands, and using Babylonia as a base for eastern campaigns. He turned repeatedly toward Egypt, striking in 679 BC and again from 673 BC. He died on the way to suppress another Egyptian revolt. He had arranged a split succession. Ashurbanipal would rule Assyria, Shamash-Shum-Ukin, Babylonia. Ashurbanipal inherited the unfinished Egyptian problem. Although he won victories, Assyria could not maintain the cost of occupation. In the west, Psammetichus expelled remaining Assyrian garrisons with Lydian aid. Ashurbanipal denounced Gyges of Lydia, after which Cimmerians devastated Lydia. Meanwhile, Elam struck at Babylon. Ashurbanipal intervened to defend his brother's throne, and soon personal animosity with Elam's king Teuman escalated into war. In 653 BC, Ashurbanipal invaded Elam, defeated and beheaded Teuman, and displayed his severed head in triumphal art. Civil war followed. Shamash-Shum-Ukin, backed by Elamites, Arabs, and southern tribes, held Babylon until famine forced surrender. Chronicles say the starving populace resorted to cannibalism. The city burned, and Shamash-Shum-Ukin died in the conflagration. Assyria reimposed control through Kandalanu, who ruled peacefully for 2 decades as a client king. Ashurbanipal then crushed Elam, cities sacked, temples stripped, royal tombs violated. Eradication meant to remove a constant flank threat and choke Chaldean hopes. These ceaseless campaigns drained Assyria's strength. After Ashurbanipal, the state, stretched across distant provinces and dependent on constant tribute, could no longer sustain its burdens. Within a generation, the empire collapsed. In Babylonia, a fresh era had been counted from Nabonassar, whose reign anchors precise historical and astronomical records. In the turmoil after Shalmaneser V, the Chaldean leader Marduk-apla-iddina II twice took Babylon's throne, styling himself the country's savior. He refurbished shrines, upheld ancient city privileges, and hired Elamite armies with Bit-Yakin wealth. Sargon eventually drove him from Babylon, installed Assyrian governors, then briefly reinstated him before Assyrian rule resumed. When Ashurbanipal died, revolts flared. Power struggles first engulfed Babylonia. Kandalanu vanished from the scene. Ashurbanipal's son Ashur-etil-ilani tried to manage Babylonia through a loyal general, but another son, Sin-shar-ishkun, led the main Assyrian garrison at Babylon, seized Babylonia, then replaced his brother as Assyrian king. In this chaos, Nabopolassar, son of nobody, founded the Neo-Babylonian dynasty, consolidating Babylonia and seeking allies. In 614 BC, the Medes attacked Assyria. Nabopolassar marched north too late to save Ashur. Amid its ruins, he struck a marriage alliance with the Median king Cyaxares, betrothing his son Nebuchadnezzar to a Median princess. The Medes then turned to Armenia and Asia Minor. Assyria's cities fell. By 612 BC, Nineveh was destroyed, and within a few years the last Assyrian forces were defeated at Haran and Carchemish. At Carchemish, Crown Prince Nebuchadnezzar II shattered the Egyptian army's morale and rolled up Syria and Israel. The Neo-Babylonians inherited the Assyrian imperium. When Nabopolassar died, Nebuchadnezzar hurried to Babylon and secured the throne. In 601 BC, Nebuchadnezzar fought Egypt near the frontier at heavy cost to both sides. reports of Babylonian losses encouraged Judah to stop paying tribute. Babylonia responded by reducing Judah to a province and deporting part of its population. When Egyptian intrigue revived in the Levant, Nebuchadnezzar advanced. Egypt pulled back, and Babylonian armies reclaimed towns and besieged Jerusalem. After 18 months of famine, the walls were breached. King Zedekiah fled, was captured, saw his sons executed, was blinded, and taken to Babylon. Jerusalem's walls were razed, temple and palace burned, and many survivors deported, sealing Babylon's dominance over the western provinces. Babylon and Media remained on good terms for much of Nebuchadnezzar II's reign, yet toward the end he grew wary of Median ambitions. To secure the northern frontier, he ordered a massive barrier, the so-called Median Wall, stretching from Sippar to Opis, meant to keep out raiders and check invasions from the north. Nebuchadnezzar II died in 562 BC. 3 short-lived rulers followed, the last deposed after only 3 months. Then Nabonidus, an elderly court veteran but not of Nebuchadnezzar's line, took the throne. He styled himself a man of humble origin, "Kingship is not in me," and quickly distinguished his reign by religious policies. After a dream in which Marduk instructed him to rebuild the Temple of Sin at Haran, ruined for over 5 decades, he restored that shrine and favored other major moon god centers at Ur and at the oasis of Tema in Arabia. His strong devotion to Sin, encouraged by his long-lived mother Adad-Gupi, clashed with conservative Babylonian opinion. Despite temple wealth, the Neo-Babylonian economy was under strain. The wars and building programs of Nabopolassar and Nebuchadnezzar had been costly. Key trade corridors had slipped under Median control. Prices surged by roughly half. Plague and famine struck. Nabonidus framed the famine as divine punishment for impiety. After about a decade residing in Tema, he returned to Babylon around age 70, though why he left and why he came back remains uncertain. In his absence, his son Belshazzar governed the capital. By then, the balance of power had shifted. In 539 BC, Cyrus of Persia advanced on Babylonia. Persian forces surrounded Marduk's temple precincts, and with priestly support inside the city, Babylon capitulated. Cyrus entered as a liberator in Babylonian eyes, deposed Nabonidus, and left the local religious and civic administration largely intact under a Persian governor. The later fates of Nabonidus and Belshazzar are unclear. Cyrus II consolidated Asia Minor, practiced broad religious tolerance, and kept taxes moderate. His capital at Pasargadae was austere compared with Assyrian and Babylonian splendor. He died in 530 BC and was buried in a gabled stone tomb there. Power passed without turmoil to his son Cambyses. By then, Assyria and Babylonia had ceased to be great powers in Western Asia. The invention of writing in Mesopotamia dates to the late 4th millennium BC, when dense settlements and palace temple economies demanded reliable records of grain, livestock, and rations. Cities brought complex administration. Writing became the most efficient tool for tracking obligations and stores. The earliest datable writing appears around 3100 BC. Before writing, people used simpler accounting devices, tally sticks, counting boards, and, crucially, clay tokens. These small clay counters, known from around 10,000 BC, came in varied shapes and began as household and market markers. As towns grew, the token system multiplied in signs and combinations, effectively becoming a 3-dimensional notation for quantities and goods. Sealed numerical tablets of the late 4th millennium, still undeciphered, represent a bridge from tokens to script. The first true tablets come from Uruk. Soon, similar sign systems appear across the Near East, from Syria to Iran. Early Uruk tablets combine numerals with pictographs, rough drawings of objects, totaling roughly 1,200 signs. Some derive from token shapes, most are pictorial. About 85% of tablets record deliveries of foodstuffs, animals, or goods to individuals or temple institutions. The remaining tablets are lexical lists. Such lists persist for centuries, showing deep scribal continuity. Tablets were authenticated by seals, binding documents to specific households or offices. Very early writing was largely language neutral because pictograms for items could be read in any tongue. Grammatical markers were scarce. Only in the early 3rd millennium do clearly readable texts appear, in Sumerian. Scribes then assigned phonetic values to signs originally used as ideas or objects. They did this in 2 ways: by extending a sign's meaning by association, and by exploiting sound-alike values, turning idea signs into syllabic ones. Because Sumerian is agglutinative, adding long chains of prefixes and suffixes to stable roots, scribes could now render grammatical detail with syllabic spellings. By mid-3rd millennium, Akkadian speakers adopted Sumerian cuneiform. Akkadian, being an inflected Semitic language, pushed the script further toward phonetic spelling. Scribes increased both homophony and polyphony. Even after Akkadian replaced Sumerian in everyday speech during the 2nd millennium, Sumerian signs survived as logograms, a kind of shorthand, alongside syllabic spellings. This mixed system remained standard as long as cuneiform endured. Mesopotamian writing influenced or paralleled other scripts: Egyptian hieroglyphs, Proto-Elamite in Iran, and the Indus script, Minoan linear, A, Hittite hieroglyphs in Anatolia, and further east, early Chinese writing. Each culture adapted the idea to its own needs. To disambiguate signs that had many possible values, scribes used determinatives, classifiers written before or after words to mark categories like deity, person, city, river, wood, bird, fish, and so on. Context, adjacent signs, and variant spellings also guided interpretation, and in practice scribes used only a subset of the theoretically possible values. The result was a flexible, powerful script, capable of tracking barley jars one day and recording epics, laws, and hymns the next. In the 2nd millennium BC, as writing extended across Mesopotamia and into regions within its cultural and political sphere, new challenges arose. Many of the scribes in these districts spoke other languages and lacked the rigorous training of Babylonian or Assyrian scribes, yet written records were still essential for international transactions. To address this, they simplified cuneiform, reducing duplicate phonetic values and sometimes reshaping it into a quasi-alphabetic system. Simplified cuneiform was also adapted to write several non-Mesopotamian languages. Numbers appeared in every stage of cuneiform from its invention around 3100 BC until the last dated text in 75 BC. Early numerals were impressed into clay with a reed stylus in circular or slanted shapes, but as the script evolved into its wedge-like form, numbers too became angular. At times, cryptography was employed, either for secrecy and specialized trades like glassmaking, or symbolically, such as writing divine names with numbers. Ennu, head of the pantheon, was represented by the number 60. The stylus, cut from reed and shaped into rounded, sloping, or pointed tips, was the essential tool of writing. It was used to press signs and to rule columns and lines on palm-sized tablets of clay, which was readily available in the river valleys. Tablets were inscribed while still moist, and then dried in the sun, or occasionally baked, making them as hard as pottery. Once hardened, tablets could not be altered, which made them ideal for legal and administrative documents. Many tablets preserved today survived because they were baked in the fires of cities destroyed in war. Others were reused, discarded, or even used as filler in building floors. Tablets came in varied forms: rectangular, square, circular, and even pierced for suspension in magical contexts. Some texts were inscribed on cones, cylinders, or prisms, while luxury versions could be produced in stone, ivory, or metal. Very large tablets, too heavy to hold, were written with the help of assistants or broken into series. Seals, both stamp and cylinder, provided authentication from the 5th millennium BC onward. Even illiterate people could confirm agreements by sealing documents or pressing personal substitutes such as a nail mark or the fold of a garment. Around Sargon's time, clay envelopes were developed to protect tablets. Some carried repeated texts and seals, ensuring that fraudulent alterations could be detected when opened. As cuneiform developed, its signs became increasingly abstract, the original pictographs eventually unrecognizable. By cutting the reed stylus at an oblique angle, scribes produced wedge-shaped impressions, hence the Latin name cuneiform. By the 2nd millennium BC, the script had been standardized to just a few wedge types, and the total number of signs had been reduced from over 1,000 in the Uruk period to roughly 600, though many had multiple values. In practice, fewer than 200 signs were required for most tasks. Early signs were oriented as pictures, written in boxes arranged right to left and top to bottom, but later they rotated 90 degrees and were read left to right in rows. Scribes also used their stylus for decorative borders, checking marks, or piercing holes through tablets for firing. A text could be cancelled by a simple stroke, showing the flexibility of clay as a medium. Literacy remained restricted. With hundreds of signs, each with multiple values, reading and writing demanded long training. Kings, priests, and governors were often illiterate, and even merchants dictated letters to scribes that were later read aloud by other scribes. Only a few rulers, such as Shulgi, Naram-Sin, Lipit Ishtar, Ashurbanipal, and Darius, boasted of scribal accomplishments. The oldest tablets from Uruk are economic and administrative, but they also include lexical lists used to teach young scribes and to classify elements of the natural and social world. The continuity of these lists, still found centuries later at Shuruppak, reveals the stability of scribal tradition. By the Ur III period, tens of thousands of tablets document the full range of Sumerian economic life, proving that scribal schools were flourishing. Exercises, essays on school life, examination texts, and royal hymns mentioning a king's education survive from the early 2nd millennium BC. Although later copies altered the format, they preserved the spirit of an ancient educational system that supplied the trained specialists upon whom Mesopotamian administration depended. A pupil in Mesopotamia went to a tablet house, headed by a chief instructor known as the expert, or father of the tablet house. Discipline and routine were enforced by a dean, literally the supervisor of the tablet house, and even a designated man with the whip. Senior students served as teaching assistants or older brothers, preparing model tablets, checking exercises, and hearing recitations. Other specialists oversaw Sumerian language and drawing, while proctors tracked attendance and conduct. Mathematics formed its own track under masters titled the Scribes of Accounting, Measurement, and Field Surveying. We do not know how pay or rank worked within this faculty, but when training ended, The graduate's title was simply tablet writer, a scribe. Schooling was a privilege of wealthier households. Poorer families rarely had the leisure or means. Administrative records around 2000 BC name about 500 scribes and identify their fathers, governors, city fathers, envoys, temple stewards, officers, ship captains, major tax officials, priests, managers, accountants, foremen, and other scribes, showing that pupils largely came from the city's elite. There are mentions of poor, orphaned boys adopted and sent to school by benefactors. Female scribes are scarcely attested in this era, though cloistered women devoted to Shamash and Aya managed their community's records and sometimes pursued scholarly study. Schools likely began as temple annexes in the 3rd millennium BC, then attached to palaces in the 2nd, and later became private. The first institutions we can point to were founded or supported by King Shulgi at Nippur and Ur at the end of the 3rd millennium. On royal commission, school scribes could compose hymns for the king. 3 such poems even say they were written in the school. Most Sumerian literary tablets have been recovered from private houses, and school tablets turn up across many homes in the early 2nd millennium, implying that sons of wealthy families commonly attended. Instruction relied on memorizing and dictating passages, copying fresh lessons, reviewing earlier ones, reading aloud, and spelling drills. Students learned signs, language, and vocabulary through syllabaries and extensive lexical lists. These lists cataloged plants, animals, places, and minerals. They also served as grammar handbooks, bilingual and trilingual word books, and collections of legal administrative terms. Thousands of round school tablets survive with a teacher's model on one face and the student's version on the other, ranging from crude beginner strokes to advanced work nearly indistinguishable from the master's hand. Progression was flexible. Many never finished the full sequence, and pupils sometimes copied tablets to build a personal or teacher's library. Despite its professional aim, the school was also a literary workshop. Students studied canonical works, copied them, and produced new compositions. Akkadian learners later kept Sumerian literature in their curriculum and used dictionaries to master a language no longer spoken but admired much like Latin in medieval Europe. Classes ran daily from sunrise to sunset. A student's own note gives a monthly rhythm: 3 free days, 3 festival days, and 24 school days. Long days, he says. Children started between 5 and 7 and continued into youth, though we do not know how broadly they were expected to specialize before taking posts. The fullest snapshot of the curriculum comes from a text nicknamed A Failed Examination, in which a father tests his son in the school courtyard before assembled masters. The questioning ranges from the basic wedge strokes and cryptic wordplay in Sumerian to translating both ways between Sumerian and Akkadian, supplying multiple Sumerian synonyms for Akkadian words, naming grammatical terms and conjugating verbs, recognizing calligraphic and technical styles, writing Sumerian phonetically, understanding the specialist jargon of priests, metalworkers, jewelers, herders, and clerks, drafting and sealing documents and envelopes, directing choirs and knowing song repertoires, calculating rations, dividing fields, and surveying, and identifying musical instruments. The candidate fails, blaming teacher and big brother, and is sharply scolded, told he has grown old without learning, yet urged to study night and day with humility, so that he might still become a scribe, a profession the palace needs, and one that earns good pay. Several lively essays depict school life. School Days, composed around 2000 BCE, reads like a memoir. The alumnus describes reciting tablets, eating his lunch, preparing new texts, working through model and exercise tablets, then going home to recite for his father. He recalls early mornings begging his mother for food and the anxiety of facing the punctuality monitor before bowing to the teacher. He also recounts being flogged for a litany of misdemeanors, sloppy work and dress, speaking or standing without permission, wandering to the gate, failing to use Sumerian with the Sumerian master, and poor penmanship, until his exasperated family placates the teacher with gifts, after which the master showers him with blessings and hopes that Nisaba, patron of learning, will guide his stylus and raise him above his peers. School Rowdies stages a biting exchange between two classmates, each abusing the other's handwriting, dictation skills, arithmetic, surveying, estate division, legal sense, and even the ability to smooth clay before writing. One brags of being raised on Sumerian, the other is mocked as a braggart sophomore. A clever fool, a furious monitor threatens chains and confinement, and another tale, a scribe and his perverse son, shows truancy, with a father insisting the boy report to his headmaster, recite, open his bag, copy the model tablet under a big brother's guidance, submit to the monitor, then come straight home. The father's lecture mixes practical advice. Be modest, fear your monitor, avoid loitering and gawking, with a plea to seek the first generations and learn. He laments a son who will not follow the family craft, reminds him he has been spared field work, caravan duty, and labor, and warns that kin may celebrate his downfall if he does not look to his humanity. He frames the scribal path as the fate Enlil decreed, that a son continue his father's work, and closes with the raw confession that a parent's days and nights are consumed with worry, while the child wastes both in pleasure and vanity. Even after his frustrations, the father ended with a blessing, asking the gods to watch over his son and guide him toward success. For all the rigid drills, the conservative lessons, and the sharp competition, those who stuck it out graduated and found work, most often in palace or temple service, which was the school's chief purpose. A trained scribe might serve as royal or district secretary, military recorder, land registrar, paymaster for labor crews, administrator, chief clerk to a senior official, accountant, copyist, lapidary or seal inscriber, routine clerk, astrologer, mathematician, or even a teacher of Sumerian. In a dialogue known as the colloquy between an estate superintendent and a scribe, a newly placed graduate argues with his superior, both veterans of the same schools, about diligence and duty. The superintendent boasts of his own studious youth and urges courtesy to every rank above him. The scribe answers, far from meekly, that he has kept the entire household to its tasks, ensured rations and clothing, handled the unirrigated breast of the fields without sleep by day or night, and spared his master many unpleasant responsibilities. In the end, the overseer softens, praises him, and offers a formal blessing to Nisaba, patron of learning. Archive is the modern label for the working stores of documents compiled by an office or individual. Many tablet rooms were sited exactly where records were needed most, by a palace gate to log goods in and out, beside an audience hall, or near a workshop, kitchen, or storehouse. Ugarit's palace kept archives at both entrances. Ebla filed tablets near the throne room and in its administrative wing. Mari had a kitchen archive next to the kitchens themselves. Scribes built private libraries from their own drafts and their students' copies, and schools attached to temples or palaces, supported by wealthy patrons, could pursue research and accumulate tablet collections we now call libraries. Small personal libraries exist from every era, but one priest's house at Tel Ed-Der held more than 3,000 tablets from the 17th century BC. Often archives and libraries were stored together, as with the schoolmaster in Ur, who taught from his house on quiet street number 7. Across all periods, most of what we know comes from economic, administrative, and literary tablets filed in temple and palace archives, which commonly reserved dedicated rooms for storage and retrieval. The first great methodical royal library was assembled by Ashurbanipal in 7th century BC Nineveh. A literate king who boasted of his reading and writing, he dispatched agents to collect tablets from every branch of learning, ordering officials not to withhold anything of value. Arriving texts were shelved or recopied. Some were reproduced faithfully, with blank spaces where the original broke, and notes like "I do not understand" or "old break," while others were updated in contemporary style. His collection likely comprised around 1,500 works, each running 80 to 200 lines, with a core of canonical classics copied for generations and occasional new compositions added. Tablets were stored in many ways. Individuals wrapped them in cloth or reed mats, or placed them in jars, baskets, bags, or chests. Private archives were sometimes entrusted to palaces for safekeeping. At Ebla, palace tablets once set on shelves were later found where they fell when fire collapsed the room. Throughout Mesopotamia, mud brick benches, about half a meter wide, lined walls or stood in the center for stacking tablets, laying out files, or seating scribes. Smaller caches went into sealed wooden boxes or reed baskets. Entire rooms could be sealed, as a queen's letter to Zimri Lim describes. A sealed door opened by officials, baskets removed and resealed, and the room resealed afterward. Assyrian merchant records in Anatolia often turned up in sealed jars, and opening a dead or absent trader's safe required a 3-person panel to witness and record the contents. In the first millennium BC, temple archives added built-in brick and plaster pigeonholes along the walls. Filing systems were careful and deliberate. Tablets might be grouped by subject, date, or origin on shelves or benches, tied into clay bank bundles with string and tags naming contents. Large tablets from the Ur III and Old Babylonian periods often carry edge notes, a primitive spine title. Later, brief annotations in Aramaic, Greek, or Egyptian ink were added to business texts. Our knowledge of Sumerian literature's beginnings is murky. A Hellenistic Babylonian priest, Berosus, tells that after the flood, a divine voice instructed the survivors to return to Babylon and unearth ancient writings at Sippar and share them with humankind. The earliest literary tablets we possess, around 2400 BC, from Ebla, Abu Salabik, and Farah, leave the role of oral tradition unclear. Generations of storytellers and scribes likely shaped the texts we read. Individual names appear on tablets as early as 2600 BC, but most literary works circulated anonymously. A Nineveh catalog credits authors and editors for renowned compositions like the Epic of Gilgamesh. Other scribes list their lineage, naming fathers and forebears. Many call themselves simply scribe, though some add specialties: junior scribe, exorcist, astrologer, and so on. A few works bear the stamp of a single creative hand, recognizable in language, theme, and craft. Some even identify the author within the narrative or hide the name in an acrostic. Like a modern title page, a colophon at the tablet's end can give the scribe's name, date, city, shortened title, the total number of tablets in the series. a catch line for the next tablet, the owner's name, remarks on the exemplar used, and a curse against anyone who steals it. One colophon in the Epic of Creation notes its line count, admits the copy came from a waxed original with crossed-out lines, names the scribe Naid Marduk of the Smith family, dedicating it for his life and house, and records its deposition in the temple Ezida, closing, as so many did, with an invocation for protection and posterity. Writers in Mesopotamia often claimed a divine spark for their work, sometimes saying outright that a god had heard and approved the composition, and a few even insisted they had preserved an original text without alteration. The surviving Sumerian corpus is roughly comparable in size to the Hebrew Bible, though much remains undiscovered. Most of it is in the principal Sumerian dialect, yet certain voices, women and goddesses in myth and love poetry, as well as laments performed by male singers, appear in what texts call the language of women. What we read today usually comes from later copies. Babylonian and Assyrian scholars imitated, adapted, and translated these works, and many tablets present Sumerian with interlinear Akkadian glosses. In form and theme, Sumerian literature set the tone for later Akkadian writing. During the later 2nd millennium BC, Kassite-era scholars, the last great Babylonian redactors, regularized many pieces while adding new ones that spread widely. In the copying process, editors sometimes trimmed or expanded passages. Works endured because they spoke to shared human concerns, origins, heroes, the gods, and the long memory of the past, even when historical texts were recopied with an eye to universal lessons rather than chronology. Verse generally prevailed over prose, and language grew plainer across generations. Texts that lent themselves to either abridgment or expansion proved especially durable. Because literacy was rare, literature answered to the interests of the literate classes, from the broadly human to the specialist, diviners, exorcists, and other professionals. Authors alluded to familiar pieces or quoted them outright, weaving a self-aware web of tradition. Scribes typically named a composition by its opening words, hence when above for the creation epic, and he who saw everything for Gilgamesh. Ancient readers didn't pigeonhole genres, but modern scholars often speak of myths and epics, hymns and prayers, wisdom texts, essays, and historiography. The earliest finds, from about 2400 BC at Farah and Ebla, include incantations. By the early 2nd millennium, they were arranged by topic, say banishing evil spirits, and sometimes supplied with Akkadian translations. One charm against a rabid dog evokes a fleet, broad-chested creature lurking at thresholds, carrying its seed in its mouth and leaving offspring where it bit. Around the same time, we meet hymns to gods and temples, some by the first named author in history, Enheduanna, high priestess of Nana and daughter of Sargon of Akkad. In her Indictment of Nana, she laments her expulsion. Like a swallow he made me fly from the window, recounting the loss of her crown and dignity. Epics and myths tell of great and lesser gods and half-legendary rulers like Gilgamesh. Wisdom writings, akin to Proverbs, Job, or Ecclesiastes, wrestle with ethics and conduct. Instruction texts warn, for example, to avoid disputes lest you be dragged in as a witness to another's quarrel. Proverbs observe that the tongue, not the heart, breeds enmity, that one lie spoils future truths, and that into an open mouth a fly enters. Riddles also appear. One describes a house that the unseeing enter and the seeing leave, whose answer is the school, though some wordplay is now opaque. Kings receive and author hymns, and the sacred marriage imagery that links ruler, god, and fertility shades into secular love poetry. One ritual exchange has the royal couple urging each other to spend the night in joyous passion, the king declaring, "My love is poured out for you." Letters could be prayers, too. A petitioner writes to Marduk in the voice of a servant pleading, "Why have you neglected me? Look on my family, for their sakes help me." Hymns praise and petition at once. Prayers may be simple prose set before a statue or read to a deity by a votive figure, and even names can be pocket prayers like, "May God save me." Scribes became connoisseurs, labeling hymns by type, harmony, heroic, musical, or by the instrument, lyre, drum, and other strings. Performance directions, choral refrains, bows, pepper the margins. With the old Babylonian period came new forms, like congregational laments for ruined cities and temples. These poems reckon with divine displeasure, rehearse the chain of events, and beg the patron god to restore the community. In the lamentation over the destruction of Ur, the goddess Ningal sits among the wreckage, cradling a mourning harp and whispering of a fate heavy with tears, while the poem paints streets piled with bodies and festival squares stacked like heaps, the land's blood-filling pits like metal in a mold, flesh melting like fat in the sun. Survivors address Nana, asking that the city rise again before you and not fade like evening stars. Related elegies commemorate great figures and ordinary people alike. In one for a woman who dies in childbirth, she recalls joy at pregnancy turning to dread in labor, prays in vain to Beletili, and then speaks of death stealing her from house and husband, sending her to the land of no return. In classrooms where Akkadian speakers learned Sumerian, students crafted disputations, witty contests between paired rivals such as summer and winter, bird and fish, shepherd and farmer, marked in the script with a special man against man speaking sign. A king or god pronounced the winner, and the rivals reconciled. Pieces made to be performed at court and festival, keeping alive a literary culture that mingled memory, ritual, instruction, and play. Later, Mesopotamian reflections on ethics and meaning belong with what we'd call wisdom literature. Ideas about justice and deserved reward took shape slowly. People assumed the gods governed the cosmos and meted out punishment for neglect and favor for faithful service. Yet that premise could clash with lived experience. In the Babylonian counterpart to Job, the poem of the righteous sufferer, the speaker insists he has prayed, sacrificed, and honored holy days, but still suffers. He wonders how anyone can know what truly pleases a god, or fathom divine intent, and asks where mortals might ever learn a god's way. Such doubts already echo in Sumerian texts. After Ur's fall, Sumerian ceased to be a spoken language and became the learned medium of scribes, who cataloged, copied, translated, and even continued composing in it. Babylonian scholarship gained prestige beyond Mesopotamia. Some works circulated in bilingual or even trilingual form. Others faded. Akkadian literature grew beside the older corpus, recasting Sumerian pieces and adding new ones, like the Assyrian tale, The Poor Man of Nippur, in which a cheated pauper cleverly turns the tables on a corrupt mayor. How widely the public heard such works is unclear given low literacy. Much of it likely began as school exercises or elite entertainment. Court poetry certainly existed. Dialogues were probably performed, hymns and epics were recited at festivals. In practice, scribes preserved and transmitted the tradition for their successors. Mesopotamian verse often builds meaning through parallel lines, repeating, enlarging, or contrasting an idea. In The Righteous Sufferer, The poet piles up time and pleas. Years pass, misfortune mounts. The god does not show his face. The goddess does not lift her head, tightening the sense of abandonment. Sumerian poems don't employ regular meter or rhyme, and Sumerian myths and epics tend not to surge toward a dramatic climax. Characters can feel flat. Episodes sometimes remain loosely connected. Akkadian epics show a stronger sense of narrative craft. Heroes hesitate before the decisive fight, suspense rises, and disparate legends, stories of Gilgamesh and a beloved flood narrative with Sumerian roots, are woven into a 12-tablet masterpiece about adventure, friendship, loss, rage, regret, and the fear of death. First millennium Assyrian myths could also carry court politics, countering pro-Babylonian factions. Historical writing included king lists, royal inscriptions, letters, and hymns. The Sumerian king list traces rulership from before the flood through Hammurabi and even names Gilgamesh. Later lists outlined Babylonian dynasties, sometimes in bilingual format. Reliability declines with age. Early sections mix overlapping dynasties and inflate reigns. Royal records brag of victories and omit defeats. Vast numbers of letters survive, mostly about business, though private notes appear too. Openings follow set formulas. Tell A, thus B, with blessings for the recipient's life. Messages can mix orders, complaints, and cajoling lines like, "Are you no longer my brother?" Royal correspondence is especially revealing. Repairs after floods, transport logistics, dereliction of duty, war updates, spy reports, even missing persons notices. Shamshi-Adad writes his son, Yasmak-Adad, not to forgive tribal debts, lest others be angered and stay away, to scold chiefs whose men fail to muster, to leave Euphrates landholdings undisturbed except for estates of the dead or fled, and to prioritize building large boats to move royal barley. In another letter, the son, stung by a paternal rebuke, retorts, "Am I a child?" Omens were integral to statecraft. By the first millennium, Assyria had canonized large series, dream signs, celestial signs interpreted by court experts. A dream of receiving a seal bearing one's own name promised fame and descendants. Losing such a seal portended a son's death. A scholar reports to Esarhaddon that ravens dropping objects on a house foretell traffic and profit, or even a large inheritance if a bird drops meat or another bird, typical of how learned advisors translated the language of signs for kings who believed heavens. Medicine in Mesopotamia was far more developed than outsiders like Herodotus suggested when he described the sick being placed in the streets to receive advice from passers-by. By the 3rd millennium BCE, medical practitioners were well established. There were two main types, the Ashipu, who used rituals and incantations, and the Asu, who relied on more practical remedies. The boundary between the two was fluid. An exorcist might prescribe herbs, while a physician could employ chants. Often both worked together, even for the royal household. The role of a Ashipu was frequently hereditary, passed from father to son, while physicians held ranks such as chief physician or deputy. Women appear as midwives, and occasionally as doctors, and specialists included veterinarians and eye doctors. Clinical observation was important. Symptoms like pulse, temperature, skin color, and urine were noted, and contagious disease was recognized. A letter from King Zimri-Liam of Mari shows awareness of infection control, with orders to isolate a sick woman from others. The Code of Hammurabi even listed medical fees, scaled to the patient's social status. Most physicians served palaces or temples, and some were dispatched abroad as part of diplomatic exchanges. Physicians carried distinctive tools, such as herb boxes or scorched pots for mixing medicines. Mesopotamians understood that certain illnesses had natural causes, spoiled food, overindulgence, or exposure, but many were still attributed to divine punishment or demonic attack. Illnesses were seen as the hand of a god or demon, requiring both ritual cleansing and physical treatment. Cures ranged from herbal mixtures to extreme prescriptions, such as amulets involving animal parts. Over time, symptoms and patterns of disease were carefully recorded, forming large omen series. These texts described what an exorcist might observe on the way to a patient's house, the progress of diseases day by day, and whether recovery or death was likely. Diseases were linked to specific gods. For example, violent shaking might be the hand of sin, a death sentence. Women's health and childbirth were also treated in detail, including attempts to predict the sex of unborn children and guidelines on favorable days for conception. Medical remedies expanded to include an extensive knowledge of plants and minerals. Prescriptions mentioned ingredients like salt, milk, figs, dates, thyme, and snakeskin. Remedies could be applied externally as ointments, inhaled as vapor, or taken internally, often mixed with beer. A first millennium handbook listed hundreds of plants with instructions for preparation and timing of collection, much like modern herbal guides. Assyrian libraries even compiled glossaries of Sumerian plant names with Semitic equivalents, preserving an enormous pharmacopoeia. Surgery was rare and limited. Trepanation, the cutting of the skull, is attested in skeletal remains from as early as 5000 BCE, performed either to treat injury or relieve epilepsy. Surgeons set broken bones, and castration was likely performed under medical supervision, though evidence is scarce. Surgical instruments like the lancet were known, but anatomical knowledge was restricted by taboos against human dissection. Instead, priests studied animal livers and lungs for divination, which limited progress in physiology. Mesopotamians recognized variations in pulse, but never developed a theory of circulation. Although Mesopotamian medicine combined practical remedies with superstition, it laid the groundwork for later traditions. Its gods included Nineveh, Lord Doctor, and his son carried a serpent-twined rod that foreshadows the modern symbol of medicine. Much of this knowledge, alongside Egyptian practices, eventually influenced Greek medicine and shaped the path that led to the reforms of Hippocrates. Despite its achievements, Mesopotamian medicine remained bound to ritual and religion, with punishments for surgical failure as harsh as mutilation or death, reflecting both its importance and its limitations. Babylonia outpaced its neighbors in astronomy and mathematics, meticulously tracking the motions and positions of celestial bodies and marrying those observations to numerical methods, what we now call mathematical astronomy. By the 7th century BC, careful sky-watching fed into a more accurate calendar. Mesopotamia used a lunar system throughout its history. Months of 29 or 30 days, years of roughly 354 days, and month names tied to rites or agricultural cycles. To keep lunar festivals aligned with the seasons, an extra month was inserted about every 3 years. By the 8th century BCE, they had formalized a cycle of 7 intercalations every 19 years, an elegant solution later known as the Metonic cycle, which underpins later Jewish and Christian liturgical calendars. Myth and practice agreed that the moon ruled the calendar. The Sumerians even cast the moon as the sun's father. And equinox to equinox, half-years shaped ritual timing alongside the seasonal turn toward summer, around March, and winter, around September. Timekeeping likewise blended traditions. the Babylonian sexagesimal division gave us minutes and seconds, Babylon counted 12 double hours, each with 60 double minutes, from sunset, also segmenting the day into 6 equal observational parts, while Egypt divided daylight into 12 seasonally variable hours. Hellenistic scholars later settled on 24 equal hours for the full day. The earliest preserved sky records are the Venus tablets, attributed to King Ammi-Saduqa. Though imperfect, low horizons and dust hazes muddied sightings, they are still valuable for fixing chronology. Over time, omen compendia grew to include eclipses, heliacal risings, new moons, planetary paths, day lengths, and their supposed political meanings. At the close of the 2nd millennium BC, Assyrians produced astrolabes that mapped constellations and planets within a tripartite sky, ruled by Anu, Enlil, and Ea. Arranged as 3 concentric rings or columns, subdivided into 12 months, they linked stellar risings to the calendar and imagined planets as wild goats roaming among tame stars. In daily life, time was measured with water clocks, vessels calibrated by outflow, often paired with sets of bowls to capture shorter or longer intervals. With basic instruments, sighting tubes, water clocks, simple sundials, and shadow devices, Mesopotamian observers compiled star catalogs and even measured separations along the Tropic of Cancer using 3 methods: timed transits via water weight, arcs, and linear or degree lengths. A foundational handbook, Mul Epian, preserved in Ashurbanipal's library, organized stars along 3 roads, discussed planets, calendar intricacies, and Venus's disappearances and returns. From the 7th to the 2nd centuries BC, astronomers kept diaries noting monthly and yearly phenomena, moon and planetary events, solstices and equinoxes, Sirius, meteors, comets, as well as weather, commodity prices, river levels, and noteworthy happenings. Past diaries were aggregated into goal year texts to forecast future events, and entries for 164 and 87 BC mention Halley's comet. The Assyrians could also predict lunar eclipses. The most sophisticated material, dating from about 300 BC into the early Common Era, includes ephemerides charting daily and monthly positions of the moon and visible planets, along with procedure texts explaining how to compute them. Their lunar tables are strikingly precise. A Babylonian, Kadanas, calculated the solar year within roughly 4 minutes, 32.65 seconds of the true value. This high-precision computation developed contemporaneously with Euclidean mathematics and Hipparchan astronomy, though Babylonians never fused their results into a single physical model of the cosmos, as Greek thinkers tried to do. Their calculations also enabled the zodiac and natal astrology. Believing the heavens mirrored events on Earth, early omen lore focused on the fate of king and state. Horoscopic astrology later tied celestial configurations to individual births, driving the partition of the ecliptic into 12 30-degree signs and standardizing a schematic year of 12 30-day months. The earliest extant Babylonian horoscope was cast for a child born April 29, 410 BC. Chaldean skill in astrology gained renown across Europe, even as astronomical calculators and astrologers belonged to different social and intellectual circles. Beyond the skies, cuneiform tablets reveal a rich technical lexicon, not all of it now understood, and archaeological traces of advanced craft. Mesopotamians cataloged the world. Animals, plants, minerals, even deities, beginning in the 3rd millennium BC. By the 2nd, some lists became canonical. A vast series nicknamed from its opening line, interest obligations, attempted a comprehensive survey of known things, edible and artificial, real and mythical, though organization could be quirky. First millennium glosses then bridged Sumerian and Akkadian. Their natural science grew from these lexical lists and expanded by Babylonian scholars. Classifications don't map neatly to ours. Land animals might include insects and worms. Human and animal body parts could be grouped together. Remedies drew on animal, plant, and mineral sources. Omens likewise described creatures and behavior, mixing the real with the fantastic, and texts note both contemporary wild fauna and now extinct types. Literature preserves bird identifications and even onomatopoetic calls, and a market list from Larsa around 2000 BC names 18 kinds of edible fish. Royal inscriptions add another window. Ashurnasirpal II boasts of capturing live oxen, elephants, lions, ostriches, monkeys, wild asses, gazelles, deer, bears, and panthers for display at Nimrud. Sennacherib later landscaped a game park around Nineveh, where cane thickets flourished, birds nested, and wild swine and forest beasts bred. Early zoo and safari spaces curated by kings, turning the empire's reach into living encyclopedias. Ancient Mesopotamians paid close attention to the natural world, recording omens related to plants and their locations, while also valuing herbs for their medicinal uses. Some of these plants were imported from distant lands, showing the early importance of trade in medicine. They described plants in detail, often naming them by appearance, such as hound's tongue, and listed parts from flower to root. Curiosity about exotic species also inspired rulers to bring rare plants home, leading to the creation of some of the earliest botanical gardens. Tiglath-Pileser I boasted of transplanting unusual fruits into Assyrian orchards, and Sennacherib introduced cotton to the region. Merodach-Baladan II even organized his gardens systematically, arranging plots based on the plant's uses. Minerals and stones held equal significance. Mesopotamians were familiar with a wide range of gems and semi-precious stones, including lapis lazuli, jasper, carnelian, agate, and rock crystal. These materials were prized for seals, jewelry, and ritual purposes. Lapis lazuli, imported from the East, consistently topped lists of magical stones. Emeralds appeared only rarely and in later times. Knowledge of land surveying was also well developed, especially in connection with taxation. Officials measured fields using ropes, rods, and pegs, which were both practical tools and later gained ceremonial importance. Early surveys from around 2800 BC relied on pegs and ropes to measure triangles, trapezoids, and rectangles, with later plans providing more precise measurements as private land ownership increased. Map-making was another skill the Babylonians advanced. They drew field plans, estate layouts, and building ground plans, but also extended their maps to cover larger districts and even entire cities. The famous Mappa Mundi illustrates their cosmological view of the Earth as a circular disk encircled by the cosmic ocean, with Babylon at its center. Rivers, canals, cities, and regions were shown with geometric forms, while canals were depicted with parallel lines filled with wave patterns to signify water. Though scale and orientation were often ignored, these maps were practical tools for surveying, taxation, construction, trade, and even litigation. Some city maps, like that of Nippur, were so precise they compared favorably with modern excavation drawings. Travel and geography were also carefully documented. Itineraries from the second millennium. BC list routes, distances, and travel times between towns, often describing daily journeys of about 25 to 30 kilometers. Notes sometimes explained delays, such as a broken chariot or troops resting. Survey lists and geographical registers recorded provinces, towns, rivers, and mountains, though not always in their true order. Foreign places such as Arata, Magan, Meluha, and Dilmun appear frequently in myths and records. Arata, probably in northwestern Iran, was famed for its metals and skilled craftsmen. Magan, associated with Oman, supplied copper and stone, while Meluha, likely the Indus Valley, was described as a rich land of black-skinned people, abundant animals, and valuable stones. Dilmun, often imagined as a paradise, was also noted for its role in trade, providing wood and other goods. Through both trade and storytelling, the Mesopotamians built a wide-ranging knowledge of geography. They knew of lands stretching north to Anatolia and the Caucasus, east toward India, south to Egypt, and west to the Mediterranean, Cyprus, and Crete. This blend of practical surveying, mapping, and recorded experience shows how they organized, measured, and imagined the world around them, placing themselves and their capital cities at its center. The great cities of Mesopotamia were expansive, often covering more than 100 acres, and densely inhabited. They functioned not only as political capitals, but also as centers of trade, administration, and religious life. A city differed from a city-state in that it was defined by its complex economy, urban loyalty, and strong defensive walls, whereas a city-state encompassed larger administrative territories that could include several cities. The structure of a typical Sumerian city, and later Mesopotamian cities, consisted of three main parts: the walled city containing temples, palaces, and homes, the surrounding outer city, or suburbs with farmland, gardens, and livestock, and the wharf, which doubled as a commercial hub where foreign traders also conducted business. Geographical differences shaped urban development. In the south, the land was divided by canals for intensive agriculture, while the marshes provided reeds, fish, and birds. In contrast, northern cities were built on higher ground with upper and lower districts, and farmland there was more evenly valued with urban property. Southern sites, eroded by wind, often left ancient kilns and canal systems visible on the surface, while northern sites were marked by water damage and vegetation. Temples were the earliest driving force behind urban growth, serving not only religious needs, but also generating writing, governance, and economic organization. By 3500 BC, temples stood on raised platforms, dominating the landscape. Around 2800 BC, conflict over territory led to the construction of massive fortifications, while political and military leadership gave rise to palaces. From then on, Mesopotamian cities had two centers of authority: temples for religion and economy, and palaces for politics and war. Residential districts were crowded and diverse, with workshops, shrines, and homes of both elites and commoners standing side by side. Archaeology reveals that wealthy households sometimes had lavatories, while peasants lived in simple mud brick huts, a tradition that endured into modern times. The city of Mashkan Shapir, capital of the kingdom of Larsa in the 18th century BC, provides one of the clearest pictures of urban layout. Streets wound like a maze, built on uneven ground where houses had been repeatedly rebuilt. Trash was often discarded in the streets, and scavenging animals roamed freely. Craftsmen lived within these neighborhoods, and some areas specialized in pottery, metalwork, or stone carving. Unlike later cities, there was little evidence of centralized marketplaces. Trade seems to have taken place near workshops, city gates, or docks. Population estimates vary, but southern Mesopotamian cities are thought to have housed between 10,000 and 100,000 people at their peak, though densities were likely closer to rural villages at around 100 people per hectare. Populations rose and fell depending on political power and economic strength. With the Neo-Assyrian Empire came a new style of urbanism, where palace and temple complexes were built together on fortified citadels raised high above the city. Ordinary citizens were excluded from these inner cities, creating an elite core reminiscent of later centers like the Kremlin in Moscow or the Forbidden City in Beijing. At Nineveh, Sennacherib expanded his capital into the largest city of the ancient Middle East, covering over 700 hectares, with gardens, plazas, a zoological park, and irrigated landscapes. His palace and armory sat on separate mounds divided by the Kosur River, while canals and artificial swamps supported both agriculture and wildlife. Babylon under Nebuchadnezzar II rivaled Nineveh in grandeur. Known for its massive ziggurat, the fabled hanging gardens, and its imposing city walls, Babylon was described by Herodotus as a vast square city bisected by the Euphrates River. Its walls, wide enough for a chariot to turn, and its ceremonial Ishtar gate with blue glazed bricks decorated with bulls and dragons, symbolized the city's splendor. Nebuchadnezzar's palace contained grand courtyards, apartments, and reception halls, while the nearby Temple of Marduk housed a golden statue of the god. Babylon stood as both a political capital and one of the wonders of the ancient world, representing the height of Mesopotamian urban achievement. Before the Gulf War, Saddam Hussein set out to revive Babylon in a self-conscious echo of ancient monarchs, down to stamping his name into new bricks. From September 22nd to October 6th, 1994, he staged a festival titled From Nebuchadnezzar to Saddam Hussein. Babylon invokes its glories on the path of jihad and glorious development, promoted with posters pairing his profile with Nebuchadnezzar II, above images of lion friezes and a turreted gate. In every Mesopotamian city, the two anchor institutions were the temple and the palace. The principal temple stood on the city's highest ground, often with a ziggurat nearby. Palaces, lacking such lofty platforms, are harder for archaeologists to pinpoint. Under centralized regimes, a king presided over the capital while governors managed other cities, and real power was shared, uneasily, by the crown, temple establishments, and entrenched elite families. Even strong royal governments relied on local authorities to handle day-to-day matters, guarding travelers and goods, hunting down thieves and murderers, settling inheritances and domestic disputes, and drafting citizens for labor or military duty. Drawing on scattered evidence, Thorkild Jacobsen argued that early dynastic cities exhibited a kind of primitive democracy, with a civic assembly debating policy, mirrored in myths where the gods deliberate together. In tales from Uruk, elders and younger men both advise, hinting at a two-chamber format led by designated officers. Over time, assemblies were reduced to local councils or courts as rulers absorbed their powers. By the Old Babylonian era, cities were subdivided into wards, administered by household heads, and a mayor, likely meeting at a city gate, a term linguistically tied to ward at Eshnunna. Tablets list Amorites in the city by ward, each named for its leading man. Southern cities were distinctive landscapes of multiple mounds separated by canal beds that once crisscrossed the urban fabric. At Larsa, waterways split sacred/administrative quarters from residential or artisanal zones. They simultaneously divided neighborhoods and tied cities into long-distance transport and trade, with harbors and riverfront offices, the wharf, supervising commerce and exchange rates. Streets and canals both fragmented and linked the city. Paving was rare before the first millennium BC. Sennacherib remade Nineveh with broader plazas, straighter, wider streets, and a limestone processional way. Proud of his royal road, he fixed its width at 52 great cubits and set a brutal penalty for encroachment. Anyone whose rebuilt foundations narrowed it shall be impaled over his own house. The edict implies private citizens otherwise chose their house sites and plans, so long as they respected the king's thoroughfare. Major roads likely paralleled waterways, with other main streets crossing them at right angles to form roughly 1-hectare blocks, the typical scale of both a small village and an urban neighborhood. Every great city wore a belt of fortifications that marked off the urban core. Walls tended to hug the settlement's edge and could later be extended to enclose more ground as populations or state functions expanded. Conquered cities routinely had their walls torn down. Ur's early dynastic walls later constrained growth, forcing suburbs outside at some risk until larger circuits could be built. Sennacherib's capital ballooned from 72 to about 400 hectares. He raised a massive inner wall some 12 meters thick and over 13 meters high, pierced by 15 gates, and ringed the city with parks and cultivated land stretching many kilometers beyond a great outer wall. Annual cult processions led the city god's statue out through a special gate to a New Year chapel beyond the walls. Water came chiefly from the great rivers and canals, though Assyrian palaces also tapped deep wells, safer in a siege. Nimrud had wells nearly 30 meters deep, one still capable of yielding thousands of gallons a day when cleared in modern times, complete with pulley wear marks and jar chains for hoisting water. Sennacherib described ropes, bronze cables, chains, and beams set over wells to draw water daily, and he famously built an aqueduct from Jerwan, nearly 10 kilometers away, carrying flow across valleys on arches, its bed sealed with bitumen and stone, and fed by multiple tributaries to guarantee supply. Clean water mattered. Courts punished contamination harshly, and texts warn of lethal consequences from foul drinking water. Ritual purity reinforced everyday hygiene. Waste management shaped urban health. From the 3rd millennium BC, elite homes and palaces could have indoor lavatories, brick floors sealed with bitumen, drains with stone plugs, and terracotta pipes leading to street sewers, with manholes for cleaning. Most households, however, lacked bathrooms. The poor relieved themselves in orchards and fields inside or outside the walls. In Mesopotamia's heat, exposed waste dried quickly, limiting risk unless it fouled water sources. In palaces, even throne rooms might have adjoining bathrooms. Rubbish typically went into streets and open lots, often with ash layers hinting at burning. No municipal collection existed. Pigs and dogs roamed as informal sanitation crews, ubiquitous from back alleys to, among the Hittites, palace precincts, barred only from places preparing food for king or god. Those same animals, and rats drawn to trash, carried their own hazards, trichinella in pork if undercooked, fleas on rodents spreading plague, underscoring both the ingenuity and the limits of ancient urban sanitation. The city acted as both a political hub and a protective stronghold for the nearby villages. Cuneiform texts do not mention conflicts between urban dwellers and rural populations, suggesting a close connection since city residents often owned farms and estates in the countryside. In the Old Babylonian period, villages managed their own territories, whether they were independent or subject to larger powers. The laws of Hammurabi made communities collectively responsible for crimes committed within their borders. If a thief was not captured, the city and its governor had to compensate the victim for his loss. Leadership rested with village elders and the mayor, who organized water rights, crop rotations, and other agricultural matters. Letters from the period even record villages assigning land to soldiers who had no heirs, showing how communal decisions shaped property distribution. Nomads, in contrast, moved with their herds through regions unsuitable for farming, never straying more than a day's journey from a water source. They often had seasonal bases, such as Jebel Bishri, used by both Amorites and Aramaeans. Nomadic society was organized into tribes and clans, ranging from loosely structured groups to hierarchical chiefdoms. Many were semi-nomadic, farming on the fringes of cities while herding animals, a lifestyle later compared to modern Bedouin. Because nomads left few records and little material evidence, archaeologists often rely on ethnographic parallels with modern communities. One notable example was Frank Hole's work with Luri nomads in Iran, where he observed their seasonal migrations and even discovered a Neolithic site on their routes. With the help of an elder, Sayyid Ali, Hole learned that the spatial layout of tents, fireplace, ash dump, and wind orientation had remained consistent across centuries, showing continuity between ancient and modern practice. Ancient texts, however, often portrayed nomads negatively. Scribes in the cities depicted groups like the Gutians and Amorites as uncivilized, irreligious, and even animal-like. The Amorites, called Mar-Tu in Sumerian and Amuru in Akkadian, were seen as dangerous outsiders from the west who lived in tents, ate raw meat, and lacked proper burial customs. The kings of Ur even built a defensive wall against them. Yet over time, Amorites were absorbed into Mesopotamian society, taking up roles as farmers, soldiers, and eventually rulers. Shamshi-Adad I in the north and Hammurabi of Babylon in the south both came from Amorite backgrounds, illustrating how former nomads could establish powerful dynasties. The archives of Mari reveal close monitoring of Amorite migrations, and the state even employed them for labor and military service, showing the balance between control and dependence. Although nomads were often viewed as outsiders, they were economically tied to settled populations. They provided herding expertise, grazing animals on fallow fields while enriching the soil with dung, worked as farmhands, soldiers, and caravan drivers, and traded animals and goods. The Amorites bred donkeys vital for transport and farming, while later camel nomads expanded into deserts far from urban centers but maintained economic links through trade routes. Livestock represented wealth on the move, a flexible economic strategy in a land where agriculture was always uncertain due to climate, war, and taxation. Over time, new tribal waves emerged. The Amorites gave way to the Aramaeans, who were later followed by the Arabs. These groups, defined more by shifting tribal genealogies than fixed borders, continually absorbed outsiders, showing that nomadic identity was fluid, resilient, and deeply entwined with the fortunes of Mesopotamian civilization. Periods of political instability allowed the Amorites, and later the Aramaeans, to gain influence, as many rural settlements were abandoned. Nomads had the advantage of mobility, and the domestication of horses as early as the 3rd millennium BCE gave them a significant edge in raiding established communities. These raids were often most effective when the cities and farmlands were weakened by famine or conflict. Over time, however, nomadic groups were absorbed into settled populations, gradually adopting urban life. What began as tribal leaders in the desert could, within a few generations, become kings and founders of dynasties. Many tribes followed seasonal migration routes, splitting their communities so that one part farmed near settled areas in winter, while the other drove flocks northward in summer to find pasture. These annual patterns of movement were carefully organized, with grazing rights negotiated between tribes and settled communities. The Aramaeans first appear in Assyrian records during the reign of Tiglath-Pileser I in the 12th century BC, when they were described as troublesome nomads, raiding during periods of famine and hardship. By the 10th century BC, however, they had transitioned into small states across the Euphrates and Kabur regions, each named after ancestral tribal figures such as Bit Adini or Bit Bakiani. From the 9th century onward, they left inscriptions in their own language, Aramaic, marking their growing political and cultural presence. Around the same time, domesticated camels transformed nomadic life. Originally tamed in Arabia in the 3rd millennium BC, camels became essential by the end of the 2nd millennium, enabling traders to carry incense and spices from southern Arabia through the deserts to Mesopotamian and Levantine markets. Unlike sheep or goats, camels needed little water, allowing them to thrive in harsher, more remote landscapes. The social structure of Mesopotamia, vividly illustrated by Hammurabi's law code, was based less on rigid classes and more on economics. Society was divided between property owners and those dependent on them, with 3 main strata: the awilum, the mushkanum, and the wardum, or slave. The awilum, often a landowner or head of a household, owed taxes and military service to the state. The mushkanum, originally an Amorite word meaning one who bows down, ranked below the freemen and were often linked to palace service. Later, the term came to mean poor and survived in languages like Hebrew, Arabic, and even French as Meskin. Slaves were either captured in war, seized for debt, or born into servitude. At first, captives were killed, but later kings organized them into labor gangs for agriculture, construction, and the military. State and temple slaves could live in barracks, while private slaves were fewer and often worked as domestic servants. Interestingly, children born in slavery could sometimes be adopted, inherit property, or even gain freedom, while slaves themselves could buy their liberty or marry into free families, with their children born free. Debt slavery was another feature of society. Families unable to repay loans could sell themselves or their children into bondage. Kings occasionally issued edicts freeing debt slaves at the start of their reigns, a gesture of justice and renewal. Merchants traded foreign slaves, with northern Subarians especially valued. Prices varied, but on average a slave cost around 20 shekels of silver, roughly equivalent to 2 years' wages for a hired laborer. Owning slaves was often more expensive than hiring seasonal workers, so slavery was never the backbone of the economy. Still, runaway slaves were harshly punished, branded or marked, and laws imposed strict penalties for stealing palace slaves. Despite social divisions, Mesopotamian society was not entirely rigid. Freed slaves could rise in status, and even kings could come from humble origins. The story of Sargon tells how a child of uncertain birth, said to be the son of a priestess, could rise to rule, legitimized by divine will. Hammurabi himself, an Amorite, justified his authority as divinely chosen to bring justice and prevent the strong from oppressing the weak. In this way, power and mobility existed within the system. Ethnic identity, meanwhile, rarely created barriers. Many groups entered Mesopotamia, sometimes as enemies, sometimes as deported populations, but were eventually absorbed. The Assyrians, in particular, resettled conquered peoples, not only as slaves, but also as laborers, artisans, and soldiers. Skilled craftsmen could thrive under new rulers, and whole communities were integrated into Mesopotamian society. The Aramaeans, the largest of these resettled groups, were especially significant, and their assimilation eventually made their language and culture dominant across the Near East. Homes in ancient Mesopotamia were made from the same practical materials still common in Iraq. Sun-dried mud brick and plaster for the walls, mud and poplar for the roofs, and wood for doors and frames, everything sourced locally. In the southern heat, the point was shade and coolness during the long, scorching days from May through September. Bricks were molded from clay, mixed with chopped straw, and left to cure in the sun, especially in the early summer brick month. Kiln-fired bricks were sturdier but costly, so they were reserved for high-status buildings. In old Babylonian times, the lower courses of walls were often lined with fired brick, bitumen, or lime plaster to resist rising damp. Because sun-dried walls could fail, building law was strict. A negligent builder whose collapsing house killed the owner could be put to death, and liability extended even to the builder's family if the victim was the owner's child. Roofs typically combined palm trunks, reed mats, and a packed earthen layer, with stairs to the roof for drying produce, catching evening breezes, or performing household rites. Early houses tended to be thick-walled, windowless huts. When windows existed, they were small grills of clay or wood. Light came from oil lamps, little shoe-shaped bowls of sesame oil with a wick of wool or plant fiber. Interior planning was simple. Low doorways forced people to duck, adjacent homes often shared a wall, and neighbors shared responsibility for its upkeep. Door frames were painted red to repel evil, and protective figurines were buried at thresholds, along walls, in toilets, and near beds. Wealthier families lived around a central courtyard, sometimes with an upper story built on thickened foundations mirroring the ground plan. In cramped cities, the courtyard might be reduced or absent. Large houses are easier to read archaeologically. Reception rooms, kitchen and hearths, water installations, sealed strong rooms with hooked clay-sealed knobs impressed with cylinder seals, and sometimes a small private shrine. Latrines appear from the 3rd millennium BCE onward, raised platforms over pits or drains, sometimes with bitumen seats. One early palace had multiple brick-seated toilets and dedicated bathrooms stocked with tubs, stools, jars, and mirrors. Drains led to covered sewers about a meter high, and each toilet had a large pitcher and dipper for flushing. By the 1st millennium, palatial drainage systems carried waste to the river. Houses varied widely in size and plan and changed over time. 3rd millennium homes at Uruk and Farah could occupy around 400 square meters, while typical old Babylonian houses at Ur were often under 100 square meters. Everyday life brought pests. Scorpions and snakes might drop from reed and mud ceilings. Omen texts even interpreted such incidents, and recipes existed for treating stings. Ants, beetles, and cockroaches decorated the walls in uninvited patterns, and diviners read meanings into encounters with such creatures indoors and out. Furnishings depended on place, period, and wealth. Most items were organic, wood, leather, fibers, so they rarely survive, but texts and art fill gaps. Techniques included joining with cords, sinews, and glue, and upholstering with leather. From Assyria, we have the richest picture. Local workshops, imports, and tribute-supplied luxury stools, chairs, tables, couches, and thrones. Stools ranged from simple reed seats on wooden frames to folding cross-leg models with carved sides. Chairs could have arms and high backs in hardwoods, inlaid or overlaid with bronze, copper, silver, gold, and carved ivory. Seats were leather, rush, palm fiber or felt, and washable linen slipcovers are mentioned. Thrones, sedan chairs, and armchairs appear in reliefs. Footstools might end in lion paws on conical bases. Ivory fittings, often Phoenician or Syrian, show griffins, sphinxes, winged figures, and the famous woman at the window. Couches used similar decorative programs, sometimes with recumbent lions for feet. Dining used small square tables on 4 ornate legs, finishing in hoofs or paws. Tablecloths and hand-drying napkins are attested. Beds combined wooden frames and supports with rope or reed lattices, sometimes metal strip crisscrossing. Mattresses were stuffed with wool, goat hair, or palm fiber, with linen sheets, cushions, and blankets. Many bed legs also ended in hoofs or claws. Some beds were box-like. Carpets and mats served as floor coverings. Carved limestone carpet thresholds imitate textiles, while true carpets signaled wealth and doubled as wall hangings. Storage relied on baskets, skins, clay bins, and large wooden chests. Liquids went into waterproofed containers, and wine into marked large jars. Tableware ran from pottery and wood to stone and metal. Ostrich eggshell made delicate vessels. Bone forks, often single-pronged. Metal or stone-bladed knives sharpened on little whetstones, and spoons of bitumen, wood, terracotta, metal, or ivory rounded out the kit. Cooking happened in ovens inside or in the courtyard. Pots had small loop handles so they could be hung safely away from vermin. Kitchens used frying pans, perforated sieve pots, kettles, and equipment for brewing date beer. Mortars and pestles processed cereals and legumes. Hand mills of imported volcanic stone ground barley, sesame, and spices. Households could include enslaved people, usually women, though men also lived in, sometimes up to 10 of each under one roof. Their children legally belonged to the owner. Enslavers often encouraged marriages among slaves to increase household labor. Sales of individual family members happened, but were not the norm. A male slave could marry a free woman with the owner's consent. She and their children remained free even without a dowry. If she brought a dowry and the enslaved husband died or deserted her, she recovered the dowry and half the profits from it, the other half going to the owner. Female slaves might serve as concubines, either supplied by an infertile wife or owned by a husband. Bearing children did not change the mother's status during the owner's life, but she and her children were manumitted after his death. If a married woman bought a slave as both servant and husband's concubine, the woman retained ownership of the slave. The law allowed, though did not require, the children from that union to inherit. Family life centered on the house. A man was expected to build a house, meaning marry and establish a family. Monogamy was standard, but infertility could lead to a second wife, a concubine, or adoption. Of the children born, perhaps 2 to 4 typically survived early childhood, though birth numbers are unknown. Extended households commonly included unmarried sisters, widowed mothers, and younger brothers, the father's house, with kin addressing one another as brother or my own flesh. Authority was patriarchal. The father ruled until death, and the law protected his prerogatives sharply. Striking one's father could cost a son his hand. A debtor father could pledge family members or slaves to satisfy obligations, with the option, but not the duty, to redeem them later. If he died leaving minors, the eldest son took charge of the estate. If necessary, the mother could be vested with fatherhood, acting as head of the family until the children came of age. An Assyrian census from the 1st millennium BC lists household after household in the Haran district, naming the farmer, his immediate family, and the property they held, land under cultivation, orchards, and livestock. A typical entry reads much like a ledger. Adad Dura, farmer, Nashukdilini, his teenage son. 1 woman, total 3 persons, 30 land units, 1 orchard, 1 cow, all forming the estate of Arizu under Haran's administration. Read as a whole, the register implies that village families were generally monogamous. It notes sons still at home as adolescents, and daughters described as of marriageable age. Taken at face value, the average of 1.43 children per household seems too low to sustain population, which likely reflects counting gaps. Daughters married out, adult sons absent on military or state duty, and similar situations. Care around pregnancy and birth-blended medicine, protective objects, and ritual. Expectant mothers wore amulets and used herbal remedies. Incantations were recited to ward off dangers embodied by malevolent beings. Above all, Lamashtu, a female demon blamed for miscarriage, stillbirth, and crib death. To counter her, women wore the image or head of Pazuzu, depicted with a dog-like face, bulging eyes, scaly body, taloned feet, and sometimes wings, or hung plaques engraved with Lamashtu's image on one side and a banishing spell on the other. Texts also prescribe ways to aid conception, such as strings of particular stones worn at the neck, and treatments for illnesses in pregnancy, including plant mixtures warmed with oil and beer, applied internally on wool pads, and accompanied by anointing and bandaging. During labor, a woman might chew tree bark to ease pain, have her belly massaged with ointment, or be rolled with a special wooden rod. Midwives and female kin assisted, and mythic recitations sought divine help. One popular chant retold how the moon god's consort safely delivered after anointing, ending with a plea that the current birth be just as smooth. If all else failed, stronger magic was invoked. The laboring woman would go to a place of the dead, while a priest called on Marduk to bring forth the sealed one to the light. Medical tablets cover a range of gynecological conditions, postpartum complications, and even an abortive recipe, underscoring both the danger and the pragmatic approach to women's health. Childbirth was perilous for mother and infant, a reality that echoes through lament poetry, in which a dying woman tells her husband how death crept into the bedroom and tore her from him, even as prayers to the mother of the gods went unanswered. Lullabies grew from ancient incantations, meant to quiet babies, so the gods would not be angered by human clamor. Naming came soon after birth, and many Akkadian names capture parental gratitude or grief. My God showed mercy. Sin heard my prayer, or, in the case of Sennacherib, sin has replaced a brother, a royal nod to the ever-present risk of infant loss. Lists of ominous birth abnormalities range from conjoined twins to ambiguous genitalia. Malformed newborns were treated as dire portents and ritually disposed of in the river, while ordinary childhood illnesses fill omen and magical texts. Because a mother's milk could mean life or death, wealthy families hired wet nurses. Poorer ones faced tragic odds. Breastfeeding often continued for 2 to 3 years, and incidentally limited fertility. Infants slept in baskets. As they grew, they were carried in slings. Boys' births were celebrated more openly, and exposure of newborns likely fell more heavily on girls. Adoption answered the need for heirs to care for parents and inherit. Newborns left at birth could be taken in. Older children were adopted through payments to their biological parents, recorded in contracts that read like sales. Adults could also join another family by choice, and enslaved people might be freed and adopted as sons. The contracts spell out duties. The adoptee must share good and ill with the adoptive parents, provide for them in old age, perform proper burial and mourning, and inherit even if natural children are later born. Penalties for breaking the bond were severe. Parents who disowned could forfeit their estate. A son who repudiated his new parents could be shaved and sold. Letters show the emotional reality behind the legal formulas. One son complained that, though his mother had borne him, his adoptive mother loved her adoptee more than she loved him. Local practice varied. At Nutsi, buyers were adopted first so inalienable land could pass to them. In Elam, brother or sister adoption structured status, and even single women could adopt daughters who remained free and owed care to their adoptive mother. Marriage, while legally framed, was also felt deeply. Love, jealousy, despair, and attempts to win back a partner surface in prayers and love magic promising to soften a lover's heart. Law codes and contracts handled the practical side: property, inheritance, and obligations. One old Babylonian document itemizes gifts and costs a bride's father incurred over months of negotiations. Broadly, marriage moved through 4 steps: betrothal, exchange of payments, the bride's transfer to her husband's family home, and consummation. The laws of Eshnunna make the point bluntly. Without parental consent, a formal contract, and a wedding feast, cohabitation, even for a full year, did not constitute a legal marriage. With them, it did, and adultery by the wife carried a capital penalty. The groom's payment, often substantial, secured his claim. The bride's family matched it with a dowry of household goods, silver rings, enslaved laborers, fields, furniture, textiles, and jewelry. Installments could be completed by the birth of the first child, after which the woman's status as a legal wife was fully established. The husband managed his wife's property along with his own, but its origins and protections remained recognized in law. In old Babylonian times, marriage was treated as a binding agreement between families, often recorded in written contracts. These contracts listed the dowry sent with the bride and included clauses for what would happen in the event of divorce. If the groom died or rejected his bride, his father could insist that she be given to one of his other sons, provided he was of age. In this sense, a woman did not marry just an individual, but entered into her husband's family. Alongside the written contract, marriage also involved spoken vows and symbolic acts. Surviving formulas suggest words such as, "You are my wife, I am your husband," while divorce annulments reversed this with phrases like, "You are not my husband," or "You are not my wife." Wedding celebrations, especially among wealthy families, could last several days or weeks, and involved gifts of food, clothing, jewelry, and valuables from the groom's family. The bride was veiled during the ceremony, but after marriage, women in Babylonia did not wear veils, unlike in Assyria, where married women were required to do so. Since many brides were married in their teens, sometimes extremely young, they might remain in their father's home until they matured, with consummation delayed. In some cases, the groom stayed temporarily in the father-in-law's house, where the marriage was consummated on a bed often included in the dowry. Virginity was highly valued, with companions of the bride guarding her honor and producing the blood-stained sheet after the wedding night as proof. Disputes over virginity were settled in court, sometimes relying on testimony from female experts. Penetration was legally the defining factor in cases of seduction, rape, or disputes over chastity. The law codes also addressed incest and sexual misconduct. Hammurabi's laws imposed fines or severe punishments depending on the offense. A father-in-law caught with his son's betrothed could be fined, but if the son had already consummated the marriage, the father faced drowning. More extreme cases, such as sex with a mother after the father's death, resulted in burning. Generally, men were permitted only one legal wife, though exceptions were allowed. If a wife was incapacitated, a man could take another wife, but was still obliged to support the first. Concubines also played a role. In Assyria, a man could elevate a concubine to wife by veiling her before witnesses, though her status remained secondary. The children of concubines did not inherit if the legal wife bore sons. Social rules about veiling reinforced these distinctions. Married women had to be veiled, while prostitutes were forbidden to veil and could be harshly punished if they did. Erotic art and sexual practices were also part of Mesopotamian culture. Clay figurines, plaques, and seals show scenes of intimacy in various positions, though the most common was face-to-face intercourse. Other practices, including anal sex, were mentioned in texts and may have been used as a form of contraception. Some priestesses were noted for avoiding pregnancy through such means or through herbal remedies. Still, unwanted infants were sometimes abandoned, left to die, or even rescued at the last moment from animals. Prostitution was linked to taverns, where alewives ran establishments that offered drink, music, and sex, often under the patronage of Ishtar, goddess of love. Erotic plaques often decorated these spaces, and love poetry flourished as well. These poems celebrated passion, desire, and beauty in vivid sensory language, filled with imagery of gardens, fruit, and precious materials. Menstruation was treated as a state of impurity. Women were excused from work, and anyone touching them was also considered unclean. Male sexual dysfunctions like impotence were treated with rituals and remedies, though premature ejaculation was not addressed directly. Homosexual activity was acknowledged from early times. In Babylonia, it was tolerated without condemnation, though male prostitutes were mocked. In contrast, Assyrian law in the Middle Assyrian period punished homosexuality harshly, prescribing public sodomy of the accused and castration. Altogether, marriage, sexuality, and family life in Mesopotamia reveal a society that carefully balanced legal frameworks, social customs, and religious beliefs, blending strict rules with everyday realities of love, desire, and survival. Mentions of lesbian relationships in ancient Mesopotamia are extremely rare, as most sources emphasize women taking male lovers. One law from the Code of Hammurabi tells of a wife who persuaded her lover to murder her husband so that they could marry. Her punishment was death by impalement. If a husband discovered an affair, he could bring the matter before the king or the judges. Middle Assyrian law allowed several punishments. The husband could kill both his wife and her lover, cut off his wife's nose and mutilate the man, or forgive them both if he wished. Eunuchs also appear in the records. While many eunuchs served in the royal courts as officials and administrators, those made eunuchs as punishment were rare. Some men were naturally eunuchs, likely due to medical conditions, and some may have worked as male prostitutes. Sexuality had a religious dimension. Certain temples were associated with sacred prostitution, involving male, female, and even neuter prostitutes. This practice is more often noted in Babylonia than in Assyria. Some priests of Ishtar engaged in same-sex relations, practiced ritual dancing, and wore women's garments. A cultural concern about prostitutes and homosexuals was not simply moral, but practical. They did not produce children, and prostitutes appear to have known methods of preventing pregnancy. Divorce was largely initiated by men. A husband could dismiss his wife, but he was expected to return her property and sometimes pay compensation. The act was symbolized by cutting the hem of the wife's robe, reversing the knot tied when she first married. Divorce carried social stigma and was usually reserved for serious reasons such as adultery or childlessness. Marriage contracts often forbade wives from divorcing their husbands, threatening them with punishments like drowning, being thrown from a tower, or impalement if they attempted to leave. In some cases, women who asked for divorce could be cast out with nothing. The presence or absence of sons influenced how divorce played out. If a woman had no male children, her husband's family cared little about her fate. Yet, in some Babylonian and Assyrian agreements, both spouses could dissolve the marriage by paying the same fine, suggesting that wealth or status sometimes granted women more equality. Since marriage was seen as a contract between families aimed at producing sons, infertility was handled through other arrangements. A barren wife could provide her husband with a slave girl as a surrogate, and the children she bore were legally considered the wife's. Alternatively, a wife could adopt another woman as her sister and allow her to marry the husband, ensuring heirs. Priestesses faced similar restrictions. Although they could marry, they could not have intercourse with their husbands, and so they too could appoint surrogates. In Assyria, if a man abandoned his wife and she was left without support or sons, she was allowed to remarry after 5 years. If her first husband later returned, he could not take her back, though he might reclaim his children. If he had been gone against his will, such as through captivity, he could return to reclaim his wife, but was expected to compensate the second husband. Death and the afterlife were deeply woven into Mesopotamian thought. Funerary texts, myths, and rituals reveal their views of mortality and the world of the dead. In epic tales like Gilgamesh and Atrahasis, death was a creation of the gods, meant to balance human overpopulation. Though feared, death was accepted as unavoidable, and people avoided speaking of it directly, using euphemisms like going to one's fate or joining one's forefathers. The soul or spirit was believed to descend to the underworld after proper burial. Funeral rites followed a set pattern. The dying person was placed on a special bed, and a chair beside it symbolized a seat for the soul. After death, the body was washed, anointed, clothed, and buried with personal belongings according to the family's means. The poor were wrapped in mats, while the wealthy were laid in sarcophagi beneath houses or palaces. Funerals often included public viewing, and officials involved in burial were compensated with parts of the deceased's belongings. Mourning rituals could last up to 7 days, with relatives and professional mourners wailing and singing laments. Kings and prominent figures received especially elaborate ceremonies, including ritual songs like those in the Epic of Gilgamesh. Expressions of grief included tearing garments, wearing sackcloth, neglecting personal grooming, and fasting. Women in particular tore their hair and scratched their faces and chests. Once the official mourning ended, purification rites marked a return to normal life. Regular offerings were essential to care for the dead. The eldest son bore responsibility for providing food and drink to his ancestors, including bread, beer, broth, oil, and sometimes meat. Royal families extended this practice to all ancestors, while ordinary families honored those they had known personally. Neglected spirits were considered dangerous, while well-fed ghosts could intervene to protect their descendants. Altogether, Mesopotamian society tied together law, family, religion, and ritual in its handling of sexuality, marriage, divorce, and death. These practices reveal a world that sought both order and continuity, preserving family lines, maintaining social stability, and ensuring that even in death, the connection between the living and the dead remained unbroken. Several times a year, the dead were believed to visit the living for a short spell. At the close of Ishtar's descent, Dumuzi is said to return during his summer festival, Duzu, roughly June-July, and there was a broader homecoming of the ancestors in Abu, July/August. Families offered food and drink to these guests, after which the spirits departed by boat along a river road back to the world below. While the gods could restrain population growth among the living, the community of the dead only grew. The underworld, called the Earth, Great Earth, or simply the Land of No Return, was reached in one tradition by crossing a demon-haunted steppe, the Kubur River, and 7 gates with 7 keepers. In another, by water, down a terrestrial river across the freshwater abyss, and into the lower realm ruled by Ereshkigal. The place is often pictured as dim and dusty. Entrants eat dust and clay, yet not wholly joyless. The sun god Shamash shines there on his nightly circuit, and the dead dine on bread and clear water, organized under a bureaucracy mirroring that of the living. On arrival, the Anunnaki instruct newcomers and assign them their station. A female scribe checks their names against a ledger to prevent unauthorized visitors. 2 other courts are mentioned as well, one under Gilgamesh and one overseen by Shamash, whose daily rounds gave him standing in both worlds. There was no final moral judgment of the sort familiar from later traditions. Good and bad deeds did not determine status below. The harshest penalty for wrongdoing was exclusion, restless, sleepless wandering without offerings. Outsiders could enter. Even lepers were admitted, though kept apart. Infant burials remind us of the hazards of birth. Jars beneath house floors sometimes held the very young, and one Nusi jar was shaped like a breast, a stark symbol of grief. Many pregnancies failed through complications or congenital anomalies, yet enough children survived for populations to grow from the 4th millennium BC onward. A rough late rubric sets human ages in stages: 40 as prime, 50 a short time, 60 manhood, 70 a long time, 80 old age, 90 extreme old age, with an ideal cap at 120. Some truly did reach advanced age, long-reigning kings like Shulgi, Hammurabi, and Assurbanipal, and Nabonidus's mother who claimed 104. Archives show many living to 70 or more. Adult male deaths were frequently tied to war, combat, captivity, exposure, or starvation in sieges, where disease raged and cannibalism is mentioned in extremis. Floods, droughts, famine, and locust swarms struck whole regions. Several lethal infections were recognizable to ancient observers: tuberculosis, bubonic and pneumonic plague, louse-borne typhus, often following famine and filth, smallpox, likely emerging from cattle, and leprosy, rarer but chronic. Densely settled southern Mesopotamia was especially vulnerable to epidemics. The very word for plague meant certain death. Omens picture plague gods marching with armies. Cities and countries are recorded as stricken for years at a time. A Babylonian poem to Era was composed in the wake of such a calamity and hung on house walls as a safeguard. Letters from the Old Babylonian period speak of rites, avoiding crowds, and ritually cleansing cities after the gods' anger subsided. Viral diseases probably spilled from animals as urban density and close contact with livestock increased in the 2nd millennium BC, yielding human and animal strains. Inheritance rules varied by place, but a consistent theme favored the eldest son. He might take a double portion, a set premium, often at least a tenth, or first choice before others drew lots. Because houses frequently contained family tombs beneath the floors, the heir often took the residence along with ritual duties, offerings for the dead, to match. At Ur, rooms set aside as shrines clearly link home and ancestor cult. Elder heirs sometimes received the offering table explicitly. Elsewhere, estates were shared equally among brothers with a bonus to the eldest, or, in older Sumerian custom, left undivided under the firstborn's authority, who then maintained younger kin. Office holding could pass with the inheritance, temple posts at Nippur, for example. To preserve income, land was sometimes kept intact. Where division occurred, houses were physically split, doorways bricked up, new ones cut, and rooms measured by roofed floor space, with beams and doors itemized as valuable components. In southern Babylonia, primogeniture weighted shares. In other regions, brothers often divided evenly. Many old Babylonian sales of tiny house fractions were really paper transactions to compensate co-heirs for impractical microshares. Texts, architecture, and ethnography together reveal how families actually lived these rules out. Typical inheritance lists parcel land, dwellings, furniture, slaves, animals, and even ritual and military obligations, sealed by oaths not to reopen disputes. Daughters could inherit in some fringe zones, Nutsi, Imar, as legal sons, though not commonly in Babylonia or Assyria. Patrilineal principles extended to nephews. A deceased brother's sons kept his line in the division. Courts heard challenges to paternity when an heir was born posthumously. Judges examined earlier oaths, took testimony, and reaffirmed the child's rights when witnesses corroborated the birth. Witnesses swore that Sin Nada was cared for until delivery by her mother-in-law, a herdsman, the midwife, and a judge, and that the child, Ninurta Ra'im Zerim, was indeed Enlil-Bani's son. Such scenes hint that births of socially significant children were formally observed. Some tablets even preserve tiny footprints with a witness's seal as proof of paternity. Beyond paternity disputes, families tried to shape succession before death. In Old Assyrian and outlying regions, fathers drew up wills that safeguarded the firstborn's priority while allowing special bequests. A parent could disinherit a natural or adopted son, and a widow could exercise similar authority after her husband's death, but courts had to confirm these acts and could soften or overturn them if they seemed impulsive or unjust. Children who denied their parents, "You are not my father, mother," risked expulsion and loss of rights. Heads of household could also give gifts during their lifetime that would stand outside the estate. This mattered especially for daughters' dowries. If a father died before arranging a dowry, the brothers were obliged to set aside part of the inheritance for their sister. A widow did not inherit if there were sons, though a husband might earmark property for her support. She recovered her dowry at his death. If childless, it reverted to her natal family. Widows could keep a business going on their own, but remarriage ended that right. In some cities, a woman signaled departure to remarry by placing her clothes on a stool and leaving without her goods. On a woman's death, her dowry passed to her own children. If none, it returned to her brother's line. Marriages could be arranged to conserve property. Lurindu's match to an older widower required a smaller dowry. A man might marry his brother's widow to keep wealth within the clan. Priestess daughters were supported by brothers who managed their assets and inherited them at the priestess's death, although some priestesses adopted heirs or favored loyal slaves in their wills, sparking lawsuits. Earlier periods show extended families cultivating land jointly. Over time, division increased fragmentation. Professions tended to pass from father to son. Scribes taught at home. Craftmasters apprenticed boys under contracts, spelling out mutual duties. Women's standing was substantial in daily life, but not legally equal to men's. Female prominence is clearest in early Sumer, where powerful goddesses and royal women mattered. Sargon's daughter Enheduanna served as high priestess of the moon, god Nanna at Ur priestess, and composed celebrated hymns. Women scribes are attested at Sippar and Mari, though usually in modest roles or as slaves attached to elite households. In provincial Nutsi, free women actively bought, sold, sued, and managed estates. Property ownership. There was the gateway to influence, and in that arena, women operated much like men. Even so, many could act in commerce only with a husband's consent, or stepped in as widows to run family assets, often lending at interest. A woman's dowry typically merged into her husband's household and was managed by its head, so profitable lending became one way for women to build personal wealth. Funds described as being in her hand, knotted in her garment, or in her basket. The term widow in administrative language often meant a destitute woman with children. A better-off survivor might be styled simply wife of X. Women also served in temples. Cloistered priestesses, sometimes from elite families, received substantial dowries and conducted business on their own account, while brothers oversaw the property and later reclaimed it. Priestesses of Marduk were an exception, keeping control against fraternal claims. Letters from such women showed daily prayers for their family's health, even as they traded, leased fields, and earmarked profits in wills, occasionally freeing a devoted slave in exchange for care and proper burial. Socially, a woman's life was imagined in roles: daughter, bride, wife, keeper of the household, and above all as mother of sons. Where no children were born, her position weakened. Legal traditions gave widows some latitude to cohabit without a contract, and even to become a wife by lapse of time. Yet many rules still anchored them to the patrilineal house. Women outside that structure, prostitutes or alewives, appear in urban scenes at taverns, gates, or under the city wall. Prostitutes dressed to attract clients, and, unlike respectable married women, were forbidden to veil. In Western Asia, clothing served both practical and cultural purposes, protecting people from the climate and reflecting ideas of modesty and status. Our knowledge of ancient dress comes mainly from art, sculptures, reliefs, and cylinder seals, since original fabrics and colors rarely survive. Before textiles were developed, people used sheepskins, fleeces, and goatskins, with men often wearing belted garments that reached their ankles, and women wrapping themselves in toga-like outfits secured with pins and beads. Over time, wool became the most common fabric, though linen was reserved for higher quality garments, priests, and divine statues. Felt was used for shoes and linings, while cotton only appeared in Assyria around the 7th century BC, and silk even later. By the 3rd millennium BC, looms capable of weaving complex textiles were already in use, and textile production became a thriving industry, with evidence of dyed fabrics, embroidery, beadwork, and even luxury pieces decorated with gold. The famous Tyrian purple dye, made from murex shells, was highly prized, and textiles often served as trade goods or royal gifts. Clothing styles evolved through the ages. In the Old Akkadian period, men began to cover their upper bodies with robes draped over one shoulder, while women adapted their wraparound dresses to include more variety in necklines. During the Old Babylonian period, men's robes became increasingly elaborate, with fringes that could even serve as seals on contracts, while women wore short-sleeved dresses. By the first millennium BCE, Assyrian men commonly wore belted tunics with cloaks that symbolized rank. A negligent courtier could be stripped of his cloak as punishment. Cloaks were dyed in bright colors such as red, blue, and purple. Assyrians often went barefoot, though sandals, boots, and slippers appear in depictions. Prisoners of war, by contrast, were sometimes stripped naked as a mark of humiliation. With the Persian conquest in 539 BCE, fashion shifted again, with trousers introduced into Western Asia. Hairstyles and headgear carried their own meanings. Women wore their hair long, elaborately plaited or tied in nets and ribbons, often decorated with gold or precious stones. Finds from the royal cemetery at Ur, dating to around 2600 BCE, show women with golden hairpieces, lapis lazuli beads, and ornate ribbons, while men sometimes styled their hair and beards in elaborate curls or waves, with kings and gods wearing distinctive headdresses. Assyrian art often depicted men with full beards, carefully groomed and curled at the ends, while slaves and priests were distinguished by simpler styles. Gray hair was treated with oils and incantations, showing the connection between grooming and ritual. Jewelry was widespread and worn by all: men, women, children, and even divine statues. Gold, silver, lapis lazuli, carnelian, and agate were common materials, crafted into necklaces, rings, pins, and crescent-shaped earrings. Jewelry was exchanged as gifts, included in dowries, passed down as inheritance, and sometimes taken as booty during campaigns. The most spectacular finds come from Ur, especially the tomb of Queen Puabi, whose burial included crowns, necklaces, and decorated pins of extraordinary craftsmanship. In Assyria, jewelry became more elaborate, with crowns, medallions, and protective amulets against the evil eye. Women often wore ankle bracelets, a tradition that still survives in parts of the Middle East. Cosmetics and perfumes also played a role in daily and ritual life. Excavations at Ur revealed pigment containers with colors ranging from white and red to green and black, used for eye and face makeup. Eye cosmetics, based on antimony paste, were applied with carved pins, and rouge was produced from mineral-based pigments. Myths describe goddesses like Inanna adorning themselves with ointments and makeup before ritual events, showing how beauty was tied to divine allure. Aromatic oils and perfumes formed a thriving industry, with recipes recorded and even attributed to women. These scents were not only for cosmetics, but also for medicine, rituals, and magic, revealing the deep connection between appearance, belief, and everyday life in ancient Mesopotamia. The diet of Mesopotamian society was centered on barley, which was used to prepare both unleavened bread and beer. Grains were ground on hand millstones into flour of varying quality, then mixed with water, usually without leavening, to produce different breads. Millet, emmer wheat, rye, and, by the first millennium BCE, rice were also used. Breads were described by quality: white, black, ordinary, or first class. In the tomb of Queen Puabi at Ur, archaeologists even found pieces of fine unleavened bread. More luxurious breads were enriched with fats such as sesame oil, animal lard, mutton butter, or fish oil, sometimes flavored to mask spoilage. Other ingredients like honey, ghee, milk, fruit juice, dates, and cheeses were added to create cakes and breads suitable for royal tables. One text even recorded a palace recipe including butter, cheese, dates, raisins, and fine flour. Beer was another staple, brewed in many varieties. dark, light, sweet, bitter, fresh, or aged, though without hops. Women traditionally brewed it, and goddesses were associated with the craft. Beer was drunk communally from large vats using long straws fitted with filters. Rations for workers and officials often included generous daily allowances of beer, from a quart up to a gallon. Wine, by contrast, was rare and costly, produced only once a year from grapes, and mainly consumed by the wealthy and in offerings to the gods. It was known as mountain beer or bright wine, and named for its region of origin. By the Assyrian period, wine storage was on a much larger scale, with thousands of liters kept at palaces, though individual rations were still small. Grapes also provided juice, vinegar, and raisins. Milk from cows, goats, and sheep was also consumed, though it spoiled quickly in the southern heat. Dairy products such as clarified butter, yogurt, and several types of cheese, fresh, sharp, flavored, and white cheese for the king's table, were widely used. Meals often included hearty soups and stews, thickened with grains like barley flour or legumes, and flavored with onions, lentils, beans, honey, meat juices, and oils. Onions of various kinds, along with garlic, leeks, and shallots, were essential ingredients. Other vegetables included cucumbers, lettuce, cabbage, radishes, beets, and turnips, eaten raw or boiled. Fruits were plentiful. Dates, figs, grapes, apples, pears, apricots, pomegranates, plums, cherries, melons, quinces, and mulberries. Dates were especially important, serving as both food and sweetener, often made into syrups or wines. Meat was part of the diet, though expensive. Sheep, goats, and cattle were raised in large numbers, sometimes distributed through temples or palaces, and then slaughtered for offerings or consumption. Pork was also eaten and valued for its fat content, while poultry, such as ducks, geese, and later chickens, provided both meat and eggs. Horses were occasionally eaten, and fish was abundant from rivers and artificial ponds. Fish of many species appear in texts, and it was an important source of protein, though less favored after the Kassite period. Herbs and spices, salt, coriander, cumin, mustard, mint, fennel, marjoram, thyme, and others were widely used to flavor food. Honey was rare and costly, often imported, but fruits and syrups were common substitutes for sweetness. Preservation methods included drying legumes, pressing fruits into cakes, and salting or smoking fish and meat. Even ice was brought from the mountains to cool drinks. Cooking methods were varied, with meat roasted, boiled, grilled, or cooked in clay ovens. Bread could be baked directly in the ashes or on coals. Kitchen excavations have uncovered molds for decorative dishes shaped like fish or animals, likely for royal meals. Sumerians prided themselves on their sophisticated cuisine, contrasting it with the raw diets of nomadic peoples. Although no Sumerian recipes survive, later Babylonian texts preserve instructions for cooking. The so-called Yale culinary tablets, dating to around 1700 BCE, recorded about 35 recipes. These described preparations of meats and birds, broths, soups, and vegetable stews, often flavored with herbs, vinegar, garlic, and onions. Hygiene was emphasized, with repeated washing of ingredients. Presentation also mattered, with dishes served alongside fresh greens, porridge, and garnishes. However, these tablets did not specify exact quantities or cooking times, suggesting that cooks learned by practice, guided by oral instruction. They represent the earliest surviving cookbooks, showing that Mesopotamian kitchens employed professional chefs, while women had little role in large royal kitchens, aside from simple tasks like shaping barley dough. Through these accounts, we see how food in Mesopotamia was more than sustenance. It was tied to ritual, trade, and status, with cuisine becoming a mark of civilization itself. Mesopotamians loved their leisure, and play ran through the rhythm of their months. Out of every lunar month of 29 or 30 days, 6 were holidays, 3 were lunar festivals, and 3 were set aside for rest. Prime time for amusements both sacred and secular. Royal spectacle topped the bill. Assyrian kings staged lion, elephant, ostrich, and wild bull hunts that doubled as theology and politics. Success in the chase signaled divine favor and rightful rule, the triumph of order over chaos. Lions were sometimes imported and held in preserves. On hunt day, handlers loosed them from cages, while beaters and dogs drove them toward the king, who shot from a chariot, or, in set-piece heroics, grappled the mane and finished the kill by hand. The outing ended with libations over the carcasses and prayers crediting the victory to the royal patron goddess, before servants carted the bodies away. Persian monarchs later kept the tradition, and palace walls preserved it in endless carved scenes. Other competitive pastimes show up in texts and art. Terracotta plaques suggest boxing's popularity, and the Epic of Gilgamesh remembers a famous wrestling bout between the hero and Enkidu. Something like polo may have been played. Riders mounted not on horses, but on the shoulders of teammates. Gilgamesh is even accused of exhausting young men with such contests and abusing his power over young women. Archaeology has yielded real game boards. Most are stone or clay, and some from Esarhaddon's palace carry royal inscriptions. 2 classics mirror Egyptian sets. The race game of 20 squares, moved by dice throws, was so common that rough boards are scratched into bricks, and even into the pedestal of a bull colossus outside Sargon's Gate at Khorsabad. And the 58-hole game, a forerunner of cribbage. Lot boards tied to the zodiac survive with instructions on the reverse: how to draw 84 fields on the ground, the bird-named pieces, and play driven by astragals, the knucklebones of sheep or oxen, used as dice. That bird game still lives among Koshin's Jewish community in southern India. Dice themselves turn up everywhere and at every date: bone, clay, stone, even glass, marked 1 to 6, but without the modern convention that opposite faces sum to 7. Children's amusements spanned action and make-believe. Miniature weapons, slings, bows, throw sticks, echoed adult gear. Spinning tops, rattles, jump ropes, hoops, balls for juggling, puck and mallet sets, and buzzers made of pierced discs filled the active side. Domestic play featured doll furniture, dolls, animal miniatures, and model carts and wagons that copy full-size vehicles. Music saturated festival life from the early dynastic age onward. Courts and temples hired male and female singers for hymns, laments, and literary performances. Snake charmers, bear trainers, and jesters rounded out the bill. Excavations have produced strings, winds, and percussion. 8 lyres and 2 harps from Ur's royal cemetery, a clay whistle, cymbals, bells, and 3 drum types: hand drums or tambourines, hourglass drums for priests, and kettle drums beaten in temple courtyards during lunar eclipses. Trumpets signaled in war more than they made music. Theory wasn't absent. Second millennium tablets name 9 strings on the harp and describe a 7-note scale, and a complete hymn to the moon goddess Nikal from 13th century Ugarit preserves words and notation. Art shows soloists and ensembles, sometimes dancing as they play. Troops even march to musicians' accompaniment. Dancing itself appears mainly in cult contexts: whirling rites for Ishtar, feasting crowned elite entertainment. Reliefs picture kings and queens dining in garden pavilions, attended by servers and musicians, nobles in groups of 4 to a table, toasting with animal-headed Rita. When Ashurnasirpal II inaugurated his capital at Kala, he recorded a 10-day blowout with a staggering bill of fare. Thousands upon thousands of cattle, sheep, lambs, game, birds, fish, and jerboa, mountains of eggs, bread, beer, and wine in equal measure, crates of vegetables, oils, pickles, spices, nuts, fruits, honey, cheeses, and fragrances and perfumed oils for washing and anointing. He claims to have hosted nearly 70,000 invitees, locals, dignitaries from across the Near East, palace staff, and sent them home, clean, honored, healthy, and happy. Even allowing for royal exaggeration, the menu outline is clear. Abundant meats and fowl, breads, both beer and wine, brined and spiced sides heavy on seeds and onions, sweets and savories to finish, and scented luxuries to complete the experience. In Mesopotamia, literature was not just written to be read silently, but was often performed aloud, sometimes even sung. These compositions usually followed a clear poetic rhythm and structure, with verses arranged in stanzas of varying length. Kings frequently became the subjects of hymns and heroic tales, some of which even specified the musical instruments that were to accompany them. Such works were presented before the royal court, and at times the scribes may have been commissioned to compose them directly for the king. One ruler, Shulgi, even boasted that he personally wrote his own hymns. Some texts moved beyond entertainment into the realm of ritual. The Epic of Creation, for example, was recited during the Babylonian New Year festival, and its dramatic battle scene was acted out as part of the celebrations. Other works were clearly intended for cultic use, complete with instructions on how and when they should be recited. Yet some compositions also reveal a clear awareness of their audience. At the beginning of the Epic of Gilgamesh, listeners are urged to admire the city's monuments, its great temple and walls, and even a lapis lazuli tablet hidden in the foundation, an ancient form of time capsule preserving the memory of Gilgamesh's achievements. Dialogues such as the Babylonian Theodicy and the Dialogue of Pessimism read almost like scripts for performance. The first is a philosophical exchange between a sufferer and his friend, wrestling with questions that remain familiar today. Why the gods allow human suffering, and why prosperity so often falls to the corrupt rather than the virtuous. The sufferer laments that he sought out his gods faithfully, but was rewarded only with poverty, while fools and rogues thrived. His friend responds with the standard pious view that the will of the gods is too mysterious for humans to grasp. Yet the dialogue leaves the sense that divine justice is not easily reconciled with human experience. The Dialogue of Pessimism takes a lighter, satirical tone. In it, a master proposes a series of plans, and each time his servant enthusiastically agrees, praising the wisdom of the decision. But when the master changes his mind, the servant just as eagerly supports the opposite choice, producing new words of wisdom to justify it. The exchanges mock the instability of human decision-making until the servant finally offers his own dark conclusion, that the only true solution is death, since life cannot reach the heavens nor fully encompass the underworld. Other dialogues, featuring contests between symbolic characters such as summer and winter, or the plow and the pickaxe, present debates that end with reconciliation and friendship. These pieces may also have been performed, though it is uncertain whether they were limited to the royal court or shared more widely among the population. What is clear is that Mesopotamian literature was shaped not only by religious ritual, but also by an awareness of performance, audience, and the values of the society that listened to it. Over the last century and a half, excavations in Mesopotamia have uncovered temples, statues, and a variety of religious artifacts. Yet many sanctuaries were found stripped of their treasures, either stolen or deliberately removed for safekeeping. Much of what we know comes instead from written records, myths, ritual instructions, hymns, prayers, and even administrative texts that reflected daily religious thought. Personal names often carried religious meaning, such as "I was spared on account of Ishtar," or "Ashur knew my loyalty," showing how faith was woven into identity. The gods were believed to be vastly superior to humans, their wisdom and intelligence far beyond human comprehension. Myths helped people explain the origins of the universe and their own place within it. In the Babylonian epic of creation, the cosmos began with the mingling of Apsu, the fresh waters, and Tiamat, the salt sea, while Sumerian tradition credited Enlil with separating heaven and earth to prepare the world for mankind. Humanity itself was said to have been shaped from clay mixed with divine essence, sometimes blood, sometimes breath, so that people could take over the labor of the gods. But when humanity grew too numerous, the gods sent a great flood to restore balance. Religious texts often spoke of trespasses against the divine, listing sins both deliberate and accidental. A text known as Surpu recorded hundreds of possible offenses, ranging from family quarrels to mistreating animals. The belief was that disasters, famine, plague, earthquakes, or invasion were punishments for neglected rites or improper worship. Life after death offered little hope, as the underworld was imagined as a bleak place for all, regardless of merit. For this reason, much emphasis was placed on worship and maintaining good relations with one's personal god, who served as an intermediary with higher powers. This relationship was transactional, offerings in exchange for protection or blessings. If the god failed to deliver, the worshipper might threaten to abandon him for another, though a common proverb warned that you cannot make your god chase after you like a dog. Early religious thought was closely tied to natural forces. Storms, rivers, mountains, and fire were regarded as living powers. The Sumerians first organized their religion around such forces at places like Eridu, with water revered as a sacred life-giving presence. Over time, these powers were humanized into gods and arranged into divine families and professions, mirroring human society. By the 3rd millennium BC, with constant warfare, kingship became a permanent office, and rulers assumed a sacred role as mediators between gods and men. The epic tale emerged as a new literary form, casting the king as a heroic figure embodying the will of the community. Kings sought legitimacy by aligning their rule with divine will, carefully observing rituals, maintaining temples, and interpreting omens. Gods themselves were imagined as rulers of great cities and realms, responsible for their protection. Major deities, such as Enki, the god of fresh waters, were given specific duties by the higher gods, ensuring fertility of the land, abundance of crops, and prosperity for the people. As the Semitic peoples rose to power in the 2nd millennium BC, they inherited and adapted Sumerian traditions. The old pantheon remained, but the gods gradually lost their direct association with natural forces, becoming more abstract and distinctly male in character. Polytheism allowed for flexibility. New gods could be accepted alongside old ones, and divine rank often reflected shifting political realities. In this way, Mesopotamian religion evolved, blending Sumerian foundations with Semitic influences, yet always retaining its central concern with maintaining harmony between gods, rulers, and the community. In Mesopotamian belief, the gods eventually ceased to be seen as forces of nature and instead took on fully human qualities. Each city looked to its patron deity as a ruler and protector, responsible for political stability and defense against enemies. Agreements between kings and gods were even described in texts, such as the pact between Ningirsu and King Uru-Inimgina to safeguard widows and orphans. The divine world was imagined much like a human aristocracy. Gods were great landowners, powerful leaders, and masters of servants and craftsmen, while mankind existed to serve them. Myths, hymns, prayers, and inscriptions emphasized this relationship, portraying heaven as a mirror of earthly society. The gods were said to have families, courts, and attendants, their relationships often described in terms of kinship. The heavens themselves were imagined as layered realms of precious stone, and each deity was assigned a specific role depending on rank. Over time, as different peoples such as Akkadians, Amorites, and Sumerians mingled, their gods and traditions blended. Foreign deities were often absorbed into local pantheons, though there were limits. For example, Babylonians refused to adopt Asur, the god of their rivals. From the 2nd millennium BCE onward, divine status reflected political power. When Babylon rose to dominance, Marduk became supreme in its pantheon, just as Assur assumed primacy when Assyria expanded into empire. On a personal level, the idea of the personal god grew in importance. Individuals believed their prosperity and survival depended on the favor of their own protective deity, who interceded with greater gods. This bond was expressed as acquiring a god. Worshippers were expected to honor their personal deity with prayers, offerings, and rituals, much as one would show respect to a parent in return for success and protection. Yet even in this devotion lay a tension. Mesopotamian literature, such as the poem of the righteous sufferer and the Babylonian Theodicy, grappled with the troubling reality that the wicked often thrived while the just endured hardship. As politics grew harsher, myths reflected this same brutality. Tales described gods mutilating one another, while enemy deities were humiliated or condemned through ritual and propaganda. Assyrians even staged a symbolic trial of Marduk to undermine Babylon's New Year festival. In Assyria, Assur became not just a city god, but the embodiment of empire itself, with oaths sworn in his name. By the Neo-Assyrian era, temples were vast institutions reliant on royal funding, and the king himself acted as Assur's representative on earth. The line between palace and temple blurred, with the monarch serving both as ruler and high priest, personally bound by ritual duties and taboos. The divine hierarchy was formally recorded in canonical lists, some containing thousands of names. Many were of Sumerian origin, but political change brought new identities and attributes. Power tended to concentrate in the strongest figures, with major gods absorbing the roles of lesser ones. Inanna, later known as Ishtar, became both goddess of love and war, uniting many aspects of earlier deities. By the final centuries, around 30 major gods dominated worship, though countless minor and local deities persisted, including divine patrons of professions like brewing or brickmaking. At the top stood An, god of the sky, whose command was the foundation of heaven and earth. Enlil, the lord of wind, controlled both life-giving breezes and devastating storms, while his consort Ninlil embodied fertility. Ninkarsaga, the goddess of stony ground and animal births, ranked just below them, while Enki, Ea, god of fresh waters, represented wisdom, craftsmanship, and purification, often triumphing through cleverness rather than force. Myths, sometimes coarse and humorous, described his encounters with goddesses and the birth of new deities through his actions. The younger generation of gods reflected natural forces more familiar to daily life. Nana, the moon, who marked the passage of time; Ninurta, the thunderstorm and the plow, who ensured fertile soil; and many others tied to stars, rain, and growth. In this way, the pantheon embodied both cosmic powers and human concerns, linking heaven's hierarchy with the political and social order on earth. Utu, called Shamash in Akkadian, literally the sun, was imagined as the universal judge, enforcing a single standard of justice across heaven and earth and standing watch at the world's borders. That ideal of one law under one arbiter helped justify the notion of a just war, a sanctioned struggle against wrongdoers. His sister Inanna gathered many female divine roles into one and was praised as Lady of Countless Offices. By the 2nd millennium BC, she was the most familiar deity in Babylonia, her name practically a shorthand for goddess. Myths linked her with the date storehouse, shepherds, and the life-bringing spring storms. She shone as both morning and evening star, signaling the day's beginning and end, and ruled love and sexuality, with special patronage of the harlot and the alehouse. The underworld itself had its own court and bureaucracy, Nergal as king and Ereshkigal as queen, with officials such as Namtar, the gatekeeper Neti, and even Utu and Gilgamesh serving as judges. Gods never withered with age, but they could die violently, overthrown in succession struggles, executed as rebels, or slain in battles with monsters. The cult centered on the god's image, believed to contain the deity's presence. When enemies carried off a statue, that god's protection was considered absent until the image returned. Workshops produced not only major figures, but also inexpensive clay versions and images of lesser gods. A family might even pass down its gods as inheritance. Sculptors typically fashioned deities in human form and treated them as living beings, eating, drinking, making love, sulking, weeping, sleeping. Their statues, usually carved from precious woods and adorned with metals, jewels, pectorals, and horned crowns, underwent consecration rites. Chief among these was the elaborate mouth-washing, performed first in the workshop and then again by the river, with the figure turned to west and east, and presented offerings while planets and constellations were invoked to vivify the wood and its decorations. A secret act of opening the eyes and mouth completed the animation. Installed on pedestals deep within the sanctuary, the gods resided with divine families and staffs, minor deities supervising human attendants like musicians, handmaidens, counselors, and scribes who screened petitions. Symbols and standards, horned crowns, golden garments, animal emblems, could substitute for statues in ritual if a main image was lost. Temples kept careful inventories of divine treasure. Offerings ranged from jewelry and clothing to vessels and seals, and trophies captured in war could be rededicated to the gods. Certain animals signaled particular deities: the dog for Gula, the lion snake-eagle for Marduk, the goatfish for Ea, and so on, associations that persisted for millennia. Because humans existed to serve the gods, the cult treated images as royal householder guests, washed, clothed, and fed. Temples employed priests, exorcists, singers, musicians, scribes, and administrators, and maintained strict purity. A late description from Uruk outlines 2 daily meals for the statues, morning at opening and night before closing, each with multiple courses. A table was set before the image, washing water presented, and then beverages, choice cuts, fruits, and other foods were brought. Curtains were drawn so the gods could eat in privacy, with music and incense accompanying the rite. Afterward, the food sustained temple personnel and sometimes the king. Architecturally, the temple was the god's estate and functioned like a palace. Reception suites, bedrooms, kitchens, courtyards, stables, and often a wharf for the divine boat to visit other shrines or rural retreats. Economically, temples were major enterprises, farming fields and orchards, managing herds, producing textiles, leatherwork, and woodwork, and trading abroad, requiring vast storage and workshops within or beyond the sacred precincts. They amassed capital and property, yet also displayed social responsibility, such as issuing interest-free barley loans during famine and taking in poor or illegitimate children. Temples served as legal stages as well, hosting oaths, boundary rulings, and share allocations, with gods or their emblems sometimes traveling to adjudicate on site. Religious space dominated the city. Towering mud brick complexes with decorated facades, columned fronts, and carefully planned sequences of courtyards leading to the cella, often preceded by an antecella. Ziggurats, stepped towers with broad stairways rising to a high shrine, became the most distinctive markers of sacred presence. Ur-Nammu's monumental building at Ur set the classic form and helped earn his deification after death. Sanctuaries were nominally public, but practical access was restricted. Votive statues of worshippers stood in continual prayer before the deity. Offerings ranged from routine daily provisions to massive festival sacrifices of animals, incense, oils, and butter. On rare occasions, human sacrifice occurred. The royal tombs of Ur preserve the most dramatic example where court members died, likely by poison, so the ruler was not interred alone. In Assyria, a different ritual addressed dire omens. A substitute king briefly reigned to absorb looming evils destined for the monarch. At the term's end, the substitute and his consort were put to death. A chronicle even records a moment when the substitute outlived the original king after an accident, effectively becoming the legitimate ruler. In all of this, the temple stood not only as the spiritual heart of a city, but as its economic engine, judicial forum, and emblem of collective identity. Its rituals binding community to deity, its wealth and works sustaining both God and society, and its towering ziggurat announcing the bond between earth and heaven. Hymns and prayers offer some of the clearest insights into Mesopotamian religious thought. Personal prayers generally followed a set form. They opened with praise of the god, moved into the main section where the worshipper voiced petitions or complaints, and ended with renewed gratitude and flattery. Their language was formulaic, often built on repeated epithets and traditional phrases, though personal prayers composed outside of temple liturgies tended to be more genuine and emotionally charged. People prayed not only for forgiveness or healing, but also to counteract bad omens, dispel the effects of nightmares, or bring magical power to rituals. When life went well, prosperity and health were credited to divine protection, while misfortune or sickness was seen as punishment for the loss of that protection. Obedience to the gods was reinforced through numerous taboos. Lists survive warning against actions such as invoking a god's name while wielding an axe, drinking from an unbaked clay cup, breaking reeds in the marsh, or polluting a waterway. Such seemingly minor offenses were thought to trigger divine punishment, often in the form of sudden accidents or illness. Prayers were usually tied directly to ritual acts, and instructions at the end of prayers described sacrifices and their timing in detail. Merchants returning safely from long journeys, for instance, would dedicate part of their cargo to the temple of Nana at Ur, sometimes even presenting symbolic gifts like a small silver boat. The temple staff was large and varied, including priests, priestesses, musicians, scribes, guards, and laborers. Female attendants generally served male gods, and male priests served goddesses, but most staff carried out ordinary duties such as cleaning and supervising temple property. Heads were shaved as a mark of priesthood, so even barbers formed part of temple personnel. Music was central to both state and religious rituals, and records mention hundreds of singers and instrumentalists at temples. Lamentation priests, who were literate and sometimes scribes, played an especially important role in arranging ritual songs. Musicians, both men and women, could be captured in campaigns and forced into temple service, and alongside them were entertainers like snake charmers and animal trainers, creating ritual spectacles. Temple staff were sustained by rations of food, drink, wool, and other goods drawn from temple revenues. Offices within the temple, called prebends, became hereditary and were even sold or rented, evolving into shares of temple income. By later times, prebends could be divided so finely that one family might be responsible for only a single day of service each year. Yet the income from such offices remained valuable enough that their holders insisted rituals be maintained. Women served in a variety of religious roles. High priestesses offered prayers on behalf of their families, and sometimes took part in symbolic rites, like the sacred marriage. Communities of cloistered priestesses, such as those at Sippar, lived within walled compounds and often came from wealthy or royal families. Though celibacy was common, some priestesses could marry under conditions of abstinence. They managed property, engaged in business, and left inheritances to adopted children. Other women, especially those attached to Ishtar's temples, were involved in ritualized prostitution as part of fertility rites. Greek authors, particularly Herodotus, described practices in which women offered themselves once in their lives to strangers within the temple precincts, though details and accuracy remain debated. Not all female religious personnel were prostitutes. Some were dedicated to gods like Adad and expected to nurse or bear children. Orphans, children of the poor, and those offered during famine or debt could become temple slaves, often branded or marked, their status inherited by their descendants. Masters sometimes donated private slaves to temples, and conquered prisoners of war could also be dedicated. These groups, along with cloistered priestesses and ritual performers, ensured that temples had a constant workforce to support both the daily routines of the gods and the larger spectacles of Mesopotamian religious life. Temple slaves in Mesopotamia were marked with symbols of the gods they served, usually tattooed on the wrist or back of the hand. A star signified devotion to Ishtar, a spade to Marduk, and a stylus to Nabu. Slaves were also identified by their names alongside their fathers' names. Those who fled or refused to work were branded again, shackled, and sometimes confined in temple prisons. The demand for shackles was so high that temples frequently ordered them in bulk. Despite this strict control, some slaves attacked their overseers or resisted harsh treatment. They lived in quarters reserved for them, though a few owned or rented houses. Permanent slaves received rations of barley, dates, oil, and sometimes beer, salt, or meat. Clothing and footwear were also provided, though often in the form of wool that they had to weave into garments themselves. Some slaves lived more independently, paying the temple with either money or finished goods such as bricks and textiles. Religion tied the community together through recurring festivals, most notably the New Year. These events revolved around cult dramas, reenacting myths that reinforced cosmic and social order. A ritual text described households lighting fires, offering food, and reciting prescribed prayers. While the public's active role in ceremonies is uncertain, they were at least able to watch the processions as divine statues were carried through temple courtyards and city streets. Gods were believed to leave their sanctuaries during these events, visiting countryside shrines, meeting other deities, or settling disputes. Many regular festivals marked agricultural cycles, such as Thanksgiving for harvests or rituals at sheep shearing. Special offerings accompanied the first fruits and dairy products of the year, symbolizing exchange between northern farmers and southern herders. The phases of the moon shaped the calendar, with rituals performed when the moon disappeared at month's end. On this day of lying down, Nana was thought to descend to the underworld to render judgment before re-emerging as the new moon. Eclipses were seen as dangerous omens, requiring purification rites to protect the moon. The greatest celebration was the New Year festival in Babylon, lasting 11 days in the month of Nisan. The first days involved ablutions and prayers, but on the fourth evening the entire epic of creation was recited or acted out, affirming the world's stability through Marduk's victory over chaos. Ritual purification continued on the fifth day, and the god Nabu joined from Borsippa, along with the king. The king entered Marduk's sanctuary stripped of his insignia, endured ritual humiliation, and swore he had not sinned or neglected Babylon. His insignia were returned after he was slapped again, the tears in his eyes seen as a sign of divine favor. That evening, a white bull was sacrificed. Later, the king led Marduk's statue in a grand procession along the processional way and through the Ishtar gate to the New Year's house outside the city. Another central rite was the sacred marriage, a fertility drama performed in cities like Uruk. Here, the king or priest-king took the role of the god Dumuzi, uniting sexually with a high priestess or queen representing Inanna. This union was believed to ensure fertility for crops, animals, and people. The myth of Inanna and Dumuzi formed the basis of the rite, and during the New Year festival offerings related to preparing the marriage bed were carefully recorded. Human life in Mesopotamia was seen as dependent on keeping the gods satisfied, yet the gods themselves relied on humans to perform the tasks they did not wish to do. The deities were portrayed as temperamental, ready to punish severely for even small disturbances, such as interrupting their rest. Still, myths often told of them stepping in to rescue humankind from destruction. People expected arbitrary judgment from the gods, much as they experienced from their rulers, and prayers often reveal frustration with divine unfairness. Death was explained as the work of demons or the arrival of an evil day, which could also signal the collapse of kingdoms. Magic and sorcery were deeply woven into daily life, without clear boundaries between religion, ritual, and superstition. Two broad types of magic were practiced: harmful black magic and protective white magic, meant to counteract evil influences from demons, hostile forces, or other humans. Fear of curses and enchantments was widespread, so counterspells and rituals were common. Texts such as Surpu and Maklu collected rituals and incantations. Surpu dealt with cleansing and removing sin, whether intentional or accidental, often by burning symbolic objects that carried the guilt of the sufferer. Maklu, by contrast, focused on burning images of witches to destroy their influence. Identifying the sorcerer was considered important, but most texts admit that the culprit was usually unknown. Accusations of witchcraft were rare and risky, since they were difficult to prove and could backfire on the accuser. In extreme cases, justice was sought through the river ordeal, where the accused was thrown into the water. Drowning proved guilt, survival meant innocence, and the accuser then suffered punishment instead. The interpretation of omens was another key way to understand divine will. People believed the gods revealed their intentions through signs in nature or unusual events. Omens could be requested, such as examining the liver of a sacrificed animal, or they could appear without warning, like eclipses, malformed births, or strange animal behavior. Each kind of omen applied to a different level of society. Something seen at home concerned the household, signs in the city affected the community, and celestial events involved the entire state. Specialists recorded rituals to counter negative signs, sometimes in extensive collections designed for many possible scenarios. Diviners were the trained experts who interpreted the gods' messages. They practiced extispicy and hepatoscopy, reading the entrails and especially the liver of sacrificed animals, which were thought to carry divine inscriptions. They also used alternative methods such as lecanomancy, watching the shapes oil made on water, or libanomancy, interpreting patterns in smoke. Birdwatchers reported omens based on flight and calls, while dream interpreters drew on collections such as the Assyrian Dream Book. Diviners often worked directly for kings or the state, advising on politics, war, or administration. Their authority was respected, and their craft was supported by handbooks cataloging every possible sign and its meaning. The central goal of all these practices, whether prayer, ritual, magic, or divination, was to maintain balance with the unpredictable powers of the gods. Through them, Mesopotamians sought certainty in an uncertain world, asking yes or no questions to the divine in order to guide decisions that affected both ordinary lives and the fate of empires. When diviners faced unclear readings, they relied on tallying favorable and unfavorable signs, with the majority determining the outcome. If the numbers were equal, the ritual was repeated until clarity was achieved. A negative sign was not immediately dangerous, provided the intended action was delayed or abandoned, and in such cases no further rituals were required. Omen manuals were carefully structured, listing the conditional observation first, followed by the predicted consequence. These collections expanded endlessly with variations, even covering unlikely scenarios, and many omens were linked back to past events when they were first observed. Over time, this accumulated knowledge became a kind of theoretical science with thousands of entries. A special branch of divination focused on the heavens. Astral magic aimed to use the power of the stars through prayers and rituals, both to foresee events and to ward off dangers. Specialists, diviners, and exorcists practiced this craft, compiling vast records of celestial omens. Simple prayers to stars or constellations often asked for favor without explaining the reason, sometimes listing divine names, natural forces, or rivers to strengthen the appeal. In one well-known prayer to the gods of the night, the diviner kept vigil on the temple roof, addressing the constellations while waiting for dawn, asking them to place a favorable sign in the lamb for the coming liver reading. Such prayers were often accompanied by the ritual gesture of raising the hand, directed towards the stars, constellations, or the gods of the night. By the first millennium BCE, stars were increasingly identified with deities. The supreme gods, Anu, Enlil, and Ea, were not linked to individual celestial bodies, but represented the sky as a whole. Other planetary bodies, such as the Sun, Moon, and Venus, became associated with specific divine functions. The sun god was linked to justice, the moon determined the calendar, and Venus symbolized love and power. The planets were given descriptive names reflecting their movements or appearance. Mercury was the leaping one, Saturn the steady one, and Mars the red enemy. Over time, observation of the heavens developed into a scholarly discipline. Astronomers recorded new moons, eclipses, and unusual events, and compiled them in omen collections like When Anu, Enlil, which consisted of 70 tablets of signs related to the king and the fate of the land. For Mesopotamians, there was no strict division between astronomy and astrology. The stars not only revealed divine will, but also acted as intermediaries between humans and gods. The stars also influenced medicine, magic, and daily activities. Certain days were deemed favorable or unfavorable, and calendars of auspicious days guided decisions about building, marriage, or rituals. Taboos marked evil days, often connected with lunar phases, during which fasting and abstinence were required. Herbs gathered under moonless skies were thought to possess special potency, and stars were invoked to strengthen medicines or charms. Mesopotamian approaches to health reflected the same blending of rational and magical thought. Two types of practitioners served the people: the physician, who treated illnesses directly, and the magical expert, who used spells and rituals to protect or cure. Alongside human healers, the presence of ghosts played a large role in the Mesopotamian view of sickness and misfortune. Ghosts were believed to be the spirits of the dead who lingered among the living. Some haunted because they had been denied proper burial or offerings. Others were sent as punishment by the gods. Ghosts could attack people physically, appear in dreams, or be used by sorcerers to harm enemies. Despite their menace, ghosts could be pacified through the correct rituals. Offerings of water, beer, ashes, or bread were thought to calm them, and magical practices involved tying protective knots, using amulets, or preparing ointments. Some rituals included creating figurines to act as substitutes for the ghost and then burying them. To consult or control a ghost, specialists prepared ointments made from unusual substances such as centipede dust, frog intestines, lion fat, or goose marrow, which allowed them to see or speak with the spirit. If these remedies failed, another ritual of undoing was performed, often carried out by professional ghost raisers. In this way, the Mesopotamian world was one where stars, spirits, and omens shaped everyday existence. The heavens dictated time and fate, rituals promised protection, and the unseen presence of ghosts reminded people of the thin boundary between the living and the dead. Through these practices, they sought to understand and negotiate a universe that was at once ordered and deeply unpredictable. In Mesopotamian thought, demons were formless agents of harm, neither male nor female, drifting presences that ignored prayer and offerings and prowled streets and roads sowing trouble. They often came in packs of 7, a number invoked in stock charms aimed at driving them off. A few figures were vividly drawn. Lamashtu, said to be the daughter of Anu, targeted pregnant women, new mothers, and infants. Ritual handbooks paired incantations with actions that humiliated or expelled her, smashing or burying her effigy, sending it downriver, or banishing it to the wasteland. Pazuzu was the counterforce commonly summoned to blunt her attacks. Another feared presence was the Maid of the Storm, prototype of later Lilith traditions, a spurned bride whose thwarted sexuality became vengeance. impotence for men, barrenness for women. Those who died unmarried were thought to become lilu, slipping through windows to seize stand-in spouses, sometimes dragging victims to an early death to swell their own ranks. Demons had no cults and took no offerings. Many bore names like evil fate or disorder, and some were imagined as offspring of high gods, Anu and Enlil, who were not always kindly toward humans. Yet not every spirit was hostile. Colossal human-headed bulls and lions guarding Assyrian gates embodied protective power according to their form, as kings boasted, carved from rare stone to repel malign forces. When ominous signs appeared, specialists turned to Namburbu, undoing rites that shifted the threat onto a disposable object. A small male or female figurine was fashioned at First Crescent and hurled into the river with a plea that the evil be released, then followed by offerings and fumigations to placate the sending deity. Some prayers speak directly to a god, Shamash, judge above and below, begging release even from something as mundane yet menacing as a dog's defilement. Temple life had its own indispensable ceremonies. From choosing a site through consecration, builders threaded the work with rites, and the cult images underwent mouth-washing/opening to reanimate them after carving, repair, or profanation. Certain healings were timed to the sky. At dawn on the full moon's setting, when sun and moon share the horizon, an exorcist might stage a ghost-banishing service with cuts of bloodletting, offerings of milk to Sin at sunset, and beer to Shamash at sunrise, and set formulas recited in 7s and 3s before the patient changed into purified garments. Everyday needs also drew on ritual technology. Love magic manuals teach how to heat desire, from petitions to Ishtar of the stars at a reed altar to the burning of paired figurines, or women's charms to coax an angry husband back. Potency spells mix frank erotic imagery with animal potency symbolism, objects touched to the beloved, oaths to make arousal flow like a river, and wishes that embrace wind, orchards, clouds, and rain. For homes and palaces, prophylaxis was architectural. Apotropaic figures buried by thresholds and drains, dogs named Don't Stop to Think Bite or Loud of Bark, and other guardian types, blocking the inlets demons preferred. Handbooks cataloged the virtues of stones and materials, magnetite praised for its capturing pull, hematite dubbed the stone of truth, fit only for the devout. Short lists pair minerals, metals, shells, and herbs, sometimes sexed as male or female, sometimes chosen for natural marks. Amulets threaded these beads on colored wool and were tied at the neck, wrists, ankles, or laid over chest and belly. A tiny tablet even prescribes 11 stones for blurred vision to string on red wool while speaking a charm. Whether hung on bodies, buried in walls, or set beneath doorways, such objects were activated by starlight or recitation, folding the cosmic and the domestic into a single mesh of protection. In Mesopotamia, prophecy was thought to be a temporary calling. Men and women, often described as ecstatics, were seized by a god to deliver a message for a moment, a crisis, or a season. The initiative usually came from the deity, though people could also try to prompt it. What they received, visions, dreams, auditions, or even signs gleaned through divinatory techniques, was then recited or written down, frequently in heightened, almost poetic language. The practice was widespread across the Near East, but only a sliver of texts survives. In Assyria, after the 8th century BC, these sayings were compiled into tablet series, giving prophecy a formal cultic footing. Akkadian prophecies often read like predictions, but refer to events that had already taken place, their phrasing modeled on omen handbooks. The richest trove of such material comes from Mari. Oracular messages could resemble prophecy, yet be channeled through priests. One striking Assyrian report has Ishtar of Arbela appearing armed for battle, speaking tenderly yet commandingly to Assurbanipal, promising to fight on his behalf against Teumen of Elam. Subsequent events, including Teumen's defeat and beheading, allowed the court to credit the goddess with both strategy and ruthlessness. Not every ruler accepted what the specialists said. A letter to the superstitious Esarhaddon chided him for ignoring an eclipse reading, only for a high official to die soon after, exactly as the text had warned. Because diviners could massage unfavorable signs into hopeful ones, Sennacherib sometimes split them into independent groups to test their honesty, a royal version of a control experiment. Kingship itself was framed as a divine institution. A proverb captured the hierarchy. Humans are the shadows of gods, slaves the shadows of men. But a king is a god's mirror, and political events were seen as reflections of heavenly decisions. Titles varied with city and era. Accountants of temple estates could become rulers. High priestly figures and city governors could rise. The great man, Lugal, eventually became the standard king. Unlike Egyptian pharaohs, Mesopotamian rulers were usually mortal in status, though a few claimed divinity and were served by cults that mimicked those of traditional gods. Legitimation came through divine choice, gods taking the king's hand, but also through ancestry, even if succession did not always follow primogeniture. Omen series teamed with signs about the monarch's safety. To blunt bad portents, Assyrian kings endured fasts, ritual seclusion, special clothing, and other taboos until the danger window closed. Popular acceptance mattered too. Usurpers like Uru-Inimgina advertised social reforms and protections for widows and orphans to shore up consent. Installation rites at centers like Ur, Nippur, and Uruk revolved around crown, throne, and scepter. Images repeated in hymns that wished the ruler justice-wielding power, fecund reigns, and a populace that multiplied under firm but righteous rule. Royal households were both family and state theater. Daughters could be placed in prestigious priesthoods as acts of piety and policy. Inside the palace, the women's quarters were tightly controlled. Courtiers risked mutilation or death for breaches of conduct. Even catching an accidental glimpse of an undressed palace woman could bring a beating. The harem was guarded by eunuchs. Discipline among the women could be brutal, and edicts describe punishments meted out within. Now and then, a queen or queen mother wielded real power. Sennacherib's Syrian-born consort, Nakia Zakutu, is a case in point. Her death was solemn enough to be noted in the Babylonian Chronicle, and during the crisis following Sennacherib's assassination, she effectively held the reins until Esarhaddon could be enthroned. Her influence endured into Assurbanipal's reign. Administration expanded with territory. Palace bureaucracy likely grew from temple models, with detailed record-keeping of people and commodities. As empires absorbed cities, former polities became provinces governed by appointees. Hammurabi, for example, preserved local structures while asserting central control. The palace was a small city. Residence, ministries, workshops, storehouses, and treasury, with a throne room and audience halls for ceremony. Sub-courts sprang up around the crown prince or queen mother. A designated house of succession could house the heir. Governors kept residences in the capital. Caravans and shipments fed the court and its animals. Kings micromanaged. Letters show Hammurabi tracking taxes, canals, walls, labor, and officials defended themselves against charges of delay or negligence. Above all, the ruler's job description fused piety and policy. He was to secure justice, protect the weak, and guarantee prosperity, the visible signs of divine favor. He endowed temples, commissioned statues, provided revenues, staffed festivals, and took part in great seasonal rites. When he could not attend, a royal stand-in did. Building and rebuilding sanctuaries was a sacred duty. Iconography shows kings carrying baskets of clay or laying the first brick. In emergencies, eclipses, ominous births, bad celestial signs, he submitted to the same ritual regimen that governed his subjects, only more so because the welfare of the realm was thought to ride on his alignment with heaven. Mesopotamian kings were expected to dispense justice in the god's stead and served as the ultimate court of appeal, though they often sent disputes back to local authorities. Court procedure was methodical. Each side gave oral statements, witnesses were examined, written records were produced. Even very old tablets could be opened from their clay envelopes and read. And if facts were still murky, judges wrote to officials to summon more testimony or investigate on site. Punishments were meant to match the offense. Day-to-day judging was handled by town elders, mayors, and benches of judges who sat at the gate or in temple courtyards, with verdicts announced by a herald. Difficult accusations, such as perjury, sorcery, adultery, or homicide, could be settled by the river ordeal, where drowning signified guilt and survival innocence. Although attorneys are not attested, a professional class of judges appears by the early 2nd millennium BC, some styled judges of the king, and they were bound by strict standards. Hammurabi threatens any judge who reverses himself after sealing a decision with a 12-fold fine and removal from office. Courts had supporting officials. A soldier functioned like a sheriff to enforce orders and recover property. A barber marked slave status and later destroyed voided tablets, and a herald broadcast official notices, from lost seals to slave runaways to conscriptions and sales. The king could hear cases himself, require oaths, issue rulings with community-wide consequences, and his edicts and letters show hands-on oversight. Murder cases were traditionally his prerogative. Royal decrees might impose capital punishment for fraud or abuse of office, and later rulers granted remissions of labor and debt to cities. Transactions could be concluded orally or in writing, and often used stock formulas and symbolic acts to signal divorce, disinheritance, servitude, or guarantee. Contracts, covering sales, loans, partnerships, deposits, employment, marriage, adoption, and inheritance, followed recognizable patterns, listed witnesses, and seals, and were sometimes enclosed in sealed clay cases to secure the text. Curses in later Babylonian documents warned against breaking terms. On coming to power, kings issued reform edicts to relieve social pressure. Over time, some also compiled law collections framed by royal prologues and epilogues. These codes, written in if-then case style rather than arranged by subject, drew on custom and earlier decisions and could be cited as models. The fullest is Hammurabi's, with 282 cases beneath a scene of the king receiving the rod and ring from Shamash. Its penalties are notably severe, prescribing death, mutilation, and beatings more often than earlier collections. The epilogue presents the stele as a beacon for the wronged to read and find peace, and as guidance for future rulers. Yet surviving court records rarely quote the code directly, and everyday practice sometimes diverged from its provisions. In Assyria, merchant statutes are referenced in Old Assyrian texts. The Middle Assyrian laws, preserved in fragments, treat women, property, slaves, livestock, and goods reflect especially harsh punishments and low female status and make frequent use of the river ordeal. After the 2nd millennium BC, Assyrian legal codification does not continue, but royal justice, local benches, rigorous procedure, and the king's role as guarantor of order remain the backbone of the system. Conflicts in Mesopotamia often grew out of disputes over wealth, fertile land, irrigation rights, and access to the Tigris and Euphrates, as well as the desire to obtain timber, stone, and metals. Early city walls, perhaps first intended to keep out wild animals and thieves or to control flooding, soon became symbols of political power. These fortifications, sometimes richly decorated, proclaimed a ruler's strength as much as they offered protection. Warfare itself was explained as the will of the gods. Kings justified their campaigns by presenting themselves as divine agents. Sargon II, for example, claimed that his war against Urartu was punishment ordained by Assur for the sins of its ruler. Such declarations were recited publicly, blending religion with political propaganda. Before and during campaigns, diviners consulted omens and animal entrails to ask specific questions about enemies and battles, and royal inscriptions praised Ishtar as a goddess who marched beside the king. Ancient powers varied in their approach to the rules of war. Egyptians avoided surprise attacks, while the Hittites embraced them. The Assyrians, in contrast, perfected the use of terror as a weapon. Their inscriptions and palace reliefs describe scenes of blinding, mutilation, impalement, and mass executions, all displayed deliberately to break enemy morale. Conquered towns could expect looting, burning, enslavement, and horrific violence. Prisoners were often flayed alive or had their heads displayed as trophies. The Assyrian kings, such as Ashurnasirpal II, boasted of massacres and acts of cruelty that left survivors too frightened to resist. Siege warfare and pitched battles were used, but psychological pressure, threats, propaganda, and calculated brutality was often preferred to save time and resources. The spoils of conquest were divided, with soldiers taking part in plunder while the king reserved luxury goods for palaces and temples. Maintaining control of conquered peoples was another challenge. The Assyrians developed deportation as policy. Whole populations were uprooted and resettled elsewhere. This both punished rebellion and provided labor for agriculture and monumental building projects, while weakening resistance to Assyrian authority. The practice, begun in earlier centuries, became systematic from the 9th century BC onward, with hundreds of thousands displaced. Deportees contributed to the empire's cosmopolitan character, supplying workers, farmers, and even soldiers. Persistent rebels faced gruesome punishments, such as public flaying or execution, with their kings' heads displayed in Assyrian capitals. Military organization evolved over time. Early texts from Sumer describe constant wars, with conscription and record-keeping of men, weapons, and chariots. Sargon of Akkad boasted of thousands of soldiers who dined with him daily, marking the first known standing army. Later kings, such as Shulgi, developed specialized military units. During the Old Babylonian period, the Ilkham system tied land ownership to military service. A man who failed to answer the call to arms could be executed, and the Code of Hammurabi prohibited hiring substitutes, although in practice some contracts allowed it. Soldiers' land grants could be inherited but not sold, ensuring the link between property and service. Documents distinguish between regular troops, reserves, nomadic auxiliaries, and foreign specialists. For example, Kassaitis were valued horsemen, and Euphrates tribes were conscripted for patrol duties. Assyrian military forces grew enormously with empire. By the Iron Age, conquered peoples were incorporated into the army and eventually gained rights equal to native Assyrians. Records claim steadily rising troop numbers. Shalmaneser III spoke of more than 40,000 men, Tiglath-Pileser III of nearly 73,000, and Sennacherib of over 200,000. Whether these figures were inflated or not, they show how rulers projected power. By combining organized armies, harsh discipline, calculated terror, and the claim of divine mandate, Mesopotamian states, above all the Assyrians, transformed warfare into an instrument of both conquest and control. Sennacherib divided the royal army into separate contingents, sometimes placing them nominally under the authority of the queen or crown prince. Although queens were not usually active in military affairs, one inscription credits Samuramat, wife of Shamshi-Adad V and mother of Adad-Nirari III, with playing a decisive role in a campaign that fixed boundaries among 3 regions. Once the Assyrians subdued an area, administration followed directly from military control. The king was both political leader and commander-in-chief, supported by a small circle of senior officers: a field marshal who led the army in the king's absence, a vice-chancellor who advised on state affairs, and a major domo who held unique access to the ruler. Authority was flexible, and the king could bypass ranks to give direct orders. Official appointments, however, often reflected patronage and personal gain rather than integrity. Governors treated their provinces as private domains, extracting wealth through bribes, taxes, and favors. The structure of the army itself was diverse. Chariot units contained a driver, a shield-bearer, and a third man, often forming the king's personal guard. Infantry, cavalry, engineers, and supply units made up the rest. Soldiers could serve as scouts, messengers, laborers clearing roads, or shock troops breaching city defenses. With the growing size of the army, new facilities appeared, such as the Review Palace, described by Esarhaddon, built to manage troops, weapons, horses, and captured spoils. Equipment and weapons varied widely. Foot soldiers carried axes, spears, bows, and maces. Later they used swords and iron weapons. Defensive gear included helmets, small shields, and scale armor for both men and horses. Chariots became central in warfare after their introduction by the Hurrians and Hittites, ranging from heavy 4-wheeled vehicles to lighter 2-wheeled models for speed and maneuver. Charioteers wore elaborate armor made from hundreds of overlapping copper or bronze scales, crafted in palace workshops. Military campaigns could involve long marches, pitched battles, sieges, and raids. Planning was meticulous. Shamshi-Adad I's correspondence with his sons shows how routes, supplies, and intelligence gathering were carefully coordinated. Couriers used a system of posting stations and fresh mule teams, traveling up to 30 kilometers a day, while signal fires relayed urgent news across vast territories. Garrisons were stationed in conquered towns, and troops were drawn from both urban and nomadic populations. Siege tactics became increasingly sophisticated. Engineers redirected rivers to weaken city walls, built ramps and scaffolds, or employed battering rams. Mari texts mention prefabricated siege towers floated downstream to battle sites. Soldiers sometimes crossed rivers on inflated skins, while bridges and temporary roads facilitated the transport of supplies and siege engines. The Assyrians also employed naval forces when necessary. Sennacherib was the first Mesopotamian ruler known to cross the Persian Gulf with a fleet of warships built by Greek craftsmen. Campaign accounts describe widespread destruction, orchards cut down, irrigation systems ruined, and city walls leveled. Yet complete devastation was often avoided in favor of submission. Psychological pressure, propaganda, and demonstrations of force often preceded open battle. Detachments marched through territories collecting tribute and reorganizing administration, only resorting to full-scale assault when resistance proved unavoidable. Surprise attacks, night operations, deception, and the use of spies all formed part of their strategy, ensuring efficiency and minimizing their own losses while projecting an image of invincibility. When battles ended, victors stripped cities, homes, and people of anything valuable. In local conflicts within Sumer and Akkad, sanctuaries were usually spared because the gods were shared. That restraint vanished when enemies were involved. Elamites were remembered for violating Ur's inner shrines and wrecking their adornments, and the Hittites famously hauled off Marduk's statue after taking Babylon. Spoils followed recognized customs. The king kept the richest share: gold, silver, ivory, objets de luxe to embellish palaces and temples, while commanders received portions and often landed estates as rewards. From the 8th to the 7th centuries BC, we even see paired recorders tallying loot side by side, one inscribing in Akkadian on clay, the other in Aramaic on parchment or leather. Soldiers treated plunder as part of their compensation. Kings also dedicated tokens from their booty to the gods. Inscribed stone vessels marked Booty of Elam or Booty of Magan show the habit persisted into Assyrian and later times. Human captives were among the most valuable prizes. Tablets from the Ur Third Era list large numbers of women and children. Men often do not appear, likely because they were killed, mutilated, or sacrificed. Royal propaganda boasted of heaps of enemy corpses buried in mounds, doomed, it was said, to trouble their descendants as restless spirits. Those who escaped siege or flight frequently died of hunger or disease. Cannibalism is mentioned but appears rare. Prisoners were driven long distances, sometimes naked, shackled at the neck or netted, hands bound. To economize on metal, many were blinded. Even then, they could perform basic labor like hauling water. Some captives became hostages for negotiations or were ransomed. Others worked for set terms in houses of bound men. Ration lists and death notices attest to these practices. Peace and alliance were formalized with oaths and ritual acts. Mari texts speak of slaughtering asses during treaty ceremonies. Agreements invoked the gods as guarantors and set terms for future conduct, succession, military aid, extradition, and borders. Breaking an oath was a religious offense. Vassal treaties, common in the first millennium BCE, spelled out the limits on a lesser king's diplomacy, trade, tribute, and military service. Overlords also pledged to defend vassal frontiers and even restore damaged foreign temples for the sake of those gods. Esarhaddon's famous loyalty oaths required periodic renewal, allegiance to his chosen heir, bans on poisoning or sorcery against the crown prince, mandatory reporting of plots, and blood-for-blood retribution against regicides, backed by terrifying curses calling for extinction of the offender's line. Babylonia posed a special problem for Assyria, too close and culturally intertwined to treat as a typical province. Assyrians alternated between installing client rulers, sometimes married to Assyrian princesses, and managing a delicate coexistence to keep invasion routes open. Annual Assyrian campaigns usually began in spring. A show of force often secured tribute without a fight. Payments ranged from fine goods to horses and stored grain for garrisons. Great provinces delivered substantial sums. Outlying regions sent token gifts. The diplomatic world was vibrant. Messengers crisscrossed borders, envoys negotiated, and rulers maintained extensive written correspondence alongside ceremonial visits. Dynastic marriages cemented alliances, and audiences with kings required gifts and careful protocol. Access was tightly controlled, with palace officials acting as gatekeepers. Ambassadors enjoyed immunities, but could be recalled if troublesome, and returning home without a generous countergift was tantamount to a diplomatic snub. Conquest also produced assimilation. Deportations, immigration, merchant communities abroad, and mixed marriages gradually folded outsiders into host societies. Assyrian policy even encouraged it. Sargon II populated his new capital with peoples of every tongue and installed Assyrian tutors and officials to shape loyalty. Interpreters bridged the linguistic gaps. Assurbanipal recounts receiving a messenger whose language no one in Nineveh could understand, an emblem of the empire's reach. From the 2nd millennium onward, rulers wrote to one another in Akkadian, the lingua franca. Archives at Mari and Amarna preserve hundreds of letters. Address terms, father, son, brother, signaled rank. Sensitivities over status could spark friction, as when a rising Assyrian king's claim of brotherhood drew a tart Hittite rebuff. Etiquette demanded timely congratulations or inquiries on accessions and illnesses. Silence was an insult. Letters of introduction secured hospitality for high-status travelers, and treaties set reciprocal liability for crimes against foreign merchants, including triple compensation when killers were caught, or even when they were not. International relations extended to shared grief and state funerals. Assyrian vassal kings who died in battle could receive honors in Assyria. Hittite correspondence records formal mourning for a Babylonian king and the pledge to safeguard his heir, affirming that, as now, recognition of legitimate succession mattered to the wider community of powers. Mesopotamia nurtured some of the world's earliest farming villages, and by around 6000 BC, people there were already cultivating most of the staples later texts mention, managing herds of domesticated animals, and running organized irrigation, certainly in northern Babylonia. With hardy cereals like barley and wheat, canal water, and the traction of the plow, agriculture scaled up despite the region's harsh, semi-desert climate, turning it into antiquity's most productive breadbasket. Plants supplied roughly 9/10 of daily calories. The rest came from livestock: meat, milk, cheese, and eggs. Barley dominated the fields and even doubled as money. Wages were commonly paid in measured barley, and grain and dates sat at the heart of commerce. City administrations often steered farm policy to push yields higher, intensifying cultivation with frequent planting, mixed crops, and manuring, expanding arable acreage, and tapping new labor schemes. Because harvests could fail through flood, drought, blight, or locust swarms, survival also depended on storage, trade networks, and, at times, warfare. Letters and omen reports to kings even track locust threats, though in Assyria, locusts were also considered a delicacy. Low rainfall shaped the landscape. Except in the mountains that carried forests, most land needed irrigation, and vast cereal fields defined the view. A Sumerian didactic text, the Farmer's Instructions, blended practical tips with ritual reminders for this cereal-first economy. Harvesters used sickles with flint inserts, then poured grain, measured by volume, not weight, into tall, cylindrical silos raised on wooden grids to keep out damp and rats, with ladders for dumping sacks from above. Barley, tolerant of salt and dryness, anchored bread and beer. Emmer accompanied it. Millet is rarer early on. Rice arrives much later under Persian rule. Archives mostly reflect bulk staples for temples, palaces, and big estates rather than small garden plots. But kitchen crops were plentiful: onions, garlic, leeks, turnips, lettuces, cucumbers, and spice seeds like cress, mustard, cumin, and coriander. Linseed, grown since before 6000 BCE, produced a fine edible oil that became an old Babylonian economic mainstay. Olive oil came only from foothill orchards. The date palm, first cultivated in the south, was unrivaled in utility. Fruit eaten fresh, dried or fermented, saplings yielding a celery-like heart, every part serviceable, and pollen transferred by hand from male to female trees. Word lists name more than 100 terms for palms and their parts. Dates and pomegranates were the common fruits, with apples, figs, pears, and a plum also known. Northern woods supplied tamarisk, poplar, willow, and a pine. Gums and resins scented perfumes and incense, and mastic served as ancient chewing gum. Animal keeping began in the Neolithic and ranged from hunting truly wild species to managed resources like fish ponds and bees to fully domesticated herds. Over time, reliance on gazelle, deer, and onager declined as settled economies favored stock animals that provided meat, milk, hides, wool, and hair. Sacrificial animals had to be unblemished and often white, and while many species were acceptable, sheep carried extra ritual weight. Their livers answered divine questions in extispacy. Economically, sheep were paramount across the Near East, chiefly for milk products and wool. Meat was more occasional, reserved for offerings, weddings, and gifts to officials. Specialists fattened males with richer rations for better flavor and fat. Sheep thrive in varied conditions, moving when rain fails. Goats often grazed with them, their hair becoming textiles and sacks. Ownership ranged from state and temples to private citizens. Big flocks bore brands, the gods' symbols on temple animals. Contracts detailed terms with shepherds, who might sublet to shepherd boys, received dairy and a set cut of wool, and had to account for losses. Disease or lion kills might be accepted if they produced skins and sinews, but negligence demanded repayment. Urban residents sometimes kept just a few animals. Records even joke about sheep on the roof. Techniques shifted from plucking molting wool to spring shearing by the mid-second millennium, with contracts tied to shearing and lambing seasons. Milk production appears in art. At Al-Ubaid, reed sheds shelter cows while milkers sit behind, then rock narrow-necked jars to separate butter before straining into wide-mouthed vessels. Fresh milk spoiled quickly in the heat and was used more in remedies and processing than as a drink. Ghee, cheese, and yogurt traveled better. As cities grew, pastures were pushed outward so fields could carry crops, and the Temple Palace complex managed large-scale herding and redistribution. Calculations from Neo-Sumerian wool deliveries suggest millions of sheep, an emphasis that diverted land to fodder and squeezed supplies of meat and milk. Many animals reached consumers through sacrificial channels. Refuse layers distinguish sacred slaughter from everyday butchery. Power farming and herding advanced together. Fifth millennium plow agriculture required traction, boosting cattle numbers. A Kassite seal shows a cedar plow behind two humped oxen, with a worker feeding grain into a funnel that drills seed into the furrow. Cattle were prized more for draft and dairy than for sacrifice, never used for liver omens, and demanded barleys and reeds beyond simple grazing. Ur-3 officials budgeted ox rations alongside seed in cultivation costs. Before horses, traction animals changed with technology and taste. Wild onagers hauled vehicles by the late 4th millennium. At Ur, Queen Puabi's sledge was drawn by them. Early Sumerians bred domestic donkeys with onagers for a swift, strong but sterile hybrid. After horses spread in the second millennium, mules appeared for wagons but remained costlier than donkeys, which stayed the workaday pack animal of plow, cart, and overland merchant caravans, famously those of the Assyrian traders in Anatolia. Horses, literally nicknamed the mountain donkey for their upland origins, entered Mesopotamian life as chariot pullers in the second millennium BC, and by the first, as cavalry mounts. They figured in oaths, offerings, and treaty rites, and their breeding and training were honed by Hurrian cities, the Hittites, and later Assyria, as surviving manuals attest. Kings, princes, magnates, and armies prized them. After about 900 BC, the best studs were in Armenia, northwest Iran, and the Levant, and Assyrian annals brag about seizing thousands as booty. White horses fetched exceptional prestige and were often presented to temples. Camels were latecomers, little used before the first millennium BC, and then chiefly by Arab nomads. Their nicknames, Donkey of the Sea or Donkey of the South, hint at their provenance. As camel herding matured into caravan trade at the millennium's start, imperial punishments against Arab groups in the 7th–6th centuries BC captured so many animals that prices collapsed. Dogs, among the earliest domesticates, guarded flocks and courtyards. Two broad types are visible in the record: sleek greyhounds for the hunt and heavy mastiff-like herders. Dogs could be tied to healing cults, yet dog was also a slur. Cats hunted vermin in houses and competed with mongooses, which also killed snakes. Bones of lions, panthers, wolves, hyenas, foxes, wild boar, and jackals show a once rich fauna, later thinned by hunting and shrinking habitats. Guards defended farms and pens from both raiders and predators, using pits on game trails and special barbed heads, like those from Ur, to bleed and weaken quarry. Some wild creatures were tamed as pets, including gazelles and antelopes. The Asiatic elephant once ranged along great rivers from Syria eastward, its ivory a valued craft material. Birds, ducks, geese, mallards, storks, quail, and many more were netted, trapped, and decoyed. Eggs and meat mattered more than fish in many places, and one proverb wryly pairs the fowler's luck with the fisher's. Ancient texts even try to spell bird calls. Chickens moved in from the east only in the first millennium BC, reaching Greece by about 600 BC. Their bones multiply in later layers, and by late Persian and Hellenistic times, they were dietary staples. Francolins, partridges, geese, pigeons, and doves served as food and offerings. Geese appear in Babylonian breeding by the late 3rd millennium, ducks by the early 2nd, prized for both flesh and eggs. Exotic captives, ibis, cranes, herons, even pelicans trained to fish, joined a countryside alive with thrushes, blackbirds, sparrows, larks, and a sky of raptors and carrion birds. The Near East lay on major flyways, so migrants crowded in spring and autumn. Honey was rare and costly when gathered wild. By the 3rd millennium BC, people were already keeping bees for honey, and wax used in medicines and writing surfaces. A Babylonian inscription boasts of introducing the honey-collecting flies to a royal garden and knowing how to separate honey from wax by boiling, skills passed to palace gardeners. The region's cities ultimately rested on farming. Most people were cultivators, politics turned on irrigated yields, and myths echoed the seasonal anxiety over flood, drought, and storm. Early villages took root where rain sufficed and resources were diverse, but by about 5000 BC people began supplementing rainfall with guided flows on alluvial fans. Farmland was judged by water. The north lived mostly by dry farming, the south by canals. In rain-fed zones, barley, emmer, and wheat were sown, with fallow and rotation keeping soils productive. The system was extensive and resilient enough to tolerate bad years, and when peace and climate aligned, harvests could support dense cities even with modest seed returns. In the south, irrigation was essential, not least because salts accumulated early and threatened soils. Main channels fed branching distributors that often ran atop earthen embankments. Big courses could be more than 100 meters wide, while feeders narrowed to a meter or so and were deep enough to carry a steady head. Weirs lifted water, levees kept floods penned, breaches were stuffed with earth and reed bundles, baked brick quay walls set in bitumen-armored banks, and gravel-lined beds fought scouring, techniques recorded as early as the 3rd millennium BC. Kings made canal works both state duty and pious deed. Local authorities dredged silt, and rivers and canals watered fields, cooled bankside groves, and served people and animals alike. Because snowmelt swelled the Tigris and Euphrates in spring, exactly when crops stood high. Flood control and gravity-fed timing were everything, and constant evaporation and seepage made careful scheduling vital. Farmers struggled against salinization with laborious reclamation. Practical irrigation boiled down to getting water to arable land, holding it there, draining it off, and keeping out unwelcome flows. Small plots and gardens were hand-watered from wells or streams, but cereals thrived best under controlled downhill distribution. Simple outlets, holes opened in a bank, let water into distributaries. Temporary mats of reeds or permanent brick and bitumen regulators raised levels as needed. Gardeners stacked life vertically, date palms above, fruit trees under their shade, and vegetables and herbs below, a 3-tiered shade garden that, in Sumerian story, was inspired by the gods to spare tender plants the scorching winds. In those layered groves, palms sheltered citrus, pomegranate, and apple. Peas, beans, lentils, leeks, cucumbers, lettuces, and garlic, and seasonings like cumin, coriander, mustard, and watercress. The same pattern still shapes Iraqi date and tamarisk stands, a double canopy for a 3rd layer of crops. Pleasure parks drew water by hand from wells and ponds. Modest house plots did the same. Fruit tree domestication differed from annuals. Cuttings and grafts made orchards a long investment, so the earliest tree crops were those easy to propagate and store: olives in brine, grapes, figs, and dates dried for off-season use, followed by grafted apples, pears, plums, and cherries once techniques matured. Such groves flaunted status. Assyrian kings planted oil trees in their parks, and olive thrived in Assyria, though not in Babylonia. Descendants of 1st millennium plantings still grow around Nineveh and Nimrud. Nebuchadnezzar II is credited with creating the famed hanging gardens, tiered, irrigated terraces planted with exotic trees to delight his queen. Beyond such royal showpieces, fishing long supplemented everyday diets. Nets, fixed or cast, did most of the work, but spears, harpoons, baskets, and only occasionally rods were used, since many river fish were large. People fished from banks and boats. Sailcraft ventured onto open water. Baskets held the catch. Carp were common, and texts list dozens of fish names, though many terms are now obscure. Salt preserved fish, and turtles and their eggs were eaten as well. Later, references to fishing decline. In Neo-Babylonian Uruk, the very word for fisherman even drifted toward criminal. On land, the alluvial plain's flatness and poor drainage posed constant challenges. By about 2000 BC, salinity had become a documented problem. Canals were recut to flush salts, but when irrigation failed, people abandoned fields and moved, especially northward in the early 2nd millennium, in search of better soils. Cereal farming and large-scale date cultivation operated at several scales. Vast temple and palace domains, private holdings, and small allotments for the urban poor, nomads, and herders. Surviving records skew toward institutional estates, so the everyday picture is surely broader than the archives suggest. Over time, urban dwellers increasingly rented land to private farmers and partnerships, peaking in the Neo-Babylonian era, while reliance on slaves and bonded labor for fieldwork diminished. A typical farmer drove the plow while helpers sped the work. A team might plow roughly 1 EQ a day. Seed plows covered about 2 IQ daily. In the Akkadian period, family plots often ran 4 to 10 IQ, enough to sustain a household. Farming was capital intensive. Seed, tools, and especially draft animals cost dearly. Working oxen needed quality feed, barley during the season at about 1 measure of fodder per 2 measures of seed sown. Laborers were provisioned in rations or a share of the harvest. Big irrigation jobs were scheduled for slack times. In the Old Babylonian period, a slave averaged approximately 20 shekels of silver, with extremes up to 90, while a hired hand earned approximately 10 shekels a year, making seasonal hire cheaper than ownership. Tenant farming dominated. The landlord supplied seed, animals, and implements. The tenant paid a fixed share of the yield. Productive farms matched tasks to landscapes across irrigation zones. Households kept poultry and sometimes a sheep or goat. Women oversaw domestic weaving and stock care, but most families still depended on specialists around them. Marshes, reed beds, and scrublands, the herders, fishermen's, and fowlers' domains, supplied food, fuel, and raw materials. Herds grazed away from fields except when needed for plowing, threshing, or stubble gleaning. Royal and elite households relied on extensive lands. Mid-rank officials and soldiers held smaller, comfortable plots, often lightly assessed. Prosperous smallholders were numerous, though equal inheritance and alternating fallow could fragment holdings as generations passed. Tenants on great estates often slid into dependency, especially with chronic labor shortages. Loans frequently bound debtors to work a creditor's fields, ensuring elite harvests at peak times. At threshing, the crop was commonly split, 1/3 to the landlord, 2/3 to the tenant. Texts label farmers as a rural sub-elite responsible for production and taxes, with revenue responsibility subcontracted down the chain. Shares moved upward at every level, from field hand to local officer to ruler, and ultimately to the god. The most detailed picture of organized agriculture comes from Sumer, under the 3rd dynasty of Ur. The year began at the spring equinox, with half the fields in grain and half lying fallow to be flooded and leached of salts in preparation for plowing. Harvests ran from mid-April into June. Early autumn rains or preliminary irrigation prepped fields. Fallow plots were cleared and leveled with timber drags. A 3-man team with 4 oxen cut the first autumn furrows. Lighter operations used 2 oxen, or even donkeys, handled by 1 man. Deep furrows meant better yields. Wooden plow points were best tipped with metal. Fields took their shape from water and teams. Long, narrow strips along canals, the length of a single furrow so animals could rest and drink at each turn. Sowing began in October with seed plows or by hand drilling followed by a plow. Irrigation then flushed salts. A classic farming text recommends 3 waterings during growth, with a 4th late pass adding roughly 10% to the yield. Barley, salt-tolerant, was the mainstay. Temples and palaces functioned as giant households, provisioning staff with food, oil, and clothing. In early dynastic cities, the temple economy was indistinguishable from civic and political life. Architecture reflects the wealth of a priestly secular elite. Temples farmed their own lands, granted fiefs to personnel and citizens, and rented plots on shares. They ran granaries, mills, bakeries, and herds. Outside the sanctuaries, rulers, officials, priests, and free citizens held lands, often as family property. Many free people still depended on temple, palace, or noble estates and received land in return for service. With an able heir, such grants could become hereditary. Landless folk, craftsmen, wage laborers, sharecroppers, worked in institutional estates or royal administration. As palaces grew, they rivaled temples in splendor. And by Ur-III, a vast bureaucracy tracked everything entering or leaving temple and palace, naming all parties involved. State-managed production and redistribution knit together cities, villages, and camps with constant political-economic realignment. Profitable wool and leather industries rode on control of state flocks. Shulgi imposed monthly quotas across provinces to fund sacrifices and temple maintenance at Nippur. At the top sat the royal government with estates, workshops, and trading hubs. Temples held their own endowments, and a wealthy bureaucratic class prospered on taxes and estate returns. Royal storehouses fed the court, officials, household staff, the army, and dependents. Merchants, the emerging middle tier, thrived on long-distance trade. The system rested on working people, state laborers and taxpayers, smallholders, tenants, and slaves. Long-distance trade was a royal preserve. Officials imported metals, copper, tin, specialty foods, resins and aromatics, fruit trees and herbs, tanning and dyeing agents, ship timber, tortoiseshell, and more. In exchange, they shipped bulky staples Mesopotamia produced in surplus: wool, barley, wheat, dates, dried fish and fish oil, and raw and finished hides. Silver balanced accounts and increasingly served as money, medium of exchange, unit of account, and standard of value. Though much trade still settled in kind and arable land, remained communally and institutionally held. Institutional wealth financed risky expansions into marginal lands and investments in irrigation, livestock breeds, plant varieties, and tools. They optimized outputs with sheep fattening stations and careful sowing calculations. In official records, rent and tax blur. The countryside appears as a dependent labor landscape paid largely in rations. Subsistence and poverty rarely enter the ledgers. Surveyors measured wet ground before plowing to mark boundaries, register cultivable parcels, and assign workers. Leases were dated after harvest. Revenues were assessed in barley at communal threshing floors that doubled as tax collection points. Typical leases ran 2 to 3 years, with rent as a percentage of yield or like neighboring fields. Communities paid fees to maintain canals. Tenants opening new land negotiated special terms. Officials recognized soil variability and factored it into planning. A Shulgi-era register classifies parcels as good, middling, with or without grass, plowed but failed, reclaimed, brought out of water, flooded, poor, canal or dike, bridges, wells, orchards, villages, and ancient mounds. Trade also reached the Indus world, source or entrepot for black wood, gold, ivory, and carnelian. A Meluha interpreter is mentioned, and a Meluhan village appears under Shulgi near Lagash, evidence of sea routes up the Gulf 2,300 to 2000 BC. Under the Kassits, the Kuduru, a carved boundary stone, recorded royal land grants lodged in temples or on site, with tablet copies for owners. These grants, often to temples or loyal servants, removed fertile fields from tax rolls, like city privileges, Kidinu. Kuduru reliefs display divine symbols, signaling sacred protection of those entitlements. Public proclamations of private land sales, complete with accurate surveys, formalized transactions if unchallenged. Across periods, society consistently polarizes around landholding, those who owned and those who depended. Private, literary, and legal texts, Hammurabi's included, highlight individual rights alongside institutional power. Many people were legally free, tied neither to temple nor palace. In Amorite Babylonia, the private sector, landed property worked by hired hands or slaves, flourished, echoing Akkadian precedents. Ration systems gave way to fiefs, land grants tied to military or civil duties, sometimes fulfilled by substitutes. Palaces and temples retained large estates, but tenant farming remained the dominant operating model. The institution supplied inputs. The cultivator returned a fixed share of the harvest. Temples might glitter with gold, silver, and lapis, but ordinary old Babylonian households owned much simpler things, and everyday shopping seems to have happened in small stalls along buying streets, and at gates used for exchange with itinerant sellers in the mix. Dowries and inheritances list what people actually had: textiles, a bed or two, some chairs, a bronze cup and platter, maybe a pair of gold earrings. From Ur 3 records, we can trace work and pay with unusual clarity. Wages were figured per day and rations per month. A canonical schoolroom figure set the daily wage at 10 liters of barley, about 2.5 gallons, for 2 millennia, though real contracts often paid less. Men's monthly rations might be 2 liters of bread and 2 of beer, bare bones if they fed a family, plus about 2 kilograms of wool a year, scarcely enough for 1 garment. New Year or other feast days could bring bonus barley, meat, and oil. Mid- and high-ranking officials lived off subsistence fields, ranging from roughly 15 to 90 acres. Workers did drift away or disappear. Pension-like support shows up too. Cloistered women were to receive large barley allotments, a little oil, wool, and flour from their designated heirs. Sons were expected to keep elderly fathers comfortable. Debt was a trap. Interest commonly ran at about 20% for silver and 12% for grain, with penalties on top for late payment. When a borrower fell behind, the repayment often became labor on the creditor's land. Omen texts mirror social anxiety from both directions: the poor dreaming of wealth, the rich dreading a fall, and everyone wary of palace interference. By Ur 3, accounting itself had become a social technology. Tablets balance receipts and outlays over roughly 6 or 12-month periods of 30-day months, rolling forward totals and even counting the days after a laborer's death in both debit and credit, actual. Time off wasn't weekly or rigid. Breaks varied by task and stamina, with men and women treated differently in practice. Institutional merchants retailed wool, oil, fish, dates, figs, barley, wheat, and silver on behalf of palace or temple. They also brought in what estates could not produce: bitumen, gypsum, feathers, fruits, and other specialties. Grain seldom appears in palace merchant accounts, likely because estates already pulled in more than enough through rent and their own acreage. Grain also acted as a unit of account or medium of payment, muddying market visibility. Farmland was priced by expected yield. Rents typically returned 1/3 to 1/2 of the crop to the owner, with shares adjusted if the landlord supplied seed, animals, and tools or paid taxes. Later, great firms, Egibi of Babylon and, in the 5th century BC, Murashu of Nippur, managed fields for absentee elites, leased royal lands to tenants, and converted agricultural surplus into metal. There was more arable land than labor to work it, so law codes pressed tenants to keep fields and dikes in good order. Individual farmers gained most by intensively cultivating smaller areas. Owners gained most by expanding acreage. Under Persian rule, political calm favored accumulation. Private archives, often extending earlier Neo-Babylonian ledgers, show large numbers of people lending and trading on a silver standard, mostly within their own towns. Two houses, Egibi and Murashu, range wider, Egibi across Babylonia and occasionally into Iran, Murashu dominating central Babylonia, while international long-haul trade is largely in non-Babylonian hands. Deal forms are consistent. A promissory tablet identifies the commodity metal or produce, lender and borrower, term, interest, collateral, witnesses, scribe, place, and date. On repayment, the tablet returns to the debtor and is usually broken. If not, a receipt tablet substitutes. Joint ventures pool capital from 2 to 5 backers, front it to an agent to trade, then split profits pro rata or by a fixed return plus a sweetener. Templates also used for partnerships. Silver sat at the center of valuation long before coin. In Ur, 3 balance sheets, all inflows and purchases are priced in silver by weight, so accounts balance, even when no metal changes hands. In Old Babylonian practice, prices are in silver, but payment in actual silver is rare, and the texts don't fuss over fineness, suggesting accounting rather than settlement metal. By Neo-Babylonian times, scribes distinguish qualities of silver in detail, and the palace polices its circulation. Coinage itself begins outside. Electrum pieces in Lydia around 650 BC. Greek coinage follows a bit later. Assyrian texts use half shekels as a casting benchmark for bronze long before coins circulate, and the breakthrough in Mesopotamia seems to be small stamped silver pieces. Then, in 493 BC, Darius I formally introduces silver coin to the empire. In the Seleucid age, weight and issuing ruler set value, and private banking booms, with lenders amassing fortunes at steep rates. Before coin, money took many forms. Administrations cast spiral silver rings of set weights, often 5 shekel coils, but also 1 to 10, alongside stamped sheets, blocks, shavings, bracelets, and other breakable shapes. Units were traditional. 1 mina, 60 shekels to the mina, 60 minas to the talent. Silver paid taxes, bought land and slaves, and underwrote finance. Copper stipends to workers served petty purchases. Other metals, copper, tin, bronze, gold, circulated at fixed ratios. Transactions were by weight. A chunk was broken to size on a scale, so routine that the word for silver also means the broken thing, and specialized terms name the fragments. We have sets of weights, but no complete balances. Even in coin-using eras, pieces are weighed. Officials distrust face value, and evidence of shaving and counterfeiting is common. Trade in ancient Mesopotamia was a wide and complex system that linked cities, regions, and distant lands. Evidence for this comes from contracts, letters, inscriptions, and the discovery of foreign objects at archaeological sites. Goods made in workshops tied to temples and palaces were exchanged for resources such as metals, stone, wood, spices, and perfumes. Foreign trade followed major routes, particularly along the Persian Gulf and up the Euphrates toward the Mediterranean. This exchange not only provided material wealth, but also spread Mesopotamian culture beyond its borders. While daily needs like cereals, dates, animals, hides, clay, and basic construction materials were available locally, rare and luxury goods were sought for the prestige of rulers, palaces, and temples. These items included lapis lazuli from Afghanistan, ivory, and fine metals, often acquired through difficult and dangerous journeys by land or sea. Powerful rulers controlled much of this trade. Sargon of Akkad created the first empire by seizing control of key cities such as Mari and Ebla, which were central to wine and metal distribution. Expansion into regions like Elam brought even more resources under imperial authority. By the late 2nd millennium BCE, trade became tightly regulated. The Hittites, for example, limited Anatolian merchants in Ugarit to protect local traders, restricting them to seasonal trade and denying rights to buy land or houses. In later centuries, the Assyrians strengthened their influence by demanding tribute, but records also show clear evidence of independent commercial activity, such as a contract listing the receipt of hundreds of horses vital for warfare. Tribute and trade thus existed side by side, with goods like ivory and lapis lazuli flowing into the empire from many directions. Transportation played a crucial role in keeping this system alive. Rivers such as the Tigris and Euphrates, supported by a network of canals, provided the most efficient means of moving goods. Ships sailed through the Persian Gulf and the Mediterranean, sometimes influenced by Levantine and Aegean designs. When rivers could not be used, donkeys, mules, sledges, and carts carried loads across the land. Sledges were even used to haul the massive stone colossi of Assyrian palaces. Roads were primitive but necessary, often little more than dirt tracks that shifted over time, though some bridges and paved sections were created in larger cities. The Urartians, Babylonians, and Assyrians all invested in road building to secure mountain routes or river crossings. These routes served both merchants and armies, and failure to protect caravans could trigger conflict. Trade agreements between rulers ensured safe passage, while records from places like Cappadocia reveal traders also used hidden smugglers' roads to bypass taxes. Travel itineraries show that long-distance journeys could last many months, winding through complex networks of stops and detours. Messengers, envoys, and merchants often overlapped in role, acting as carriers of both goods and information. Their routes, used for centuries, became arteries of diplomacy, commerce, and war. In this way, trade was not simply about goods, but about the very connections that bound Mesopotamia to the wider ancient world, sustaining its prosperity and extending its influence across regions. The Syro-Palestinian trade routes were essential links in the ancient world, stretching both lengthwise and across the land. Their position between Anatolia, Mesopotamia, Babylonia, Arabia, Egypt, and the Mediterranean made them vital for the exchange of goods. From these routes, Syria imported raw materials and also exported timber, wool, oil, wine, textiles, and fine crafts. References from poetry recall the grandeur of earlier times, describing exotic animals like elephants and apes arriving in marketplaces, creatures that could only have come from distant lands such as India. When the Neo-Assyrian Empire rose to power between the 9th and 7th centuries BCE, it inherited existing roads but did not significantly expand them. The key change was that the central administration took direct control of the road system. This allowed for faster communication with the capital, efficient movement of troops, and reliable postal services. Roads were carefully measured using cords, with distances recorded in precise units. These royal highways became permanent features, even marking boundaries in land sales. Stations built along the way provided rest stops for soldiers and travelers, while mounted couriers carried messages from station to station. Kings like Sargon II and Sennacherib even paved sections near their capitals, marking them with milestones. Yet most paved stretches quickly gave way to rough tracks, a practice abandoned until the Roman road systems much later. Desert routes were opened with the use of camels, which the Assyrians bred in large numbers. Caravans became the safest way to travel, especially through deserts and mountains where guides and escorts were essential. Journeys were often made at night during the hot summer months. Goods could be moved by wagons, pulled by oxen or donkeys, but most long-distance transport relied on caravans of donkeys and, later, camels. Records show that donkeys could carry up to 75 kilograms, covering about 25 to 30 kilometers a day. Heavy goods like timber required specially maintained wagon tracks and great effort to build mountain roads. Despite these difficulties, caravans made trade possible across long distances, offering protection from raiders and wild animals while keeping transport costs manageable. River and sea routes were just as important as land. In Mesopotamia, rivers and canals formed a dense transport network. Boats carried food, livestock, building materials, and people, and clay maps of canals have been discovered. Seagoing ships also ventured far beyond the Gulf, linking Mesopotamia to regions as distant as the Indus Valley. Ports like Dilmun acted as trading hubs for gold, copper, pearls, ivory, and timber. Oman, known as Magan, supplied copper and stone, while Melucca traded ebony, ivory, carnelian, and gold. These goods often reached Mesopotamia under strict royal supervision, with checkpoints along rivers ensuring official control. Despite the importance of maritime commerce, descriptions of the ships remain vague. They are mentioned in texts as large ships, short ships, or wide cargo ships, and a few seal impressions give only limited images. Some evidence suggests that ships sailed from Harappan ports and along the Arabian coast as early as the 3rd millennium BC. Goods were packed in vessels that navigated through lagoons and bays to islands like Failaka and Bahrain. By the 1st millennium BC, Elamite traders controlled much of this traffic, while routes around Arabia and into the Red Sea were already active by 3000 BC. Navigation relied on simple techniques. Barges were pushed or towed upstream, taking weeks to cover distances that downstream currents allowed in only a few days. Larger ships required organized shipyards and skilled boatwrights, with evidence that massive wooden ships carried cargo to faraway places. Shipwrecks in the Persian Gulf illustrate the risks of long voyages. Merchants often avoided full financial partnerships because of the dangers at sea, and sailors sometimes dedicated silver ship models to their gods in thanks for safe journeys. One of the most striking pieces of evidence comes from the Uluburun shipwreck off the coast of Turkey, dating to the 14th century BC. The vessel carried a vast and varied cargo: silver, tin, copper, glass ingots, ivory, ebony, oils, nuts, spices, and other goods. Its route linked Phoenicia, Crete, and Egypt in a great circuit of exchange. Navigation was still basic, using sounding rods rather than instruments, yet such voyages reveal the impressive scale of international trade. Together, the land and sea networks made the Near East a center of global interaction in antiquity. Caravans and ships carried not only goods, but also cultural connections, ensuring that distant regions remained tied to the economies and ambitions of Mesopotamian and Near Eastern states for centuries. In the 1st millennium BC, seafaring in the Levant was dominated by the Canaanites and later by the Phoenicians, whose ships became essential for trade and war. The Assyrian kings relied heavily on Phoenician sailors and craftsmen to build and man their fleets. By the 8th century BC, warships equipped with bronze-covered rams appeared, designed to smash into enemy vessels. Oars were passed through small ports cut into the hull, protecting rowers during naval combat. A century later, ships were developed with two tiers of oarsmen, the lower row beneath the deck and the upper row above. Shields were mounted along the sides of the deck to defend soldiers standing above the rowers. Maritime activity was highly regulated. Laws going back to the second millennium BC set rules for navigation, ship hire, salvage, and crew wages. Even Hammurabi's code included details about boat construction, fixing rates for caulking, and holding the worker responsible if the boat leaked within a year. In Mesopotamia, two traditional boats, the coracle and the raft-like kelek, were widely used and still survive in similar forms today. The coracle, a round basket-like vessel made of woven reeds and covered in skins, floated low on the water but was surprisingly effective for river crossings. The kelek was a raft supported by inflated goatskins, which could withstand river rapids. Once downstream journeys ended, the rafts were dismantled, their wood sold, and the skins packed onto donkeys for reuse elsewhere. Canoes made of wood were also common, propelled with paddles or poles, much like those still seen in Mesopotamian marshes. Crossing Mesopotamia's canals often required simple floats or inflated skins. People tied the openings of animal hides to trap air inside and used them as buoyancy aids to swim across rivers. Soldiers in Assyria were even issued such skins for river crossings. Major Assyrian capitals like Ashur, Nimrud, and Nineveh were built on the Tigris to take advantage of water transport. At Nimrud, massive quay walls were constructed with stone blocks to provide access for unloading heavy cargoes, while Sennacherib's Nineveh included a quay gate. These harbors collected tolls and were used for transporting huge stone statues and other materials needed for royal building projects. Trade colonies established by old Assyrian merchants in Anatolia provide some of the richest details of early commercial life. Thousands of letters and contracts reveal how textiles from Ashur were exchanged for silver and gold in Asia Minor, while tin, likely from Afghanistan, was transported by caravans and sold at great profit. Merchants traveled with donkeys carrying loads of up to 90 kilograms each, paying taxes and customs duties at various points along their route. Their profits could be high, and the trade supported multiple generations of merchant families. These traders also enjoyed considerable social prestige and emphasized their ethical standards in their records. For over a century, caravans moved steadily between Ashur and Kanesh, the central Anatolian trading colony. Business disputes, inheritance arrangements, loans, and partnerships were all recorded in the tablets found there. The Assyrians lived in their own merchant quarter, called the Karum, which originally meant quay or wharf, but came to mean the community of traders itself. Trade was organized through family firms. The senior members remained in Ashur, while younger relatives managed affairs at Kanesh. Partnerships were sometimes formed to raise larger amounts of capital, and taxes were paid to local rulers for protection and permission to operate. Beyond the large-scale operations, there were also small merchants who functioned more like shopkeepers or peddlers, selling directly to individuals. Some carried bags of weights, others were known as firewood men or salt men, moving door to door with their goods. While some traders engaged in dishonest practices by tampering with weights, many operated within the framework of trust and regulation. Temples and wealthy individuals also financed trade by lending silver to merchants, who repaid either in goods, at favorable prices, or with interest. Trade routes linked distant regions through cities like Mari, which served as a hub for the tin trade between Asia and the Mediterranean, and facilitated exchanges connecting the Persian Gulf with Syria and beyond. Merchants often doubled as envoys, carrying gifts between rulers under treaties that promised protection. Even so, the dangers were high, and many lost their lives to bandits or political turmoil. Despite periods of disruption, long-distance commerce never disappeared. It shifted hands and routes, eventually thriving again under the Aramaeans and Arabs, who managed the caravan networks stretching from the Mediterranean to the heart of Asia. Through these evolving systems, river transport, caravans, colonies, and maritime ventures, trade shaped the economies and cultures of the ancient Near East. It sustained great empires, enriched families, and connected regions in a vast web of exchange that endured for centuries. In Sumerian and Akkadian, a single term denoted the specialist, covering skilled artisans, artists, and learned professionals whose expertise was acquired through oral instruction, long apprenticeships, and, for scribes, written training. Crafts commonly passed within families or clans, and even the law protected such transmission, barring the reclamation of an adopted child once a craft had been taught. Apprenticeships could be lengthy, about 8 years for a house builder and 4 for a seal cutter, and wealthy households sometimes trained enslaved workers. Many surviving apprenticeship contracts involve the powerful Egibi family. From the Ur Third period, we have records of a large, compartmentalized jewelry and crafts establishment with departments for metalworkers, goldsmiths, stonecutters, blacksmiths, leather workers, felters, carpenters, and reed workers, receiving materials and issuing orders. In the Old Babylonian era, palace or temple-attached guild-like groupings of brewers, smiths, weavers, and others formed under administrators. Some categories gained partial autonomy and well-paid overseers, though positions with little to hire or sell, such as the supervisor of musicians, brought modest income. True medieval-style guild independence was impossible because access to raw materials remained controlled. By early Neo-Babylonian times, professional titles hardened into family names, much like smith, weaver, or miller, reflecting prior status. Many were scribes, but carpenters, metalworkers, and goldsmiths also appear, with lineages traceable to Kassite days. Cities sometimes set aside quarters for particular trades: the city of tanners, the city of metalworkers, concentrating noisy, odorous, or fire-risk crafts for practicality and oversight. Material culture evolved under court taste and technical change. Innovations could uplift quality or simply enable mass production of inferior goods. Either way, acceptance depended on local taste, and elite court style spawned humbler imitations. Kassite cylinder seals reveal parallel styles for rich and poor, while deliberate archaism thrived. Artists revived old forms, copied revered pieces, and treasured relics like the stele of Naram-Sin remained on view for a millennium. People even scoured old sites for beads and ornaments. Knowledge likely moved through elders' instruction, clay models, and perhaps pattern books. Motifs recur across media from cylinder seals to reliefs. Quality language in records mostly tracks cost. Metalwork was priced by weight, with an added premium, often higher on small objects, for workmanship, while monumental pieces, commissioned by rulers or temples, had little market value except as scrap. Archaeology recovers crucibles, filtering and distillation gear, drip bottles, mortars, pestles, strainers, and mills, alongside technical vocabulary that reaches back to prehistory. By the first millennium BCE, Assyrian and Babylonian practitioners knew acids, including sulfuric, alkalis, silicates, limes, metals, and oxides, and even described igniting sulfur, though the ignition method is unclear. Woodworking underpinned bridges, wagons, ships, and some houses. Textual lists of wooden items surpass those for copper, clay, or leather, because wood rarely survives except charred in desert contexts. Trained carpenters supplied temples and palaces with imported timbers. Cypress, cedar, beech floated downriver as great trunks to become doors and beams, though our picture of their tools is fragmentary. Pottery, the most ubiquitous craft, furnished pots, cups, plates, bowls, storage jars, ovens, and even coffins. Techniques ranged from hand-forming with pellets and coils to mold pressing and wheel throwing, despite no clear Akkadian term for potter's wheel. Abundant clay, water, fuel, and iron-rich pigments favored mass production, with kiln atmospheres shifting wares from red to gray or black. Kilns ran from brush-covered hearth stacks and trench or seawall windbreaks to tall cylindrical updraft structures. Specialization produced painted, enameled, and glazed wares, especially in Neo-Assyrian and Neo-Babylonian contexts, likely cross-pollinating with glass and metal workshops. Inscriptions appear on vessels from tiny sizes to giants of 250 liters. Workshop gender roles are uncertain. Men may have managed full-time production with apprentices while women decorated. In any case, regional styles help date sites and trace exchange. Clay also yielded the bulk of small sculpture. Molded terracottas, often two-part molds for three-dimensional figures, were fired, painted, and later glazed. Brickmaking, though rarely named as a profession, mobilized huge labor forces. Mud was formed in wooden molds, sun-dried, sometimes fired, then stamped and counted. Later, Assyrian and Neo-Babylonian builders created embossed and brilliantly glazed relief bricks: blue, turquoise, green, yellow, white, black. On monuments such as the Ishtar Gate, often using artificial lapis glazes and asphaltic waterproofing. Glassworking, attested textually from Sumerian times, though archaeologically secure after circa 1500 BCE, grew from experiments with lime soda silicates and mineral colorants into glazes, frits, opaque and translucent glasses formed into containers, beads, figurines, and inlays. Hot glass could be rolled, drawn, cut, or pressed, but demanded swift handling as it shifted rapidly from viscous to solid. Textile production, spinning and weaving flax and wool, was largely women's work. After training, weavers specialized in linen, colored fabrics, or fine grades, and skilled fullers, men and women, finished cloth. Looms included portable ground looms, favored by nomads, and warp-weighted looms, known from weights and imagery. Perforated beads served as spindle whorls, grooved beads as bobbins, and bone knives appear with carpet work. Dyes came from animals, plants, and minerals. The famed purple from coastal murex made Phoenician cloth a luxury, alongside reds, yellows, blues, and blacks. Textile trades ranged from sack makers to rug and tapestry producers, with pile knotting likely maturing after 1500 BC. Rugs warmed floors and walls across nomadic and settled settings, though physical evidence is thin before the 8th century BC. Sewing, probably done by women, left little lexical trace, yet court and cult demanded exquisite garments for kings, priests, and divine statues. Many ancient textile techniques endure today. Felt roofing, rope rigging and hoisting, linen for heat, wool for cold, and sackcloth for bulk goods. Practical continuities linking everyday life with the refined arts and sciences of Mesopotamian craft. Basketry overlapped with weaving, since many objects could be produced by either method. Even ship sails might be made from woven fibers or heavy canvas. Basket makers fashioned round hampers, boxes, seats, and the cheapest coffins from thick reed ropes, a material vital in treeless wetlands where reeds were abundant along rivers and marshes. Reeds served countless purposes: baskets, arrow and spear shafts, fences, doors, furniture, mats, boats, animal and human shelters, and were incorporated into construction. Reed mats were laid between brick courses in ziggurats and used as roofing, where carbonized remains are often found. Leatherworking followed elaborate tanning routines. Hides were dehaired with agents like oak galls, bark, alum, fats, and oils, then soaked, worked with oils and even manure to soften them, and sometimes dyed by unknown recipes. Leather supplied sandals and boots, and crucially, military kit, straps and liners for helmets, shields and armor, as well as quivers, chariot fittings, and bridles. Assyrian stone art is famed for palace reliefs at Nimrud, Nineveh, and Dur-Sharrukin, which translate painted wall programs into carved narrative cycles of rites, myth, hunting, and war. Perspective was conventionalized. Figures are shown with heads in profile, torsos fronted or slightly turned, pelvis and legs in profile with feet aligned, and rank indicated by scale. Landscapes are signaled by emblematic flora: northern vines, southern palms, and conifers. By late Neo-Assyrian times, figures shrink and scenes bristle with chariots, horses, and combat. Artists used formulae: galloping horses with outstretched legs, echoed outlines to suggest multiple persons or animals, and engineered effects like the five-legged lamassu, so it reads correctly frontally and in profile. Color accents, not full polychromy, picked out beards, ornaments, and garments. Large projects began at quarries near the site. Blocks were roughed out, hauled by boat, rollers, sledges, ropes, animals, and teams of workers up earthen and wooden ramps. Specialist stoneworkers and picture carvers left marks on blocks. Finished pieces were often painted and given inlaid eyes of shell or lapis set in bitumen. Long traditions of wall painting used fine mud plaster grounds and mineral pigments: carbon black, azurite, ochres, malachite, bound with gums, gelatin, albumen, or wax, applied with fibrous wood brushes. Seals, integral to administration since writing began, authenticated agreements when rolled across clay. Cylinders were cut from hard, colorful stones: jasper, serpentine, quartz, hematite, lapis, with colors thought to affect owners' fates. Officials changed seals as ranks, or kings changed. Rulers had multiple personal and dynastic seals, and even divine statues were imagined sealing letters. Seals hung from wrist pins or necklaces. The Sumerian word for wrist literally means seal holder, and accompanied owners and spouses to the grave, as seen with Queen Puabi's lapis seal. Metalworking workshops and foundries, evidenced by tool hoards and scrap, tracked and remelted weights of metal. Copper dominated early, with rich Anatolian ores and native copper along a mineral belt into northern Iraq. By the early 3rd millennium BCE, southern Mesopotamians pivoted to Gulf copper, drawing huge consignments through Dilmun and Magan, Oman. Texts list the full metallic repertoire: copper, tin, bronze, gold, silver, electrum, lead, iron, and carbon steel, plus arsenical copper and brass, while noting that before approximately 1000 BCE, only copper, lead, and silver ores were mined locally. Tin and gold were panned or sourced from vein deposits in granite. Refining washed copper multiple times at heavy loss. Smelting with charcoal reduced ores, and casting required proper crucibles. Work hardening by hammering demanded annealing to restore malleability, and advanced techniques like lost wax casting were in use by the 4th millennium BCE. Together, these crafts, reedwork, leather, stone carving and painting, sealing, and metal, formed an interlocking technical world where raw materials, workshop knowledge, and administrative needs shaped the objects, buildings, and images of the ancient Near East. The Iron Age began around 1200 BCE, though scattered pieces of worked iron appear as far back as the 5th millennium. Once smelting and forging became established, the craft developed quickly. Early tradition suggested that ironworking was a closely guarded secret, with the Hittites mastering the technology and using it effectively in the battle, as at Kadesh against Egypt around 1275 BCE. After their empire collapsed, the knowledge spread, and the Philistines in particular gained prominence as iron users. From then on, iron shifted from a rare material more precious than gold to the metal of ordinary use. The smith, whether goldsmith, coppersmith, or ironsmith, became an essential figure. Smelting and forging iron required more complex methods than copper or bronze, involving processes like carburizing, quenching, and tempering to produce wrought iron and steel. Bronze, however, continued to be used for everyday tools, nails, and vessels. Yet the dangers of metallurgy were real. Arsenic used in alloys poisoned many smiths, possibly inspiring myths of crippled gods of the forge, from Hephaestus and Vulcan to figures in northern Europe and Africa. Workshops for metal have rarely been found, though a few 2nd millennium BCE sites, such as Kanesh and Eshnunna, yielded molds, crucibles, and bellows pipes. Bronze was favored for larger sculptures, as gold and silver were too costly, and regions like Urartu became centers of metal artistry around 650 to 600 BCE. The craftsmanship of pieces like the colossal statue of Queen Napir-Assu of Elam, cast in 2 massive sections with multiple crucibles pouring molten bronze at once, demonstrates technical skills not equaled in the West until the 19th century. Jewelry production combined delicate sheet metal with vivid stones. Necklaces, bracelets, earrings, and pins were fashioned from gold, silver, and electrum, often enriched with agate, jasper, carnelian, and lapis lazuli. Craftsmen developed methods to imitate scarce gems by coloring and firing quartz pebbles, while carnelian could be enhanced with heat and chemicals. Jewelers also worked on luxury items such as ceremonial weapons, statuettes, and inlaid furniture, and their skills passed through family lines rather than guilds. A jeweler's hoard discovered at Larsa held tools, weights, and raw materials, showing the scope of their trade. Finds from Ur reveal techniques like granulation, cloisonné, repoussé, engraving, and filigree already in use, with elaborate diadems, earrings, and figurines combining metals and stones in striking detail. 2 famous goat statues from Ur, inlaid with gold, lapis lazuli, shell, and silver, show how varied materials were blended into one piece. The Mary archives even record orders for elaborate jewelry, with long lists of beads and gold fittings supplied to wealthy patrons. Ivory carving, often in the hands of Phoenician and Syrian artisans, supplied Mesopotamian courts with decorated furniture, boxes, spoons, combs, and plaques. Reliefs showed gods, animals, and mythic beings, sometimes dyed, gilded, or inlaid with other materials. Ivory, shell, bone, and mother of pearl were widely used for inlays on gaming boards, instruments, and ornaments, while ostrich eggshells and tortoise shells found roles in luxury goods. Music and song formed another part of the economy. Songs were bought and sold, though never highly paid. Surviving titles suggest both sacred and secular themes, ranging from hymns to love songs. Mesopotamians also laid foundations for music theory. By 1800 BCE, 7- and 8-tone scales resembling later Greek and modern scales were in use. Instruments of wind, string, and percussion are attested, though performance style remains unknown. Craft activity always drew heavily on palace and temple patronage, though private workshops also flourished. Some artisans worked part-time in institutional workshops, others independently, and both free laborers and slaves were involved. Laws of Hammurabi regulated the wages of workers across trades, while proverbs mocked craftsmen who disgraced their calling. Family ties often kept trades together, and craft quarters named after professions existed in cities from Assyria to Judah. Some industries worked inside cities. Others, such as pottery or metalwork, often operated outside due to noise, fumes, or access to resources. Archaeology shows little of the workshops themselves, since many were simple reed huts that left no trace, though molds, trial pieces, and unfinished objects have been found. Apprenticeships could be long, and later contracts of employment survive from Neo-Babylonian times. Altogether, the crafts of the ancient Near East reveal a world where technical knowledge, artistic expression, and economic necessity blended. From iron smelting and jewelry making to ivory carving and song trading, artisans created objects of practical use and artistic beauty, sustaining economies and shaping cultural traditions that influenced regions far beyond Mesopotamia. Institutions not only provided the resources needed for production, but also offered craftsmen the stability and freedom to experiment with new ideas and techniques. While most skills were passed down orally or through apprenticeships, written manuals did exist on farming, horse training, glass making, cooking, and brewing, and technical vocabularies were carefully recorded. Some of these texts carried strict warnings that only initiates could see them, treating technical knowledge as sacred and restricted. In the Akkadian period, state workshops were organized under senior palace officials, responsible for overseeing large-scale projects such as the decoration of major temples. Precious materials were weighed, distributed to artisans, and carefully checked when returned as finished objects. By the reign of Esarhaddon, state workshops were located in royal arsenals, though when the capital moved to Nineveh, many were converted to storehouses or housing. At Ur during the Ur III period, archives show that many different crafts were supervised by a central authority. Production was closely monitored, with records listing the number of goods produced, the time needed, and the amount of labor used. The textile industry, for instance, was regulated with precise records of grades and work days. Materials were issued from temple storerooms, finished goods were redistributed, and metals were continually recycled in furnaces to produce standardized ingots. The archives detail attendance, recording workers as present, sick, or absent, and rations were distributed in grain, wool, oil, and occasionally other goods. Payment varied depending on rank, skill, and type of work, with foremen or those producing higher quality goods receiving better compensation. Long-term workers, whether free or enslaved, were maintained on monthly rations. In the textile factories of Lagash, thousands of women and children processed wool into cloth, showing the scale of organized production. Workers often served the state in rotation, described as serving their turn, for which they received rations. Outside those terms, they might still be employed and paid wages. These laborers were also mobilized for public works, like repairing dikes or clearing canals. Over time, authority shifted from temples to palaces, most clearly seen in Shulgi's nationalization of temple wealth, followed by Hammurabi's centralization of control under the state, with secular officials overseeing temple accounts. Workshops supplied a wide range of goods, from bags and baskets to furniture, weapons, musical instruments, chariots, and ornate doors, and could pass unfinished objects to other workshops for additional decoration or inlay. Finding skilled artisans was not always easy, and royal officials sometimes searched far afield, even among nomads or deported peoples. In some cases, specialists such as chariot builders were summoned from distant cities. Within the palace, artisans were provided with apprentices, accommodations, clothing, and rations, often serving for life. In international correspondence, the most frequently exchanged experts were not craftsmen, but intellectuals such as physicians and exorcists. Foreign rituals and sacred objects were also valued. One Mitanni king even sent a statue to Egypt to harness its protective powers. Patronage shaped production, as kings and officials involved themselves in details of design and execution. Letters to rulers requested approval of features such as drapery or proportions, and Neo-Assyrian kings personally oversaw the progress of colossal statues. Inscriptions accompanied many major works, and correspondence reveals concern with practical matters like delivery schedules, payments, and strikes. One Neo-Assyrian letter complains that unpaid stonemasons were refusing to work, demanding their wages before continuing the king's projects. Skilled labor could also be moved as part of political control. During the first millennium BCE, deportations included not just soldiers and leaders, but also craftsmen and artisans, whose expertise was valuable to imperial economies. Nebuchadnezzar II, after capturing Jerusalem, carried away nobles, warriors, and skilled workers, leaving behind only the poorest. This practice ensured that the most talented specialists served the state, linking craftsmanship as much to imperial power and control as to artistry or commerce. The people of Mesopotamia created a legacy of ideas and inventions that shaped human culture long before the rise of Greece. Their most important contribution was the invention of writing around 3100 BCE, developed initially to meet the needs of complex accounting. Over time, the system grew from simple pictograms and numbers into a script capable of expressing Sumerian and later Akkadian. This breakthrough influenced other early scripts, from Egyptian hieroglyphs to Proto-Elamite, the Indus script, Hittite hieroglyphs, and even early Chinese writing. Although Sumerian eventually ceased to be spoken, it remained preserved in texts and bilingual word lists, while Akkadian became the international language of diplomacy until it was replaced by Aramaic in the first millennium. Alongside this achievement, Mesopotamia produced the world's earliest epic literature, with myths, hymns, laments, incantations, and historical writing that influenced later traditions, including biblical stories such as the Tower of Babel and the Flood. Their records also included an enormous range of practical documents, contracts, court decisions, sales, marriage agreements, and letters, capturing every aspect of daily and official life. The Babylonians, heirs to Sumerian civilization, preserved and expanded this cultural foundation. They compiled extensive lists of plants, animals, and objects, which later evolved into multilingual glossaries including Akkadian, Hittite, Hurrian, and Ugaritic. Though no Aramaic versions have survived, some late lists even carried Greek transcriptions. These word lists, enriched with synonyms and explanations, were the beginnings of lexicography. Mesopotamia also advanced mathematics to a high level by the Old Babylonian period. Their texts include multiplication and division tables, square and cube roots, reciprocals, and even early treatments of algebraic and geometric problems. Practical applications ranged from canal construction to military engineering. While they did not formulate abstract theorems, they applied geometric principles effectively and used the Pythagorean rule more than 1,000 years before Pythagoras. Astronomy began as simple observation, but by the Seleucid era had reached a highly mathematical form comparable to Greek science. Their calendar innovations, including the intercalation cycle of 7 months in 19 years, laid the foundation for the Metonic cycle that influenced Jewish and Christian calendars. Babylonian eclipse records were later consulted by Greek astronomers such as Ptolemy, and the zodiac and the earliest personal horoscopes appeared in their texts, spreading through later cultures to shape astrology in the West. Technological achievements were just as significant. Mesopotamians developed techniques in glass-making, beer brewing, perfume production, metallurgy, and architecture, and their technical vocabulary was extensive. Surviving recipes describe processes for producing glass, bronze, and other materials, though artisans often guarded their methods. Archaeological finds reveal crucibles, distillation vessels, filtering equipment, and other tools, showing how advanced their craft knowledge was. Many industries had prehistoric roots. Textiles, for example, were already highly developed by the 4th millennium, with bleaching, dyeing, spinning, and weaving well established. Pottery and metallurgy were among the oldest crafts, with the potter's wheel in use before 4000 BCE and metal objects constantly recycled, making early examples rare today. Taken together, these innovations in writing, literature, science, and technology made Mesopotamia a true cradle of civilization, shaping knowledge and culture across the ancient world.